Chapter 989. It was no secret that Ling Xiao yearned for the heaven realm, and everyone around him knew about it. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Xianxia immediately guessed what Ling Xiao was thinking. Ling Xiao was not afraid to admit it, and immediately nodded. That's right, the palace has been stabilized, and our strength is not the same as before. I don't think there will be anyone who dares to provoke us anymore, and I can go to the heaven realm with peace of mind. Yes, the palace master is a true dragon, so how can you be willing to stay here? The heaven realm is the world where you can travel. Moreover, the palace master has already become a saint, so there is no point in staying in the central region anymore. Xianxia agreed, and then he said, however, when I chose to follow the palace master, it was because I knew that one day you would soar into the sky, and I have been waiting for this day. I thought that it would take at least 1,000 years to reach that step, but I didn't expect that the palace master would be able to do it in less than half a century, which is unprecedented, and I hope that the palace master can take me with you to the heaven realm. Fraud, you also want to go to the heaven realm? Ling Xiao looked at Xianxia in surprise. Xianxia gently waved his white paper fan and replied seriously, Palace master, you have great ambitions, and I also have my own ideas. My fortune is also in the heaven realm. So that's how it is. Then the two of us brothers should go together. But Master said that the heaven realm is very dangerous, and the slightest carelessness could lead to death, so you must be mentally prepared. Ling Xiao said. These past few years, Xianxia had been managing the proud, smiling palace conscientiously, and Ling Xiao had seen everything, and Xianxia had extraordinary divination skills, so bringing him along would not make Ling Xiao feel any pressure. Life and death are determined by the heavens, and Palace Master, you're the future Holy Emperor with great luck. Only by following you can I live longer. Xianxia laughed. When we leave, who will inherit the position of Palace Master? Ling Xiao asked Xianxia. That's your business, Palace Master. It's not convenient for me to get involved. However, no matter who becomes the Palace Master, I hope that he or she can protect this foundation well. Xianxia said. Ling Xiao sighed with his hands behind his back. Ling Tian is the same as me, only caring about his cultivation. He definitely won't be interested in the position of Palace Master. Xin Li has a pure, wood attribute physique, and I don't wish for him to be affected by these trivial matters. He will be able to walk much further in the future, and Ling Yu is still too young. After pausing for a moment, he continued, Why don't we let Yun Feng be the Palace Master? After all these years of tempering, he should be able to take on such a huge responsibility. I think it's better not to establish the position of Palace Master for the time being. Xianxia replied after thinking for a while. Why do you say so? Ling Xiao asked. Firstly, our proud smiling palace has only been established for around 20 years. Although we have suppressed the other powers, our foundation isn't very stable. If you establish another palace master, it will be a little rushed, and the others in the palace will not be able to trust the new palace master. Secondly, it's not good for the palace master to leave the central region for the time being. After all, it can be said that the proud smiling palace only has today's achievements because of you. If others know that you have left, I'm afraid that the other powers will have designs on our proud smiling palace. Xianxia said. Ling Xiao fell into deep thought. He was also trying to decipher Xianxia's words. Indeed, if the news of him establishing another palace master and leaving the central region were to be spread out at the same time, the other powers that were secretly plotting against the proud smiling palace would definitely start to make a move. That's fine. Anyway, I haven't been in the palace for many years. As long as someone is in charge of the palace, it'll be fine. When the time comes, I'll arrange for someone else to supervise and see who is more suitable to be the palace master. Ling Xiao finally made up his mind. After making the decision, Ling Xiao went back to discuss with his women for a while and prepared to leave. When the women heard that Ling Xiao was going to the heaven region, they naturally followed him. They didn't want to be separated from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had always been like this, but this time he had to harden his heart and let them stay in the central region to improve their strength. It wouldn't be too late to come back and take them there after he found his master in the heaven region. The women all burst into tears. They really couldn't bear to be separated from Ling Xiao. In the past, Ling Xiao would at most leave for a few years before coming back. For cultivators like them, it wasn't a long time. But it was different now. Ling Xiao was heading to the heaven region. According to legend, only saints could survive there. In the strife, there was absolutely not something that others could imagine. Who knew when Ling Xiao would return? Even though they were very confident in Ling Xiao, this separation would probably not last for a few years. Perhaps it would last for a few decades, or even a few centuries. What are all of you doing? It's not like I'm leaving forever. All those years ago, I came to the central region from the northwest while at the king rank, and I gained a foothold in the central region in less than 10 years. Now, over 20 years have passed, and no one has dared to challenge the dignity of my proud, smiling palace. Just treat it as I'm going into closed-door cultivation. I'll definitely be able to gain a foothold in the heaven region in less than 100 years, and I'll bring all of you over. Now, the only thing all of you have to do is utilize the resources I left for all of you to speed up your cultivation and strive to improve your strengths as soon as possible. Otherwise, all of you will become old women once I return, and I'll really despise you. Ling Xiao gazed at the women that were crying in the courtyard as he spoke. How could he feel good in his heart? He'd allowed his beautiful wives to stay in the central region, yet he'd selfishly headed to the heaven region and abandoned them. He was truly not a qualified man. However, how could a man with ambition give up on the road of hegemony just because of the love of a woman? Sisters, don't cry. Feng Xianyun was the only one amongst all the women who hadn't shed tears. She spoke to all the women present here, and then she said, "Our strengths are falling further and further behind our husband. If we can attain the saint rank like him, then I believe he wouldn't mind taking us with him. With our current strengths, we'll only be burdens to him if he takes us with him. So all we can do is do as he said, and we must cultivate even harder. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the qualifications to be his women when he returns 100 years from now." As soon as she finished speaking, the expressions of all the women present here dimmed down. They all knew that Feng Xianyun was right. With Ling Xiao's strength and character, there would only be more and more outstanding women around him in the future. If they could no longer improve, and Ling Xiao became stronger and stronger, then what qualifications would they have to call themselves Ling Xiao's women? Previously, Eurofei's arrival had already made them feel a sense of danger. Such a peerless beauty was already a peak saint. If it was in the place where the heavenly domain saints gathered, would the women there be weaker than her? This was obviously not the answer. That's right, we can't drag our husband down. With our husband's ability, he might be able to return and bring us to the heaven region in less than 10 years. We have to believe in our husband. He has always been our pride. Kaixia, you also said. That's right, he has never disappointed us. We have to increase our strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he hooks up with other women in the heaven domain and we can't beat those women, we will be bullied to death. It's not like we can't live without our husband. All these years, he hasn't been by our side either. In any case, there's still Grandma, Inger, and you are to accompany us. Yes, but I want my husband to let me conceive a child for him before he leaves. All the girls were in high spirits as they said some self-comforting words. Ling Xiao didn't know what to say, so he hugged and kissed them one by one. Let's sleep together tonight. Ling Xiao looked at them, took a deep breath, and said the words that he had been suppressing in his heart for many years. Just as he finished speaking, the faces of all the girls flushed red. They all lowered their heads and didn't dare to say anything else. Ling Xiao laughed dryly and said, "If you don't say it, I'll take it as your tacit agreement." He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He had already found a 10-meter-long, 10,000-year-old jade bed, just so that he could sleep with them. That night, Ling Xiao fulfilled the wish that he had held in his heart for many years and slept together with the girls. For several days and nights, they mingled together in private, reveling in the beauty of the spring night. That feeling was something that Ling Xiao would never forget for the rest of his life. The girls also knew that after parting ways with Ling Xiao, it would be a long time before they could meet again. Each and every one of them pushed Ling Xiao down again and again like wolves and tigers, doing their best to ride on his body. They used all of their skills to obtain the most satisfying and ecstatic feeling, inhaling the aura of this man that they were infatuated with. A few times of madness, a few times of indulgence. All of this had to come to an end. Ling Xiao dragged his weak legs to find his parents, clansmen, and master to explain everything. Meng Xiun was naturally reluctant to see Ling Xiao leave, but Ling Zhan scolded her from the side. A man's ambition should be everywhere. My son is the reincarnation of a heavenly dragon and should soar above the 9 heavens. How can we stop his footsteps? We should be happy for him. One day, my son's name will definitely resound throughout the heaven domain. Ling Xiao heard his father's words and was deeply moved. As expected of a father, you understand your son's thoughts. After saying their goodbyes, Ling Xiao summoned his loyal subordinates. These people were, of course, Xianxia, Yi Yunfeng, Cruel Leopard, Mad Tooth, Solitary Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Poison Scorpion, Cold Snake, and the 8 generals. Ling Xiao drank with them for 3 days and 3 nights. He gave them a lot of medicinal pellets and spiritual materials, so that they could protect the palace of the proud, smiling palace and prevent it from declining. When they heard that Ling Xiao wanted to go to the heaven domain, they all wanted to follow him, but they knew that they weren't strong enough, so they gave up on this idea. They were all reluctant to let Ling Xiao leave. Their current achievements were all thanks to Ling Xiao, so they were extremely loyal and respectful to Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao told them to die, they wouldn't even bat an eyelid. Boss, I won't be able to catch up to you in this lifetime, but I will continue to work hard in hopes that I can go to the heaven domain and conquer the world with you. I will take care of everything in the proud, smiling palace for you. If anyone dares to disrespect the proud, smiling palace or the sisters-in-law, they must ask me. Yi Yunfeng. This was Yi Yunfeng's vow to Ling Xiao. Chapter 990. Senior brother, are you really not going to the heaven domain with me? Ling Xiao's voice rang out from the deepest part of the proud, smiling palace. Han Kai, who was sitting opposite Ling Xiao, shook his head gently and said, I'm already an old bag of bones, and I no longer have any desire to compete. I just want to see the medicine pavilion flourish, and I will be satisfied. Indeed, with Han Kai's abilities, he could have gone to the heaven domain long ago. Why would he wait until now? This old man's greatest wish was to continue the medicine sect's legacy. Now that he had taken in his only disciple, all he wanted was to pass on all his pill refining techniques to him. That way, he would have nothing to worry about. Ling Xiao respected this respectable old man even more. He knew that after the battle with the Ouyang family, Han Kai's lifespan had decreased significantly, and he did not have much time left. If he was unable to make any more breakthroughs, he did not know when he would be able to leave. Senior brother, let me refine a pill for you, Ling Xiao said earnestly. He had the alchemist god's inheritance and had all kinds of pill formulas, including many 8th-grade pill formulas. One of them was the Holy Emperor pill, which could allow a peak saint to step into the Holy Emperor realm and also allow a Holy Emperor to reach the next level. It was a top-grade, 8th-grade holy pill. However, the ingredients needed to refine the Holy Emperor pill were all rare spirit herbs that could not be found in the central region. It was almost impossible for any 8th-grade alchemist in the central region to refine it. However, Ling Xiao was different. He had the medicine cauldron. Now that he had reached the saint realm, he could enter the 4th level of the medicine cauldron. Not only did he obtain another part of the alchemist god's inheritance, but he also had all kinds of top-grade spirit herbs planted there. Although Ling Xiao could not take them out and use them directly, he could use spirit herbs of other grades to trade. When Ling Xiao was in the desolate mountain range and under the Dragon Palace, he had collected a lot of high-grade fays. Ling Xiao had only used a small portion of those fays, and there were still some that he had not used. He could use them to exchange for the spiritual herbs needed for the Holy Emperor elixir. Han Kai didn't know the secret of Ling Xiao's medicine cauldron. He only knew that Ling Xiao had a heaven-grade medicine cauldron in his possession. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could refine the pill he needed. After all, he had stepped into the 8th grade Saint Master realm earlier than Ling Xiao. He had once collected high-level spirit herbs for many years, but was still unable to gather them all. However, Ling Xiao had already created many miracles, so he didn't mind watching. A few days later, in a mountain not far away from the palace of the proud, smiling sect, a series of meteors fell from the sky like meteors. The mountains within 10,000 miles were destroyed by the meteors and turned into a sea of fire. All the forests were burned to ashes. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying might of the heavens and the terrifying power of a saint's attack completely destroyed the entire mountain range. The people of the proud, smiling palace and the mercenaries in the mountain range nearby were all scared out of their wits. The spirit beasts were also scared out of their wits. This phenomenon lasted for half a day before it stopped. A figure slowly walked out of the sea of fire. He was in an extremely sorry state. All his clothes were burnt and tattered. Even his hair was messy, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. A top-grade Saint pill is really terrifying. The man sighed in relief. This person was obviously Ling Xiao, who had just finished refining the pill. He was glad that he didn't refine the pill inside the palace gate. Otherwise, the space barrier inside the palace gate would have been completely destroyed by the meteors. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that you were actually an alchemist saint. A beautiful figure greeted Ling Xiao. This beautiful figure was none other than Yuro Fei. She had been staying in the proud, smiling palace these days and learned a lot about Ling Xiao from Bayushi. When she heard how Ling Xiao had climbed step by step from a weak Xianxia practitioner to his current strength of a saint, she couldn't help but feel deep respect for Ling Xiao. She now knew that Ling Xiao was only about 50 years old. He didn't have any forces to rely on. It was definitely not something an ordinary person could achieve by relying on his own fists. Moreover, he also had a noble identity as an alchemist saint. This made Yuro Fei feel that Ling Xiao's Tenbin was a bit too monstrous. Back then, when her foster father saved her, her physique was also different from ordinary people. Her cultivation speed was very fast. However, compared to Ling Xiao, she found that the physique that she was so proud of couldn't arouse any sense of pride in front of Ling Xiao. Moreover, Ling Xiao was an alchemist saint. Looking at Ling Xiao, who was in a difficult situation now, Yuro Fei didn't have the intention to look down on Ling Xiao anymore. Instead, she regarded him as someone with the same strength as her. It should be known that in their holy Yin cult, the alchemist saint often didn't take her, the vice sect leader, seriously. Hee, don't you like me more and more? Ling Xiao teased with a smile. Yes, a little bit, Yuro Fei answered directly. She paused for a moment and said, "What kind of pill are you refining? Why is the vision so terrifying?" She had seen the alchemist saint of their holy Yin cult refine 8th grade pills. However, the vision that appeared each time was not as terrifying as Ling Xiao's. The Holy Emperor pill. It's a pity that with my current ability, I can only refine a semi-finished product. Ling Xiao sighed softly. He had a pill in his hand that wasn't very regular, and it was quite different from the ones he had refined in the past. This couldn't be helped. He had just stepped into the saint realm, so it was indeed difficult for him to refine a Holy Emperor pill. If he had reached the middle-level saint realm, he probably wouldn't be in such a difficult situation, and the pills he refined would definitely be much more perfect. It's actually this kind of legendary pill. You can actually refine it. Yuro Fei, who had obviously heard of it before, said in astonishment. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't explain further. Instead, he flew towards Han Kai, who was not far away. I didn't expect you to have already reached this step. Your senior brother is ashamed of his inferiority. Han Kai looked at Ling Xiao and sighed. He remembered that when he had first met Ling Xiao had just stepped into the 7th grade alchemist realm. Now, Ling Xiao's alchemy level had surpassed his. Senior brother, you're just being modest. If you had enough materials, I'm afraid you would have already refined it yourself. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. He believed that with Han Kai's ability, it was completely possible for him to refine the Holy Emperor pill. He just lacked spirit herbs. Han Kai took the incomplete pill from Ling Zhao's hand, and his old eyes became a little misty. The power required to become a saint is already quite terrifying. If you want to become a holy emperor, you can't just rely on world energy. You also need the support of source energy. No matter where on this continent there isn't enough world energy or source energy for a peak saint to break through to the holy emperor realm. This is also why there isn't a holy emperor in the central region. Therefore, if you want to become a holy emperor, you generally choose to leave this continent and go to the heaven region. Only there will you have the conditions to break through, Han Kai said. Senior brother, are you saying that my holy emperor pill is useless even if I give it to you? Ling Xiao asked. Han Kai shook his head and said, of course not. This holy emperor pill contains the source energy of a world oddity. It can indeed help people break through to the holy emperor realm. However, if I take it here, without the support of the source energy from the outside world, I can only become a half-holy emperor at most. I can't become a true holy emperor. He paused for a moment and smiled. But even becoming a half-holy emperor can still prolong my old life. That's good. I thought junior brother had refined it for nothing. Ling Xiao replied in a relaxed tone. For this holy emperor pill, he had used up almost all of his 8th grade spirit herbs. If Han Kai couldn't use it, then his efforts would have been in vain. You can rest assured and go to the heaven region. With me there, nothing will happen to the Smiling Palace for the next 1,000 years. Han Kai said solemnly to Ling Xiao. Then I'll have to trouble senior brother. If I can really gain a foothold in the heaven region, I will definitely move all of you there. Ling Xiao replied seriously. Hee, I believe that you have the ability to do so. Now I also have the chance to wait for that day to come. Han Kai patted Ling Xiao's shoulder happily and said. After a pause, he continued, the journey to the heaven region is long and difficult. I believe that you have learned some things from your master, the evil emperor. I won't say anything more. Be careful. If you can't do it, you can come back and cultivate for another 1,000 years. Don't worry, senior brother. You should know that my life is tough. Besides, I have 2 special guards with me. I believe that going to the heaven region will not be a problem. Ling Xiao replied. After Ling Xiao and Han Kai returned to the Smiling Palace, he called Feng Ling Tian and Xian Li over. Tian, in the future when father is not here, don't always be naughty and only care about your own cultivation. When you have time, accompany your grandmother and mother. The most important thing is to take care of your sister and brother. Do you understand? Ling Xiao looked at his extraordinary son and said solemnly. Feng Ling Tian put away his usual sloppy appearance and looked at his idol-like father with moist eyes. He replied, Father, don't worry, I know what to do. With me here, I will definitely not let my sister and brother suffer any grievances. Now that you've grown up, father was a little harsh on you in the past, but father did it for your own good. Although your strength is not bad now, you still need to work hard, understand? Ling Xiao said to Feng Ling Tian. Then he looked at Xian Li and said, Lear, master has never taught you well. Do you have any resentment towards master? Xian Li's eyes flashed with tears. He knelt down in front of Ling Xiao and said, No, master, you have taught me a lot. If not for master, how could Lear have today? When he thought about how he did not know when he would see Ling Xiao again, he felt very sad in his heart. In his heart, he had long regarded Ling Xiao as a father. I can see all of your hard work. Your future path will be very broad, and one day, the central region will be your world. You have a steady temperament, and you work seriously. As the eldest senior, you'll have to work harder. Look after your junior brothers and sisters, and don't let them walk down the wrong path, Ling Xiao instructed. Master, don't worry. Li will definitely look after them. Xian Li seriously promised. You must unite as one. Do not humiliate the power of the Smiling Palace. I hope that when I return in the future, you will have become famous people, and the name of the Smiling Palace will be even more grand. Ling Xiao encouraged them. The 2 nodded solemnly, their eyes full of fighting spirit. Chapter 991. Ling Xiao brought Euro Fei, Xianxia, and Sha Tian out of the proud, smiling palace. Xianxia knew that Ling Xiao and Euro Fei had a special relationship, so he asked to enter the cauldron to cultivate. All these years, he had been working hard for the proud, smiling palace. Even with the help of Ling Xiao's elixirs, he had only reached the high-level heavenly venerate level. He was still a distance away from the mystic Tharch level, so he took the opportunity to calm down and cultivate. Ling Xiao did not rush to the Heaven Region fortress immediately. Instead, he returned to the northwest desolate mountain range. He wanted to see the prodigal before he left, to see how he was doing. Unfortunately, when he arrived at the Qilin race, he found out from the old Qilin that the prodigal had not returned after he left with him. He must have gone to carry out his mission. Ling Xiao left the desolate mountain range in disappointment. He still missed the prodigal. Next, he went to the Feng family to fetch his master's wife, Feng Qingyuan. Now that the Feng family had 2 more saints, Feng Qingyuan did not need to worry about anything happening to the younger generation of the Feng family. She could go to the Heaven region with Ling Xiao at ease. She just did not expect Ling Xiao to reach the saint level so quickly. It had only been 7 or 8 years since he reached the high-level mystic Tharch level. Back then, she did not know how much resources and time she had spent to reach this stage. After fetching Feng Qingyuan, Ling Xiao immediately rushed to the Dragon Palace to meet the Dragon Lady. He did not tell the Dragon Lady that he was going to the Heaven region, in case she asked to leave with him. Although Ling Xiao wanted a strong helper like the Dragon Lady by his side, he knew that it was best for the Dragon Lady to stay in the Dragon Palace. All right, it's time to go to the Heaven Cushion Fortress. After Ling Xiao left the Dragon Palace, he let out a long sigh. Everything that needed to be said had been said. He had seen all the people that needed to be seen. It was time to leave. The Heaven Domain was a place that only saints could reach, and one had to pass through 9 spatial barriers to get there. Without reaching the Saint Realm, without knowing how to use spatial energy, it was impossible to pass through those checkpoints and reach the other side of the Heaven Domain. This 9-layer spatial checkpoint was located at the very edge of the continent, which was also the so-called end of the horizon. It was also isolated by many dangerous places. Ling Xiao, Euro Fei, and Feng Qingyuan were already the strongest warriors on this continent. They sat on their respective spirit beasts and tore through space at full speed, passing through those dangerous places and rushing to the edge of the horizon. Even with the power of saints and the speed of level 8 spirit beasts, it took them 2 years to fly to the edge of the sky. It was obvious that there were strong spatial undulations here, which isolated the mainland from the outside world. It was impossible for ordinary people to break through the spatial energy here and enter the other side. Even ordinary saints rarely had the strength to do so. Only peak saints could use the power of high-grade saint tools or peak class 8 spirit beasts to break through the spatial energy here. That was because there were a total of 9 layers of spatial energy here, and each layer was much stronger than the one before. As long as we pass through here, we will reach the Heaven Domain Fortress. Ling Xiao sighed lightly. Without waiting for Euro Fei and Feng Qingyuan to make a move, he gathered all his strength and blasted it towards the spatial barrier. Boom! The powerful force forced open the spatial barrier, and a crack that was 100 meters wide instantly exploded. Ling Xiao, Euro Fei, and Feng Qingyuan immediately entered the crack and entered another layer of space. Ling Xiao did not say anything and made another move to break it. Ling Xiao broke through 3 spatial barriers in a row. When he reached the 4th spatial barrier, he suddenly realized that the spatial undulations here were much stronger. The spatial energy was constantly distorting, and waves of chaotic spatial energy surged towards them. The 3 of them felt a slight pain in their bodies, and they had no choice but to use their strength to resist the chaotic energy. Although I have never been to the Heaven Domain, I know from some ancient books that the spatial energy of these 9 layers is not ordinary. Especially after reaching the 4th layer, the chaotic spatial energy will start to invade our bodies. Everyone, be careful. If you can't handle it, let me do it, Euro Fei said. I know what you're saying, but this chaotic spatial energy is nothing. You can do it later, but you'd better wear defensive armor. The power you'll suffer in the later layers will be very terrifying. If you're not careful, you might die. Ling Xiao reminded Eurofei. Eurofei knew that Ling Xiao was right, so she nodded and wore a radiant guard armor. On the way to the Heaven Domain, Ling Xiao had already returned Eurofei's spatial ring to her. Although he had not yet obtained her hardened body, the two of them had many common topics to talk about and had become best friends and confidants. Feng Qingyuan, who was at the side, knew Eurofei's strength, so she did not try to steal the credit. She also wore a set of defensive armor. She thought to herself, Xiao is even more powerful than Brother Demonic Emperor. He can actually get a woman stronger than him to be his woman. Ling Xiao knew that the fourth spatial barrier was extraordinary, and his combat strength increased again. The golden dragon Phantom roared behind him. His fists were like dragons emerging from the sea, and they fiercely smashed into the spatial barrier. Rumble! There was a powerful vibration, and the surrounding space rippled continuously. Unfortunately, the spatial barrier did not crack like the previous 3 layers. Ling Xiao was not convinced, and his strength increased several times again. Layers of scales appeared on his golden fists, and his powerful punch was comparable to an attack from a peak mid-level saint. Bang! The spatial barrier finally cracked open, but this time it was not as big as the previous 3 layers. It was only a dozen meters wide, and the healing time was quite fast. If the 3 of them did not enter immediately, the spatial barrier would close again. However, the moment the 2 of them entered the 4th level, waves of chaotic spatial energy that were even stronger than before swept towards them. Space continued to distort, and the power was like sharp blades as it sliced towards the 3 of them. The 3 of them had no choice but to circulate their strength to stabilize their bodies and resist the power. However, this level did not only have the interference of spatial energy. Huge rocks fell like meteors, constantly drifting over. Their speed was extremely fast, and their strength was also extremely terrifying. If they were to be hit by a random boulder, an ordinary saint would immediately be heavily injured or killed. Ling Xiao, Eurofei, and Feng Qingyuan were given a huge fright. Hurriedly, they struck out towards those huge rocks that were flying towards them, shattering them. However, these boulders seemed to be endless, constantly drifting over from the other side. They were big and small, densely packed, and it was simply like a violent bombardment of rocks, making it difficult for them to withstand. Ling Xiao's physical body was comparable to a high-rank saint artifact, and his fists and legs were like peerless weapons, continuously shattering the boulders. Eurofei and Feng Qingyuan did not have a physical body as strong as Ling Xiao's, but their strength was stronger than Ling Xiao's. Every time they attacked, the boulders that were close to them would also be smashed into powder. Eurofei originally thought that Ling Xiao would not be able to handle it, and wanted to help him. However, when she saw that he was still so calm and collected, and that his bare hands carried an extremely powerful force, she was relieved. However, she was still a little shocked. The combat strength that Ling Xiao had displayed was already not inferior to that of a mid-level saint. In her heart, she faintly admired Ling Xiao a little more. Feng Qingyan, on the other hand, relied on the speed of her wind attribute to continuously move and occasionally attack, so she was not affected much. Don't waste time here. There are endless rocks here. We have to rush to the next layer of barrier as soon as possible. Ling Xiao called out to the 2 girls. Eurofei and Feng Qingyuan responded softly, and their bodies started to dodge the rocks like swallows, rushing towards the next layer of the spatial barrier with Ling Xiao. The distance between the 4th and 5th layer was not short. The 3 of them flew for a few days, but they still did not find the spatial barrier. However, as they went deeper, the number of rocks became more and more numerous, and the speed at which they floated became faster and faster. The power of the impact became even stronger. The 3 of them continuously dodged, but they still could not avoid being hit by the boulders, forcing them to hurriedly shatter them. Ling Xiao still relied on his fists and legs to shatter the boulders, while Eurofei and Feng Qingyuan had no choice but to take out their saint artifacts and shatter all the boulders. The three of them were forced into a sorry state, and Ling Xiao was also smashed by the boulders a few times. If it wasn't for his abnormal physical body, he would have been seriously injured or directly died. No wonder only saints can go to the heaven domain. If any warrior below the saint realm came in, they would have long been turned into dregs. Ling Xiao thought to himself with lingering fear. The impact of the boulders here was something that even a mid-level saint could not withstand, and a low-level saint would definitely die if he entered. Can you still hold on? Eurofei saw that Ling Xiao had been hit a few times in a row and rushed to his side, asking worriedly, "Don't worry, my body is very hard, and these broken rocks can't do anything to me. Help me take care of my mistress. Don't let her get hurt," Ling Xiao replied. Eurofei did not say anything else, and immediately went to Feng Qingyuan's side to help her block even more rocks. The three of them increased their speed once again, and after another 3 days, the number of boulders finally started to decrease, but the power of the spatial distortion increased again, and the three of them could not breathe. Could this be a black ink stone? Ling Xiao punched a rock that was not too big and realized that he was actually unable to shatter it. Only then did he notice that this rock was different from the others. Ling Xiao did not let the rock slip away from him and controlled it to size it up. He suddenly realized that this rock was not ordinary. Black ink stone was a rare stone material, and it was a precious material for refining weapons. It was not inferior to those 10,000-year-old black stones or 10,000-year-old deep silver, and it was an indispensable material for refining saint weapons. Such a large piece of black inkstone weighed at least a few hundred kilograms, and it was hard to find even in the central region. If it was auctioned, its value would not be inferior to any 8th-level spirit herb, or even much higher. Ling Xiao kept this black inkstone, and then he looked at the other boulders and found that there were no more black inkstones. Just as he was about to give up on the search, he suddenly saw another one flying towards him. Chapter 992. Ling Xiao was overjoyed and accepted it. He then called out to Eurofei and Feng Qingyuan. There should be quite a number of black inkstones rushing over here. Let's wait here and see if we can get a few more. We can use them as resources to get to the heaven region. Eurofei and Feng Qingyuan nodded and immediately paid attention to the huge rocks that were floating over. The three of them waited here for 2 days, and each of them harvested a lot of black inkstone. This made the three of them extremely happy. They believed that this material could be sold for a good price in the heaven realm. After all, that was a place where saints lived, so there would definitely be saint weapon masteress. At the same time, there would definitely be all sorts of treasures in the heaven realm. If they wanted to increase their strength to the next level, they would have to trade with others. If they didn't have enough Xian crystals at that time, they could only be envious. Let's go. There are a lot of black inkstone here, but we won't be able to collect all of them. Let's go to the 5th floor first and take a look. We don't know what else is waiting for us, so let's make sure we're prepared, Ling Xiao said. Then he asked Feng Qingyuan, "Mistress, can you still hold on? Why don't you go rest in my cauldron?" Feng Qingyuan stroked her hair and chuckled. "You make it sound like Mistress is dragging you guys down. I still want to see just how dangerous this 9-layer spatial barrier is. If I can't take it, I'll tell you." "Hee. Then Mistress, be careful. Rofei, help me take care of Mistress." Ling Xiao laughed. Eurofei said in her heart, "She's your mistress, not my mistress." She thought so, but in reality, she wouldn't abandon Feng Qingyuan. The three of them rushed for a few more days under the immense pressure. The power of the spatial distortion was getting stronger and stronger, and their flying speed was getting slower and slower. Fortunately, they had finally arrived at the spatial barrier of the 5th floor. When they arrived at the spatial barrier of the 5th floor, the three of them were not in a hurry to break through and enter the 5th floor. They needed to recover the energy they had consumed before doing anything else. This was because they didn't know what kind of danger was waiting for them on the 5th floor. A day later, the three of them once again recovered their mental state. Let me do it this time, Yuro Fei said. Without waiting for Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan to agree, she slapped her jade-like palm towards the spatial barrier. A peerless true dragon phantom and a silver mammoth phantom instantly appeared, and the terrifying energy of the dragon and elephant dance rushed towards the space barrier. Rumble! The powerful destructive force directly tore apart the spatial barrier. The three of them did not hesitate and plunged into the spatial crack. At the same time, they immediately activated their defenses to avoid any mishaps. As soon as they entered this space, a wave of heat surged towards them. The restless energy instantly made them feel extremely uncomfortable. Their bodies immediately felt as if they were being roasted by the heat, and hot sweat immediately appeared on their bodies. The three of them looked around and saw that this was a space filled with steaming hot air. Everywhere was filled with fanatical fire attribute energy. This energy was not the purest form of fire-attributed origin energy. Instead, it was mixed with all kinds of fiery energy, making it very difficult for people to absorb. At the same time, the space was constantly distorting, and the pressure was slightly higher than the fourth floor. Even Ling Xiao had no choice but to transform into his half-dragon form in order to withstand the pressure of this space. Yu Rofei and Feng Qingyuan, on the other hand, found it hard to withstand the scorching heat. This was especially so for Feng Qingyuan. Her delicate face had turned completely red, and tiny beads of perspiration kept dripping down. Yuro, mistress, be careful. Just now, that was a space filled with rubble. This place must be a fire-attributed space, and the energy must be quite violent. I have the protection of the heavenly fire, so there's nothing to be afraid of. If any of you can't take it, just tell me, and I'll send you into the space of the medicinal cauldron. It won't be too late to come out after you reach the next floor, Ling Xiao reminded. However, at this moment, 100-meter-long flame roared towards the three of them like a fire dragon. The raging flames were extremely terrifying and hot. They did not know where they came from, but in the blink of an eye, they were right in front of them. Ling Xiao immediately stood in front of them, and the demonic heavenly fire bead in his consciousness immediately circulated. He opened his mouth and swallowed the flames. The moment they entered his stomach, the demonic heavenly fire bead immediately absorbed the violent flames into his consciousness, turning them into part of its energy. No matter how chaotic the fire-attributed energy was, the heavenly fire bead would be able to completely absorb it. Moreover, after Ling Xiao entered this place, the demonic heavenly fire bead was clearly jumping around. It was obvious that it was very satisfied with the environment here. Stay close to me. These energies can't hurt me, Ling Xiao called out. Immediately after, the three of them started to rush inside. Only when they reached the next floor's spatial barrier, they would not be affected by these fiery energies. However, after experiencing the fourth floor and now the fifth floor, they were slightly worried that the next few floors would be even more terrifying. When the three of them rushed forward, all kinds of flames shot out from every corner. The energy and speed were like a peerless expert's attack, making it impossible to guard against. The energy of this kind of flame was much more terrifying than ordinary flames. It was almost comparable to an ordinary beast fire seed and was only a short distance away from the earth fire. Ling Xiao completely let go of the demonic heavenly fire bead. He controlled it to sense the sudden attacks of the flames and absorb them in advance. Even with the protection of the Ling Xiao heavenly fire bead, Yu Rofei and Feng Qingyuan did not dare to relax. They were still feeling extremely uncomfortable from the high temperature here. The satin on their bodies were all soaked in sweat, and their voluptuous figures could be seen clearly. It was a pity that Ling Xiao did not have the time to admire their beautiful figures. As they went deeper and deeper, the sudden attacks of the flames became more and more violent, making it impossible for them to guard against them. It was also difficult for Ling Xiao's heavenly fire bead to absorb all of them in a short period of time. Eurofei and Feng Qingyuan had no choice but to defend each other and continuously release powerful energy to disperse the flames. However, if they continued to defend like this, the two of them would not be able to endure it. Especially Feng Qingyuan, she was almost burned a few times. Don't waste time here. All of you go into my cauldron. These flames can't hurt me. I'll bring you over. Ling Xiao called out. Actually, it was not impossible for the two of them to rush to the other side of the barrier with all their might. It was just that they could not avoid being injured or even dying. There were still a few more stages to pass, so Ling Xiao did not want anything to happen to them here. Eurofei and Feng Qingyuan helplessly followed Ling Xiao's instructions. Although their strength was stronger than Ling Xiao's, in this space that was filled with fire attributes, it was difficult for their life-saving methods to compare to Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao kept Eurofei and Feng Qingyuan into the cauldron. Without any worries, he raised all of his strength to the limit and rushed forward. Streams of surging energy continuously attacked him, and the raging flames wanted to refine him. If not for the heavenly fire bead, Ling Xiao would have been burned to death. Although the demonic heavenly fire bead had absorbed most of the energy, the violent energy that rushed over still caused Ling Xiao's body to be in unbearable pain. Blood quietly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Ling Xiao had the ancient emperor's divine arts to protect his body and heal his injuries, allowing him to hold on. At the same time, he consumed a speed-increasing pill, and his figure rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. The fifth level was clearly a lot further than the fourth level. Ling Xiao flew for more than half a month, but he still had not reached the end. In this half a month, the demonic heavenly fire bead had absorbed a lot of fire attribute energy, and there were faint signs of advancement, giving Ling Xiao a lot of energy. Although he had suffered a lot, he had also gained a lot. The energy he received from the demonic heavenly fire bead in half a month was at least equivalent to the energy he accumulated in a year of cultivation. With an endless supply of energy, Ling Xiao did not need to consume qi replenishing pills along the way. As he went deeper, the damage caused by the spatial distortions became more terrifying. Ling Xiao's body felt as though it had become 1,000 kilograms heavier, and his speed became slower and slower. The impact he received also became more and more ferocious. Fortunately, he managed to endure it, and he was about to reach the barrier of the 6th level. However, at this moment, something strange floated over. Ling Xiao picked it up with his bare hands and discovered that it was a top-grade fire mystic crystal. He was ecstatic, thinking back to the time when he was in the volcanic crater of the Blazing Mountain. He had obtained more than 100 pieces of top-grade fire mystic crystals. Now, they were actually floating out from here, and there seemed to be quite a lot of them. Ling Xiao thought doubtfully. Could it be that apart from the first 3 levels, there will also be some strange objects appearing in the later levels? Ling Xiao did not think too much about it for the time being. He began to wander around in the vicinity, collecting those top-grade fire mystic crystals that floated over one by one. Over the next few days, Ling Xiao had harvested a total of nearly 10,000 pieces of top-grade fire mystic crystals. The value of this amount was equivalent to tens of millions of high-grade fire mystic crystals. This harvest made Ling Xiao smile from ear to ear. Why don't I cultivate here for a while, and then rush to the next level? It's not too late. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and decided. The fire attribute energy here was extremely violent, and it was not something that ordinary people could absorb. However, Ling Xiao had the help of the demonic demon Heavenly Fire Bead, which others could not compare to. First, the Heavenly Fire Bead would absorb the fire attribute energy, and then purify and feed back the energy, which could increase his strength. On one hand, it could allow the Heavenly Fire Bead to level up, and, on the other hand, he would have a huge harvest. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He explained the situation to Eurofei and Feng Qingyuan, who were in the medicinal cauldron, and was no longer in a hurry. While he searched for the top-grade fire mystic crystals, he allowed the Heavenly Fire Bead to absorb the energy here. At the same time, he was constantly adapting to the pressure of the distorted space here, and training his physical strength. After more than 3 months, Ling Xiao had harvested a huge number of top-grade fire mystic crystals, and the demonic demon Heavenly Fire Bead seemed to be saturated, but still seemed to be lacking something to level up. Ling Xiao knew that the energy here could no longer satisfy the Heavenly Fire Bead, and there was no point in staying any longer. Thus, he rushed to the next level. Within a few days, Ling Xiao arrived at the space barrier of the 6th level. Chapter 993. The space of the 6th floor was indeed different from the spatial energy of the 4th and 5th floors. This place was actually a space full of vitality. There were mountains, trees, strange flowers and plants, lakes, pools. It was like another peaceful world. When Ling Xiao, Yuro Fei, and Feng Qingyuan entered this space through the spatial crack, they were all shocked. They had all made preparations to defend themselves, but what they saw was truly out of their expectations. However, just as they were about to speak, a powerful suction force came from the ground. The three of them seemed to have lost control of themselves and fell straight towards the ground. Aya! Two cries of alarm sounded out at the same time. Hey, Rofei, mistress, can I trouble you to get up for a bit? If I don't even scream when I'm down there, then what are you screaming for when you're up there? Ling Xiao was pressed down by the two girls like a meat cushion, feeling the soft and fragrant jade as he spoke. Just now, in the instant he fell, Ling Xiao had forcefully changed his falling speed and direction, allowing them to smash onto his body in order to prevent them from getting hurt. It was the duty of any man to protect a woman. Ling Xiao was a man, a pure man. Naturally, he could not let a woman suffer in front of him. However, what made him depressed was that he was clearly being pressed down, but the ones who screamed were the two of them. Was there any justice in this world? Yuro Fei and Feng Qingyuan quickly crawled up from Ling Xiao's body, both of them revealing awkward expressions. Suddenly, they fell from the sky without any warning, and they were also startled. Where's this place? Could it be that we've already reached the heavenly region? Feng Qingyuan sized up the place and said indifferently, 9 checkpoints, and we're only at the 6th floor now. I don't think so. Yuro Fei replied, this should be the 6th checkpoint. It's full of life energy. This must be the wood and water space. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. After a pause, he continued, this place looks calm, but the more it is like this, the more dangerous it will be. Have you noticed that we've lost the ability to fly? That's right. There's no violent spatial energy here. Instead, it's as if all the spatial energy has disappeared. How strange. Feng Qingyuan replied, we have to be vigilant at all times. Don't fail miserably. Yuro Fei agreed. Why don't we summon the spiritual beasts and see if they can fly? Ling Xiao suggested. He then summoned the Golden Wolf King. It had already reached the advanced stage of the 7th Order and was only one step away from transforming. Just like them, the Golden Wolf King could not fly here. Just as Ling Xiao put it away, the flowers and plants around them actually started to flash. A few strange flowers that didn't look very big actually exploded in an instant. The petals were so big that they swallowed them whole, and the strange grasses continued to spread, binding their feet. This sudden change gave them a big fright. The three of them immediately increased their attribute power and attacked the man-eating flower at the same time. The grass was also cut into pieces by the energy blades. However, this was only the beginning. The trees and flowers actually started to move. As if they had come to life, they all wrapped around them. The power of these strange things also increased. They were actually unable to use their aura to instantly destroy the vines. Their entire bodies were about to be wrapped by the vines, and the man-eating flower took the opportunity to devour them. The heavenly fire of Ling Xiao surged out in an instant, burning all the trees and flowers to ashes. The Golden Wolf King that had not been retracted was constantly twisting its body, unable to break free from the entanglement. 2 man-eating flowers had already bitten its body, and the situation was extremely dangerous. Ling Xiao lightly tapped with his finger, burning off the entanglement on its body one by one, and then kept it. On the other side, Yuro Fei and Feng Qingyuan both had holy swords in their hands, and continuously attacked the trees and flowers that were entangling them. Shower, quickly leave this place. These things seem to be endless. We can't continue wasting time like this. Feng Qingyuan anxiously called out to Ling Xiao. Mistress, don't worry. I'll open the way. They can't do anything to us. Ling Xiao replied, and immediately shot out the heavenly fire with both of his palms, burning the area in front of him. ZZT, ZZT. The heavenly fire burned everything. Even the strange spirit herbs here were unable to withstand it. At this time, a voice sounded out in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. The origin energy here is very dense. Little friend, can you let this old man out for a breather? This was undoubtedly Lu Wang's voice. As the undying tree, it was a pure wood attribute spirit treasure and could only absorb the wood attribute origin energy. Ever since it absorbed the blood essence devil tree's origin energy, it had not made any movements. It had been concentrating on recovering its strength in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, and now it had more or less recovered. The reason why it still stayed in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness was because it wanted to use Ling Xiao's pure spiritual liquid to nourish its soul, making it more human, and in the future, it would be able to evolve towards a higher level. Oh, if you can deal with these strange flowers and plants here, I'll let you out, Ling Xiao said in astonishment. These are all evil of the same kind. Let me take care of them. Lu Wang said righteously. All right, this is what you said. It would be best if you can clean them all up. Ling Xiao replied straightforwardly. Immediately after, Ling Xiao stopped Fei and Feng Qingyuan. Lu Wang then rushed out from his sea of consciousness, transforming into a speck of green light that directly struggled into the soil. Fei and Feng Qingyuan both sensed the green speck of light that flew out from Ling Xiao's mind. Their expressions became astonished, and their hearts became a little numb towards Ling Xiao's various miracles. Not only could he transform into a dragon man, he also possessed heavenly fire, and now that he had flown out this green light, he felt that his aura was extremely powerful. All of these things were inconceivable, but they were all concentrated on Ling Xiao. They were too embarrassed to get to the bottom of this, since this was Ling Xiao's fortuitous encounter. Even if they knew, it would be of no use to them. In any case, Ling Xiao would not harm them. After absorbing the blood demon tree's origin, Lu Wang had already recovered to the peak of the 8th step. After it drilled into the ground, it immediately forcefully absorbed the origin of the trees and flowers here. It instantly sprouted and grew from the ground, and in the blink of an eye, it was more than a meter tall. Not long after, it grew to a height of more than 10 meters, and in just an hour, it had become a towering tree. Countless tree vines spread out in all directions, absorbing the pure would attribute energy here to their heart's content. The trees and flowers around it instantly withered, while the undying tree became even more beautiful and alluring. It was a dark green color, tall and sturdy. Seeing this miraculous scene, Fei and Feng Qingyuan's mouths were slightly agape, their beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Ling Xiao was also extremely shocked in his heart. Back then, when he was in the Illusory Valley, the essence it emitted caused all the plants in the Illusory Valley to grow, but now, it could absorb the energy of the plants here. Half a day later, Lu Wang had already absorbed all the plant energy within a radius of several thousand miles, and the entire tree had become a bit more robust. It moved forward again, forcefully absorbing a lot of source energy. Ling Xiao, Fei, and Feng Qingyuan followed behind, no longer worried about being disturbed by the spiritual objects. However, before the three of them could get too far, the tree of immortality had moved to who knows where to absorb the origin energy. There was also a lake in front of them, blocking their way. The lake was very wide, making it difficult for them to pass. If it was in the past, they wouldn't have to worry about flying at all. They could just fly over. What should we do? Can we swim over? I suspect that there might be some terrifying existence at the bottom of the water. Fei said with a frown. I never thought that it would be so difficult to reach the heavenly region. I wonder how Big Brother Evil Emperor managed to get there back then. Feng Qingyuan sighed. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have a way to get there. You guys just hold hands and follow me." After he finished speaking, he grabbed Euro Fei's hand without any explanation. He glanced at her again, indicating for her to grab her master's wife's hand. Euro Fei wanted to retract her hand, but Ling Xiao held onto it tightly. Looking at his clear and innocent face, she allowed him to hold onto it. A warm feeling came from her palm, and for some reason, a strange feeling came from her heart. When Feng Qingyuan saw this scene, a faint smile appeared on his face. He took the initiative to grab Euro Fei's other hand and said, "Shower, let's go. You're always catching people off guard. I really don't know what you can't handle." Immediately after, Ling Xiao pulled Euro Fei's hand and led the two of them towards the lake. "Ling Xiao, you're not telling us to walk directly through the water, are you? With our current abilities, we can't even float." Euro Fei hurriedly pulled Ling Xiao and said, "Don't worry, if I say it can be done, then it can be done. What's there to be afraid of?" Ling Xiao comforted her and walked towards the lake. As Ling Xiao entered, the water in the lake suddenly parted to both sides, revealing a few meters of empty space in front of the three of them, allowing them to fall hundreds of meters into the mud. The two girls were stunned when they saw this scene. The two girls exclaimed, "How did you do it?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and a pearl appeared in his hand. The two girls looked at the pearl that was as smooth as jade and exclaimed once again, "This is the secluded water pearl? Good eyesight. This is indeed the secluded water pearl." Ling Xiao replied, "Brat, how do you have so many strange items? I really don't know what kind of shocking divine treasure you dug up. These things are all rare treasures that are rarely seen in 10,000 years." Feng Qingyuan said with indescribable envy. If she did not know that the evil emperor had only passed down a cultivation technique to Ling Xiao and did not pass down anything else to Ling Xiao, she would have really thought that the evil emperor had brought these things out from the heavenly realm for Ling Xiao. Just as Euro Fei was about to say something, a crisis suddenly came from the lake. Chapter 994. At the bottom of the dark green lake, bubbles occasionally floated. The three of them could barely make use of the mud to move forward quickly. Although their speed was fast, it could not be compared to flying. A huge black figure appeared in the lake. A pair of copper bell-sized eyes emitted a quiet green glow, and a basin mouth attacked the three of them without any warning. The attack was very sudden, and it gave the three of them a huge shock. Fortunately, they were not ordinary people, and immediately sensed the existence of danger. Courting death. Euro Fei had been suffocating along the way. As a peak saint, she actually had to rely on Ling Xiao, whose cultivation was lower than hers, to take care of her, which made her feel extremely unbalanced. Now that a spirit beast suddenly came out to provoke them, it was the perfect target for her to vent her anger on. Euro Fei's attack was earth-shattering, and the sword radiance carried the power to cut through mountains and rivers, slashing towards the sudden attack of the huge black figure. Rumble. The lake was blasted into the air, and the silver sword radiance continued forward, slashing out a 1,000-meter-long crack. The attacking black figure did not even have the time to scream, and was immediately slashed into two by the sword radiance. A large pool of blood permeated the surroundings, and a fishy smell wafted over. At this moment, the three of them finally saw clearly that the black figure was actually an 8th-tier intermediate-level giant shark beast. "Let's leave this place quickly. The blood will attract more water attribute spirit beasts," Ling Xiao exclaimed, and did not dare to stay any longer, as he pulled Euro Fei and Feng Qingyuan and hurriedly rushed forward. Indeed, the lake was not as calm as it looked on the surface. Terrifying 8th-tier spirit beasts came and went, and there were even many grass vines that occasionally attacked. The three of them had no choice but to use their strongest mystical skills to kill. After one intense battle after another, Feng Qingyuan was seriously injured, and she was almost separated from Ling Xiao and Euro Fei. Helpless, Ling Xiao could only keep her in the medicine cauldron and summoned Sha Tian out. Sha Tian was a peak-level saint with dual attributes of water and wood. In this place, he did not have to worry about being affected by the environment. His Tao of assassination could kill even more spirit beasts on the spot. On top of that, he had the water attribute spirit beast, the water demon. It was a peak rank 8 exotic beast, a combat-type spirit beast that could challenge the true dragon clan. It was like a fish in water or underwater. It pounced on and bit many water-type spirit beasts, swallowing their beast cores one by one. Its power showed faint signs of increasing, as if it could become a 9th-level holy beast at any time. With the appearance of Sha Tian and Shui Gloom, as well as Euro Fei, they were equivalent to 3 pinnacle saints. The pressure was greatly reduced, and Ling Xiao was only responsible for opening the way. 2 months passed in this manner. During this month, danger and harvest coexisted. Many of the beast cores of the slain 8th-grade spirit beasts had fallen into Ling Xiao's hands. This was one of the main ingredients needed to refine 8th-grade medicinal pills. At the same time, there were quite a number of 7th and 8th-grade spiritual herbs under the lake. Ling Xiao and Yufiru put them away without hesitation. With these spiritual herbs, Ling Xiao could definitely refine a Saint Pill, allowing Sha Tian to advance another level. However, he hoped that Sha Tian could advance by himself. After all, he was also a Tenbin's outstanding and powerful special class bodyguard. Ling Xiao did not want him to stop at a mere low-level holy emperor realm. In the face of countless difficulties and obstacles ahead, Ling Xiao had to have more things to rely on in order to ensure the safety of his life. At this moment, the water demon roared incessantly in a certain direction. It looked quite excited, as if it had discovered something. "Master, my partner said that there's a discovery ahead. It might be some kind of spiritual object, and he hopes that we can go take a look." Sha Tian said to Ling Xiao. Then let's go take a look." Ling Xiao replied. Normally, spiritual beasts would have a special sense. Since it could attract the attention of the water demon, it must be something extraordinary. However, before they could get close to the place that the water demon had sensed, a spiritual beast quietly appeared in front of them, blocking their way out. "If you don't want to die, then scram." A voice that was like a rolling flood shouted from the bottom of the lake. Waves rolled towards Ling Xiao and the others, and the powerful impact caused them to immediately stop in their tracks. A particularly strange-looking spiritual beast appeared in front of them. This spiritual beast had 2 horns on its head, but only 1 eye. It was especially large, and its body was as slender and sleek as an earthworm. Its entire body was dark blue, and it had 8 small feet, which were particularly disproportionate to its body. Even though they were all knowledgeable people, this was the first time they had encountered such a strange spiritual beast. There were countless spiritual beasts in the world, and occasionally, some mutated spiritual beasts would appear. No one knew of their existence, and it was impossible for them to be recorded in ancient books. The water demon roared, ignoring the threat of this spiritual beast, and directly pounced towards it to bite it. Under the water dragon clan's combat power was ranked first, and the water demon dared to call itself second. It was not afraid of this spiritual beast in front of it that was as strong as it. "You're courting death." The spiritual beast roared and rushed towards the water demon. Its 2 horns were like the sharpest weapons, stabbing straight at the water demon's neck. Ling Xiao had seen the power of the water demon, but he did not expect that the combat power of this strange spiritual beast in front of him was not inferior to it at all. It actually could not even touch it. The battle between the 2 spiritual beasts was particularly fierce, stirring up the bottom of the lake. Waves kept rolling in all directions, and the mixed water waves disturbed their vision. Only bursts of roars could be heard. "Don't waste time. Sha Tian, go and kill it," Ling Xiao ordered. No matter how strong the spiritual beast was, facing the attacks of the water demon and Sha Tian, it was not long before it was killed. Ling Xiao did not want to waste the corpse of this mutated spiritual beast, so he put it away. Maybe it would be useful in the future. At the end of the battle, the water demon had several wounds on its body, but did not show the slightest discomfort. Instead, it exclaimed excitedly, "Master, there is holy liquid in front." When they heard this, they were excited and immediately ordered it to lead the way. After walking for about a few kilometers, they saw a small puddle of pure, white liquid slowly flowing. This small puddle of water was very strange. It seemed to be able to isolate the surrounding lake water and did not mix with them. It exuded a sparkling jade-like light and looked extremely magical. Bursts of vast and vigorous vitality penetrated into people's hearts. 10,000-year-old geocentric spring. Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim. 10,000-year-old geocentric spring was a kind of top-grade holy liquid. It was not inferior to the 10,000-year-old stone emulsion in the spring of life, but its effects were different. It had an obvious improvement and enhancement function for water attribute martial artists and spiritual beasts. It could purify their physique and greatly increase the purity of their attributes. It could also allow them to display an unexpected effect when they were facing a bottleneck, allowing them to easily break through. At the same time, if it was given to newborn babies, it could directly transform their physique, wash their marrow and meridians, and there was a chance that the baby could reach the level of pure attributes. In addition, when refining high-grade medicinal pills, adding the 10,000-year-old geocentric spring could make the medicinal pills more perfect, and the medicinal effect would be better. Now, this small puddle of 10,000-year-old geocentric spring had accumulated for tens of thousands of years. It was really not easy. Euro Fei, who was beside Ling Xiao, was also pleasantly surprised. This kind of sacred object would make anyone jealous. The water gorgon licked its lips with a greedy look, as if it could not wait to devour it. "Master, this 10,000-year-old geocentric spring has a strong effect on me and the water gorgon. It can help us to advance faster," Sha Tian said to Ling Xiao. Although he was controlled by Ling Xiao's will, he also had his own independent thoughts and could also continue to cultivate and advance. Ling Xiao nodded and replied, "Don't worry, of course you will get it, but you have to put it away first." Immediately after, Ling Xiao hurriedly took out the sealed utensils and put away all the 10,000-year-old geocentric spring. "I estimate that it can only be given to you when we reach the heaven domain. This space is not suitable for a breakthrough," Ling Xiao said to Sha Tian. Sha Tian also understood this logic and immediately agreed obediently. "Everyone who sees it has a share. These are for you." Ling Xiao took out a portion and handed it to Euro Fei. Although she was of the light attribute, it did not mean that she would not need this kind of holy liquid in the future. Euro Fei did not stand on ceremony with Ling Xiao and accepted the 10,000-year-old geocentric spring. She admired Ling Xiao's magnanimity in her heart, and the magic that Ling Xiao had shown before made her gradually curious about Ling Xiao. After several years of contact, Euro Fei had developed a good impression of Ling Xiao, but she felt that Ling Xiao was still a distance away from becoming his woman. After a few days, Ling Xiao and the others finally came out from the bottom of the lake. After that, they experienced many attacks from mysterious creatures, but they were all dealt with in an instant. The seventh layer of the space barrier finally appeared in front of them. At this time, Ling Xiao was waiting for the return of the Tree of Immortality. However, Ling Xiao guessed that the Tree of Immortality would choose to take root here. After all, this place was very suitable for the growth of wood attribute spiritual objects, and there was no need to worry about any danger. To it was indeed a very good place to live. Ling Xiao only planned to wait for a few days to recover his consumed energy, and then immediately set off. One day before Ling Xiao was about to leave, a green tree that could run ran towards Ling Xiao, and finally turned into a green light that directly drilled into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. When the green tree entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, a voice came out, "Little friend, these few days this old man has absorbed a little too much energy. Help me share some of it." As soon as its words fell, a vast and pure wood attribute source energy rushed towards Ling Xiao's dantian. Ling Xiao only felt that his meridians were extremely swollen and painful, and he felt that a lot of energy was squeezed through his meridians and finally entered his dantian. Ling Xiao did not have time to think too much, and immediately sat down cross-legged to absorb and refine the energy transmitted by the tree of immortality. At the side, Fei felt the surge of Ling Xiao's power and was once again stunned. Chapter 995. Fei could not have imagined that Ling Xiao's aura would suddenly soar at this moment, advancing from the initial low-level saint realm to the mid-level saint realm. She could not understand what was going on. After all, after reaching the saint realm, one needed to accumulate a large amount of energy, and it was not easy to increase one's strength. Even the most outstanding people in Tenbin would need time to accumulate and gradually increase their strength. Only by consuming pills or spirit herbs that could increase one's strength could one instantly increase one's strength. However, Ling Xiao had been by her side the whole time. She only saw a bit of green light enter his head, and then his strength soared. What kind of magical thing is that spirit tree? It can actually increase Ling Xiao's strength. Could it be that Ling Xiao relied on this method to reach the mid-level saint realm in just a few dozen years? Fei guessed. If Ling Xiao heard this, he would definitely cry out in injustice. Although he had a fortuitous encounter that allowed his strength to soar, a lot of his strength was also obtained through his own hard work and cultivation. Moreover, he had only obtained those fortuitous encounters after going through a narrow escape from death, and there were not many tricks to it. Ling Xiao did not have the time to explain her now. He used the unique Geiyuan technique to transform this energy into 5 different attributes and absorbed and refined them one by one. Ling Xiao cultivated 5 attributes, and the amount of energy he needed to advance was several times more than that of an ordinary warrior. With the huge amount of energy from the Tree of Immortality, it should have been enough for an ordinary saint to advance another level. However, after Ling Xiao digested and absorbed this energy, he had only reached the great success of the low-level saint realm. There was still a long way to go before he reached the peak of the low-level saint realm. This was also because Ling Xiao had received the energy from the heavenly fire pearl when he was at the 5th level, and with the addition of this energy, he had reached this realm. Ling Xiao was still somewhat dissatisfied with this, and even shouted at the Tree of Immortality to transfer more energy. The Tree of Undying was very depressed. It had just advanced to the next level after much difficulty and became a level 9 holy tree. The additional power it provided to Ling Xiao was already very huge, but it was still not enough. It simply chose to ignore it, soaking in Ling Xiao's mental fluid and continuing to warm its trunk. Its trunk was even more verdant and sturdier than before, sparkling and translucent like ink, appearing even more magical and extraordinary. With its current abilities, the effects of the 10,000-year tree sap, 10,000-year tree fruit, and the undying root had increased by several times. If Ling Xiao knew about this, he might not be able to stop himself from demanding and squeezing it dry. It seems that following this Brad has a great opportunity. In just 30 years, not only has he recovered his essence energy, but he has also improved. This old man was not wrong. Lu Wang said proudly in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. With the Tree of Immortality back, Ling Xiao and Fei once again advanced to the next level. The space on the 7th floor was of the metal attribute. The pressure from the distortion of space here almost suffocated the two of them. Fortunately, they had recovered their ability to fly, so they no longer needed to walk. The greatest danger here was the streaks of golden spatial energy. They were like the sharp blades used by high-ranking saints, and they kept coming at them. In this place, Ling Xiao and Fei could not use any tricks, so they could only rely on their own strength to break through. Ling Xiao's physical body was comparable to a high-grade saint tool, so his defense was already quite astonishing. However, in the face of these sharp metal blades, he was still injured. Golden blood continuously splattered from his body, and many of his dragon scales fell off. He wielded the golden dragon spear and burst forth with powerful battle strength. With an unyielding will, he endured all the pain and charged forward bravely. Fei was a peak saint, but her physical body was not as strong as Ling Xiao's. Fortunately, she had a high-grade defensive armor to protect her vitals, but she could not avoid being injured. Her jade-like arms and legs were covered with wounds so deep that bones could be seen, making her look extremely sinister and terrifying. After consuming many healing and qi recovery pills, the two of them finally made it through the most dangerous area. Along the way, the two of them obtained another harvest from this floor. Diamond was one of the most precious materials needed to refine metal attribute saint tools. It was even more precious than the black inkstone they had obtained from the fourth floor. After all, metal attribute materials were extremely difficult to find. Moreover, they were much harder than black inkstone, 2,000-year black stone, and other materials. Besides the diamond, Ling Xiao also obtained a lump of metal attribute source energy, metal genesis qi. This metal genesis qi was in no way inferior to the 10,000-year geocentric spring. For metal attribute martial artists and spirit beasts, it was the purest source of energy. For low-level martial artists or spirit beasts, if they directly absorbed and refined this energy, their strength would definitely increase by several times, and there would be no side effects. It could also improve the metal constitution. Just how tempting was this effect? This made Ling Xiao smile from ear to ear. If he directly refined this lump of metal genesis qi, he could definitely advance to the mid-level saint stage. However, Ling Xiao did not do so. There was not much metal genesis qi to begin with. He wanted to use a portion for the Golden Wolf King to advance, and leave the rest for his woman, Xianxia, his son Feng Lingtian, and his brother Yi Yanfeng. After all, they had metal attribute constitutions, so the metal genesis qi would have the most powerful effect on them. With the help of the three foreign objects, Ling Xiao was not afraid that he would not be able to advance. It was only a matter of time. Moreover, there were still 2 more floors. Who knew? There might be some amazing treasures that could help him advance. But then again, he was wondering if the saints who had rushed to the heaven domain from the Ling Xian continent had also obtained various saint treasures like him. He felt that there should be. In front of the 8th layer of the spatial barrier, with the help of the ancient Emperor Divine Art, the wounds on Ling Xiao's body had already healed. Although Fei was a peak saint, in terms of healing speed, it was difficult for her to compare to Ling Xiao. She took a lot of pills in succession before she gradually recovered. How is it? Is it okay? Ling Xiao looked at Fei and asked with a pained expression. Fei said with a stubborn expression, "You should take care of yourself first." No matter what, her strength was above Ling Xiao's. In the face of all kinds of dangers, she was actually not as calm and collected as Ling Xiao, which really made her depressed. Well, if you really can't do it, don't force yourself. In terms of combat strength, I may not be as good as you, but in terms of life-saving methods, you definitely can't compare to me. You don't need to deny this. Ling Xiao emphasized. After a pause, he said, "That ball of metal genesis qi is of great use to me, so I can't give it to you for the time being. Let's see what saint treasures there are later, and then I'll let you occupy more of it. What do you think?" Fei nodded, indicating that she agreed with Ling Xiao's words. She then sighed. There were many dangers along the way. I don't know if my adoptive father also passed through like this. Ling Xiao had heard Fei talk about her adoptive father. He had left the Sand region for the Heaven region about 6,000 years ago. At that time, her adoptive father was already a peak saint or even a half-holy emperor. The time when he left was somewhat similar to the time when Ling Xiao's master, the evil master, left. However, the evil emperor was in the Central region, while Fei's adoptive father was in the Sand region. There shouldn't be any intersection between them. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Don't worry. Your adoptive father has been described as a god by you. His life-saving methods are definitely not inferior to ours. In fact, he didn't even look as miserable as we did. He directly passed through the 9 levels and reached the heaven region. Ling Xiao comforted her. Fei chuckled and said sincerely, "Thank you. Don't say it like that. Sooner or later, you will be my woman. Your adoptive father is also my adoptive father," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Haha, when your strength catches up to mine, I will be your woman." Fei smiled happily. She had a very good understanding of Ling Xiao's character through these days of contact. If Ling Xiao's strength could surpass hers, then she wouldn't mind submitting to him and willingly becoming his woman. "Don't worry, you won't have to wait too long for that day." Ling Xiao spoke in a rather confident tone. A trace of longing flashed in his eyes because a woman had once said the same thing to him. When his strength had caught up to hers, they had been separated. Now, there was no news of her at all. He felt extremely guilty in his heart. "Mengqi, just you wait. I will be able to find you very soon," Ling Xiao shouted in his heart. Ling Xiao and Fei had recovered their strength, and they headed towards the 8th level once more. The spatial barrier of the 8th level was extremely thick. Even Fei found it difficult to break it open by herself. In the end, after many attacks with all her strength, she managed to break open a hole that could only allow 2 people to pass through. The 2 of them quickly rushed in. As soon as they entered, the spatial hole immediately closed up. The speed was so fast that it was shocking. If they had been half a beat slower, they would have had to open up the spatial hole again. When they entered the 8th level, they didn't feel anything wrong. However, they discovered a strange phenomenon. That is, this space had a change of day and night. Moreover, this change was quite fast. One moment it was daytime, and the next moment it was night. It flickered as if the lights in the night were on and off and off and on and on and on. Could it be that there are 2 attributes of light and darkness here? Ling Xiao thought doubtfully. On the side, Fei didn't reply. She just frowned, as if she had thought of something terrible. "We must rush to the barrier of the 9th level at full speed. The alternation of light and darkness here is extremely fast. It should have produced a mighty force that reverses time. Our lives will rapidly decline due to the rapid passage of time." Fei cried out in panic. She directly grabbed Ling Xiao's hand and rushed forward. She increased her speed to the fastest she had ever been and left this place. Ling Xiao didn't think much of her explanation. Even if time passed a little faster, it wouldn't matter. After all, people like them who had reached the saint level had a lifespan of more than 10,000 years. Even if they lost a few hundred years of their lifespan, it would be negligible. However, just as he was thinking nothing of it, he discovered a serious crisis that made his scalp tingle. Chapter 996. In this strange space, day and night constantly flickered and flickered. This was a kind of heaven-defying power that could make time pass quickly and accelerate the decline of one's lifespan. At first, Ling Xiao didn't think much of it, but after flying for a few days with Fei, he actually saw that some wrinkles had begun to appear on the side of Fei's face. It must be known that Fei was only 7,000 years old, and as a peak saint, she could live for at least 20,000 years. Previously, she was extremely energetic, and her life force definitely didn't show any signs of weakening. Now, in just a few days, wrinkles had actually appeared. This was simply a very shocking matter. Ling Xiao looked at her jade arms again and found that they had become much rougher than before, and there was no longer any luster. He carefully sensed and found that her life force was actually being consumed at an extremely fast rate. It wasn't just Fei. Ling Xiao also found that his life force was also being consumed, but it wasn't as obvious as Fei's. "Fei, this can't go on. Take this first," Ling Xiao said, and immediately took out a lot of spring liquid of life and handed it to Fei. Fei didn't say anything and immediately swallowed it. With a huge supply of essence, her condition was somewhat alleviated. But just after a day, she began to age again. She had already become a middle-aged woman and looked much older than before. Ling Xiao was the same, and his originally handsome young appearance was gradually turning into a middle-aged appearance. "Damn it, this can't go on. Lu Wang, quickly help me," Ling Xiao cried out anxiously. Immediately after, a pure power slowly flowed out from Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao's body was nourished by this power, and his condition once again recovered. Ling Xiao took out the 10,000-year tree sap and gave it to Yuro Fei to drink. However, he could only suppress it for a short period of time before it became ineffective again. Moreover, they still couldn't see the spatial barrier of the 9th floor. According to the situation along the way, the distance between the 8th and 9th floors was even greater than the distance between the 7th and 8th floors. They would have to fly for at least several months to reach their destination. These few months were probably enough for Yuro Fei to die of old age. "Ro Fei, stop for me. Go to the cauldron first. I can handle the consumption here. I'll take you there," Ling Xiao hastily called out to Yuro Fei. Yuro Fei revealed a sad but beautiful smile and said, "It's too late now. If I enter the cauldron now, my appearance will forever be like this. I don't want to be like this. I'd rather die of old age." Women love to look beautiful. Yuro Fei had already sensed her own situation. She couldn't adapt to this sudden change in appearance. Her state of mind was already unstable, and she began to give up on life. She would rather use all her strength to bring Ling Xiao to the spatial barrier of the 9th floor. Ling Xiao wanted to forcefully shake off Yuro Fei's hand, but he found that she was holding it firmly. "Ro Fei, don't be like this. If you want to restore your youthful appearance, it's possible. If you continue to waste time like this, it'll really be difficult to change the truth," Ling Xiao advised. He now had a large amount of essence qi provided by Lu Wang, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to last until the end. "No, no one can change this truth. I just don't know if you'll still like me after I become like this?" Yuro Fei suddenly asked. "Yes, no matter what you become, I'll still like you," Ling Xiao immediately replied. "Haha, you're lying. Which man doesn't like beautiful women? Didn't you want me to be your woman because you saw that I was beautiful? Now that I'm about to become an old woman, you won't like me, but we're just friends now. As a friend, I'll do my best to bring you to the other end." Yuro Fei revealed a sad smile. Faced with this situation, she discovered that she already had a good impression of Ling Xiao, but she didn't want to face it. She wasn't willing to easily yield to him. She suddenly regretted not falling in love with Ling Xiao. At the very least, she would have let her know what it felt like to be a real woman. Now that she was suddenly going to die of old age, all her regrets were in vain. "Stop!" Ling Xiao shouted. Immediately afterward, all of his battle prowess surged, and his entire body transformed into a dragon man. He forcefully shook off Yuro Fei's hand. Yuro Fei's power was being eroded by time, and her strength was gradually decreasing. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao had Lu Wang's power to provide him with enough vitality to temporarily not be affected. "Go by yourself. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to make it to the 9th floor." Yuro Fei looked down at her hand, which had become ugly, and tears flowed down her cheeks. A peerless powerhouse of a generation found it difficult to accept the rapid aging of her body. Ling Xiao stepped forward and hugged Yuro Fei tightly in his arms. He affectionately said, "Although I'm not a good person, since I said that I want you to be my woman, even if you become an old woman, I'll definitely want you." After saying that, he cupped Yuro Fei's aging face and kissed her delicate lips. Yuro Fei was stunned. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to kiss her at this time, and a strange feeling instantly spread throughout her body. Does he really not dislike me for being old? This feeling is so strange. I really want to continue like this, but Yuro Fei closed her eyes and enjoyed it. She wanted this feeling to continue forever. Ling Xiao's hand, that was holding Yuro Fei, quietly raised behind her and chopped down on the back of her neck. Yuro Fei's mind was already in chaos. She didn't have any vigilance and was immediately knocked unconscious by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Yuro Fei in his arms and said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely let you blossom into your most beautiful appearance." Ling Xiao put Euro Fei into the cauldron and immediately rushed towards the spatial barrier of the ninth floor. No, if this place can accelerate the aging and death of people, then why was Master able to pass through this place? And how did the ancestors of Ling Xin continent reach the heaven realm? There must be a spirit item here that can resolve this crisis. Ling Zhao's mind instantly thought of a possibility. Thus, as he hurried along, he activated his green pupil to observe his surroundings. However, he didn't find anything even after rushing for nearly a month. His body began to show signs of aging again. This was because Lu Wang had also been attacked by the power of time and couldn't continue to provide energy to Ling Xiao. Otherwise, it would also wither and die like Ling Xiao. Could it be that I was wrong? Ling Xiao thought anxiously as he swallowed a drop of the spring of life. After another day, he suddenly saw a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. Clouds curled about that place, imposing and majestic, towering and imposing, giving off a feeling of awe. Ling Xiao didn't say a word and flew towards the mountain peak. When he landed on the mountain peak, he suddenly felt his life flow away and his strength weakened significantly. Could it be that the heaven reversal technique is here? Ling Xiao cried out in delight. Looking around, Ling Xiao discovered that there were only giant boulders here. There were no other living beings. He didn't believe this and began to circle around the mountain peak, feeling that he would definitely find a way to resolve this. Sure enough, just as he was about to despair, he saw a strange spirit plant growing on top of a cliff. This spirit plant was only a little more than 2 meters tall. Whether it was the stem or the leaves, they were all black and white and half black. Ling Xiao thought doubtfully, this tree is the only spirit tree in this space, so it must have some use. Whatever, I'll go take a look first. However, before Ling Xiao could get close, a huge sense of danger instantly enveloped his head. A huge black shadow swept over Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao reacted extremely quickly and dodged to the side. He turned around to see what was attacking him. Screech! A huge eagle flapped its wings and screeched at Ling Xiao. This eagle was the same as the spirit tree. Its feathers were half white and half black, making it look quite demonic and handsome. This was a peak rank 8 giant eagle. It seemed to be a light and darkness attribute mutated spirit beast. Such a terrifying mutated spirit beast combat power was definitely quite shocking. Ling Xiao could not help but feel an itch on his scalp. Based on his strength, it was clearly not enough to fight this giant eagle. The giant eagle pounced towards Ling Xiao again. Its sharp claws were like the most terrifying spirit weapon. If he were to be scratched, his body would definitely turn into a mist of blood. Ling Xiao knew that he could not rely on his own strength to defeat a spirit beast of this level. The heavenly fire on his body burst out. Blazing flames rose into the sky as a fire Qilin roared towards the giant eagle. Regardless of whether it was a person or a spirit beast, once they came into contact with the heavenly fire, they would be destroyed. This was Ling Xiao's life-saving trump card. If the heavenly fire could not deal with it, then he would really be finished. As expected, when Ling Xiao's heavenly fire blasted out, the giant eagle sensed danger and did not dare to pounce immediately. It opened its mouth and a black and white energy rushed out, dispersing Ling Xiao's heavenly fire. The remaining energy continued to rush towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could not dodge in time. He was sent flying thousands of meters away and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. "Damn it, I will destroy you," Ling Xiao roared angrily. He gathered all his strength and pointed his index finger at the giant eagle that was charging towards him again. A huge ray of light shot out from his finger and split into 3. The 3 extraordinarily powerful rays of light surrounded the giant eagle from 3 different directions. The giant eagle did not fight it head-on. It chose to dodge. However, how could Ling Xiao's 3 divine finger be so easily dodged? He controlled the 3 rays of light to change their direction and charge towards the giant eagle again. The giant eagle was furious. It flapped its wings and screeched. Rays of light and darkness energy shot out to meet Ling Xiao's all-out attack. Chapter 997. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Intense sparks flew from the collision of powerful forces. The giant eagle's power was so strong that it managed to completely nullify Ling Xiao's all-out attack. Of course, Ling Xiao did not think that he could kill the giant eagle. After all, the seniors who had reached this stage in the past were unable to do anything to it, and he himself was only a low-level saint. They were not on the same level at all. He knew his own limits. This move of his was just a ploy to distract the enemy. He split his attention into two. His mental energy transformed into a giant claw and grabbed at the black and white spiritual object. He tore it a few times and found that it was difficult to pull the spiritual tree out with its roots. It was likely that its roots were already connected to the giant mountain. At the same time, the giant eagle had already nullified his attack and attacked him again. Ling Xiao was shocked and anxious. He could only settle for the next best thing. He broke off one of the branches of the spiritual tree and quickly pulled it over. Then, he turned around and fled. Ling Xiao ran as fast as he could and took an elixir that increased his speed. He ran as fast as he could. However, as he fled, he did not forget to continue emitting heavenly fire to cause some trouble for the giant eagle. The giant eagle had its considerations and did not dare to approach the heavenly fire. It could only keep blasting out elemental attacks, hoping to kill this damned human. Ling Xiao was also bombarded again and again. He spat out a lot of blood and lost a lot of dragon scales. Only then did he leave the mountain peak. The giant eagle seemed to be restricted and did not dare to continue chasing him. It could only cry out a few times and return to the mountain peak. After leaving the mountain peak, the invasion of time greatly increased. Ling Xiao's face and palms aged rapidly. He no longer looked young and handsome. Instead, he looked so old and decrepit, as if he would soon be buried in peace. Ling Xiao did not care so much. He swallowed the spring of life, the sap of the 10,000-year tree, and other saint treasures that could increase one's vitality were all swallowed by him. Unfortunately, these saint treasures could only stop him for a period of time so that he would not age so quickly. I hope you don't disappoint me. Otherwise, I will really die here. Ling Xiao mumbled as he looked at the black and white tree branch in his hand. Then he tore a leaf from the tree and put it in his mouth. It was also at this time that he suddenly discovered that the rapidly decreasing vitality stopped flowing, and there was an abnormal power flowing toward his abdomen, nourishing the various muscles in his body. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He knew that the leaf was effective. He quickly chewed the leaf and swallowed it. Suddenly, a wave of pure energy began to spread throughout Ling Xiao's body. The mighty force of yin and yang actually caused Ling Xiao's aging body to gradually return to its youthful appearance, and the mighty force of the passage of time no longer had any effect. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and enjoyed the feeling. He only felt that life was so beautiful. The power of yin and yang even cleaned up many hidden injuries in his body one by one, making his body more energetic. Ling Xiao's appearance returned to its original state. Balls of yin and yang energy flashed around his body. No matter how many days and nights there were, he no longer felt anything. Ling Xiao cried out in surprise. "We've finally escaped. There's no true death zone here. There's always a chance of survival." Ling Xiao suspected that the 9 checkpoints here were deliberately set up here by the gods of the heaven domain. Each checkpoint had a huge danger, but it also left others with a chance of survival. Ling Xiao released Yuro Fei. Her appearance no longer had the slightest bit of beauty, only a thick sense of despair. Ro Fei, quickly eat it. It can help you recover your appearance and even block the strange power here. Ling Xiao impatiently said to Yuro Fei, at the same time handing her a leaf. When Yuro Fei heard this, her eyes flashed. Without saying a word, she immediately snatched the leaf from Ling Xiao and swallowed it. Sure enough, after Yuro Fei consumed the leaf, her appearance changed once again. She gradually recovered her original beauty, and her figure became plump once again. She felt the changes in herself and couldn't help but ask Ling Xiao, Have I recovered?" Ling Xiao nodded and said with a smile, "Of course. If you don't believe me, take a mirror and look at yourself. You're still as beautiful as before." Originally, Ling Xiao was just saying it casually, but Fei really took out a mirror and looked at herself. Only then did she exclaim in joy, "I've really recovered. That's great." After saying that, she actually hugged Ling Xiao and kissed Ling Xiao nonstop. The feeling of returning to heaven from hell made her incomparably excited. At this moment, she could no longer suppress the good impression she had of Ling Xiao. She had to properly cherish and thank him. Ling Xiao's body stiffened at first, but then he felt the waves of sweetness coming from his mouth and the soft feeling of his chest, which undoubtedly caused his blood vessels to instantly surge. Ling Xiao was no longer a virgin. He had wanted to conquer Fei for a long time, but she had never dared to accept him. He was also too embarrassed to force her. Now was undoubtedly the best opportunity. In this uninhabited space, there were only the two of them in the world, and the sparks of passion had just been ignited. Ling Xiao instantly hugged Fei, one hand on her jade back, the other caressing her jade buttocks. That round and wonderful elasticity made Ling Xiao even more excited. Fei couldn't stand Ling Xiao's touch. Her body felt as if it had been electrocuted. That indescribable feeling made her unable to help but softly moan, "Ah!" Her face was as delicate as a flower, her eyes blurred, and her beauty was indescribable. "Ling Xiao, take me," Fei shyly said in a low voice. The blood in Ling Xiao's body instantly surged, and he responded to Fei's words with his actions. The tip of his tongue went straight to the root of the problem, and he enjoyed the other party's fragrant saliva to his heart's content. His big hands wandered unscrupulously through her clothes, caressing her jade back, jade arms, and then circling around to the pair of jade peaks. The two of them became more and more excited, each feeling the wonderful feeling of the opposite sex. Ling Xiao saw that Fei's body was becoming weaker and weaker, and that her light breathing was becoming more rapid and loud. He knew that it was about time. He roughly tore off her clothes, revealing the most perfect masterpiece of the heavens. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. Her delicate face was red all the way to her earlobes. Her neck was tender and smooth, her breasts were full and firm, and her red beans were fresh and tempting. Her lower abdomen was flat and clean, and her lower abdomen was luxuriantly fragrant. Her jade legs were slender and round. Every part of her was filled with the most primitive temptation, like a peerless seductress, making it difficult for people to extricate themselves. Ling Xiao's eyes turned red, and with a roar, the clothes on his body instantly turned into ashes. Fei sensed the powerful scent of the opposite sex from Ling Xiao, and she shyly closed her eyes, looking as if she was waiting for him to do whatever he wanted. Ling Xiao was not going to be polite. He immediately hugged Fei, and the golden dragon spear went straight into the jade gate. "Ah!" A loud cry spread through the space. The battle lasted for an unknown number of days and nights before the smoke finally stopped. "You're my woman now," Ling Xiao said with certainty as he hugged the docile Fei. Fei nodded obediently and said with a smile, "Yes, I've been conquered by you." She really did not expect that she would give her body to Ling Xiao so quickly, but she did not regret it at all. In the face of extreme happiness and sorrow, her mentality had already changed. At the very least, she could be considered a real woman now. Moreover, the potential that Ling Xiao displayed was absolutely limitless, so she did not feel wronged at all. Ling Xiao took a deep breath of Fei and fiercely kneaded her soft breasts. Only then did he proudly say, "I told you that you would become my woman, but you didn't believe me." He paused for a moment, and then said, "I will love you for the rest of my life." Fei angrily said, "Then while there's still time, love me one more time." She had just tasted meat, and although it was a little painful at the beginning, it did not feel like anything after getting used to it. Instead, she enjoyed the feeling of floating in the air. Ling Xiao smiled. Your husband will fulfill your wish. Then, he hugged her again, showing his strong love for her. 3 days later, the two of them once again set out on the road, rushing to the 9th layer of the spatial barrier. After using the black and white leaves, they no longer felt the erosion of the power of time here, and could completely slow down their speed. After all, the two of them had just fallen in love. Fei could not sleep at night because of that kind of feeling, and Ling Xiao also could not get tired of looking at Fei, this temptress. The two of them hurried and stopped, and on the way back, they found some light and darkness attribute holy objects. Among them, the light attribute holy objects were of great use to Fei, and the darkness attribute holy object Ling Xiao put away first. In addition, there are also many light and darkness attribute holy objects. They could resist the power of time here. As expected, the distance between the 8th and 9th layers was much farther than before. After rushing for several months, the two of them finally arrived at the spatial barrier of the 9th layer. This layer of spatial barrier was much thicker than the previous 8 layers, and the two of them worked together to attack the same place more than 10 times before breaking it. As soon as the two of them entered the 9th layer, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning, and a storm was wreaking havoc in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them felt their eardrums hurt from the vibrations. They looked at the sea of lightning and storm in front of them, and they immediately felt their scalps go numb. After passing through the first few layers, they had already seen the 7 attributes of the spatial power of earth: fire, water, wood, metal, and light and darkness, but the 2 attributes of lightning and wind had not appeared. They had long guessed that this layer might be a combination of these 2 types of power. However, when they really faced it, they still felt that their strength was too insignificant in the face of this ruthless heavenly disaster. Heavenly lightning was the most powerful existence in the world, and it was a kind of heavenly power that could not be violated. The storm was also a kind of natural disaster that could not be resisted. When the two of them combined, it would make people shiver. Chapter 998. Boundless thunder and lightning bombarded the area, accompanied by endless howling winds. Ling Xiao and Fei raised their defenses to the maximum, but they were still dizzy from the bombardment and were even blown away by the strong winds, causing their bodies to feel pain. If not for the two of them being powerful, they would have already been blown to pieces, or they would have been strangled to death by the violent winds. Ling Xiao's skin was split open, while Fei's clothes were also in tatters, and her defensive armor was on the verge of collapsing. This is only the thunder and lightning at the edge. I'm afraid the thunder and lightning in the depths will be even more terrifying. If we pass through here, even if we don't die, I'm afraid we'll only be left with half a life. Fei exclaimed. No matter how powerful the thunder and wind here are, they won't be able to kill a saint like you. But the continuous bombardment is truly unbearable, not to mention those with lower strength. It seems the road to the heaven domain is really full of dangers. Ling Xiao sighed. If it weren't for his abnormal physique, he would have died countless times already. Let's go, I'll protect you, Fei said. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I told you, in terms of combat strength, I might not be able to compare to you, but in terms of survival ability, how can you compare to me? Immediately afterwards, he lightly shouted, Transform. The space ring on his finger instantly transformed into a cauldron. The cauldron grew larger and larger until it was the size of a house, floating above Ling Xiao and Fei's heads, isolating them from the thunder and lightning. The thunder and lightning bombarded the heaven cauldron, but it was unable to damage it in the slightest. Fei looked at this scene in surprise and softly exclaimed, As expected of a heaven cauldron, its use is really extraordinary. And you should go accompany Master's wife inside the cauldron. I'll definitely get you through here, Ling Xiao said confidently. Fei wanted to say something, but after a moment of hesitation, she nodded obediently. After keeping Fei, Ling Xiao grabbed one of the cauldron's legs and plunged deep into the sea of lightning. After the medicinal cauldron became bigger, It blocked all the lightning that struck Ling Xiao's head. At most, only some of the residual lightning power splashed on his body, but this was no longer important. The raging wind and the wind blades were like knives, constantly scraping, unable to sweep him and the medicinal cauldron away. It could only cause some superficial wounds to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had the ancient Emperor Divine technique's extreme healing technique, so that kind of injury was nothing at all. Just like that, Ling Xiao traversed through the sea of lightning. He was constantly vigilant of his surroundings, afraid that some creatures would come out and attack him. After nearly a month, Ling Xiao had already reached the depths of the sea of lightning. The power of the lightning was enough to kill an ordinary high-level saint, and the cutting force of the raging wind had also increased by a lot. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and continued forward. He had already reached the last level, so there was no reason to retreat. He had to pass through here and reach the heaven domain. Suddenly, the connate Yin Wind bead in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness reacted. Ling Xiao guessed that it might be a wind attribute strange object, so he immediately followed the connate Yin Wind bead and flew over. Not long after, he saw a whirlpool in the eye of the wind spinning continuously in a certain space. Its strong wind power almost sucked Ling Xiao's body into it. Ling Xiao grabbed the heavy medicinal cauldron tightly to stabilize his body. He suspected that if he was sucked in, he would be torn to pieces by the wind blades there. At this moment, the connate Yin Wind bead in his sea of consciousness throbbed even more violently, as if it wanted to charge out of his sea of consciousness. If you're not afraid of being devoured by it, then come out. Ling Xiao warned the connate Yin Wind bead and allowed it to do as it pleased. Without Ling Xiao's suppression, the connate Yin Wind bead instantly shot out of his sea of consciousness and plunged into the eye of the wind. In an instant, the two forces of wind intertwined and collided violently. The overflowing wind blades cut open his skin and flesh, causing blood to flow wildly. Ling Xiao quickly retreated, afraid that he would be sliced to pieces by the wind blades if he was any slower. The demonic heavenly fire bead has also reached the bottleneck of the next level, and the connate Yin Wind bead should be able to advance after absorbing the energy here. Looks like I have Ping to pick up again. Let's see if I can break through again. Ling Xiao licked his lips excitedly. With the energy from the demonic heavenly fire bead and Lu Wang, his strength had improved tremendously, and he also hoped that the connate Yin Wind bead could bring him the same benefits. One day later, the wind around the area weakened, and the connate Yin Wind bead automatically returned to Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao waited for the connate Yin Wind bead to return its energy, but unfortunately, it only urged Ling Xiao to go in another direction. This made Ling Xiao extremely depressed. However, when Ling Xiao was about to leave, he decided to turn back and look at the Eye of the Wind to see what was so special about it. The Eye of the Wind had indeed disappeared, and the energy there must have been completely absorbed by the connate Yin Wind bead. However, just as he was about to leave, he discovered that there was an irregular silver-gray stone there. At first glance, there didn't seem to be anything special about it, but Ling Xiao felt that there must be something extraordinary about this place, so he summoned it over. He didn't feel anything else when he held it in his hand. Just as he was about to throw it away, he realized that wind attribute energy was gathering around him. Although this energy wasn't very obvious, it was definitely there. Could this be the wind stabilizing stone? Ling Xiao muttered to himself in doubt. After that, he didn't dare to be too sure, so he threw the stone into the medicine cauldron for Feng Qingyuan to confirm. Feng Qingyuan specialized in the wind attribute, so she could naturally tell if this was the wind-stabilizing stone. As expected, Feng Qingyuan replied that this was indeed the wind-stabilizing stone, and she even excitedly told Ling Xiao that she wanted to come out and that she hoped to obtain more wind-stabilizing stones. Mistress, don't be anxious. The environment here is too harsh. I will continue to search for the wind-stabilizing stone for you. Ling Xiao comforted Feng Qingyuan, who was in the medicine cauldron. Hearing this, Feng Qingyuan finally calmed down. Ling Xiao followed the feeling of the connate yin wind beat again and arrived at another place with the Eye of the Wind. The energy gathered in the Eye of the Wind was once again sucked dry by the connate yin wind bead. When the energy dissipated, he found another wind stabilizing stone. Ling Xiao suspected that these wind eyes were created by the wind stabilizing stone. This was because other than allowing people to not be affected by the strong wind, the wind stabilizing stone could also absorb wind attribute energy and gather it. When the gathered energy reached a certain level, it wouldn't be surprising for it to form a wind eye in such a harsh environment. After the connate yin wind bead absorbed the energy of a few wind eyes, its energy was indeed released. With the help of this energy, Ling Xiao directly reached the peak of a low-level saint. If Ling Xiao wanted to borrow this energy, there should be a high chance of success, but Ling Xiao forcefully suppressed it. This was because he had advanced too quickly in the past few years, and his comprehension of the realm was still shallow. Although his strength would increase greatly if he broke through rashly, it wouldn't be beneficial to his future. Therefore, after accumulating more energy and comprehending the use of the power of space, the probability of success would be higher, and there wouldn't be any problems with his foundation. Well, I only care about looking for the wind stabilizing stone. There may be a thunder attribute saint treasure here. Even if I don't need it, it won't be difficult to find it. Ling Xiao thought for a while and decided to look for a thunder attribute saint treasure. In this space of thunder and wind, it was impossible to only have wind attribute things. There must be thunder attribute or wind and thunder attribute saint treasures. Ling Xiao held the medicine cauldron in one hand and began to drill towards the place where the thunder and lightning were the densest and most violent. Although Ling Xiao had the medicine cauldron to block most of the thunder and lightning power, when he approached these places, the sputtering thunder and lightning power still made him grit his teeth in pain. He didn't dare to rush over again, for fear that if he got a little closer, his body would be completely charred by the thunder and lightning. There should be some good things here, but the power here is too terrifying. Without the help of a foreign object, I will only die if I go over. Ling Xiao sighed. Ling Xiao was not arrogant enough to ignore all the thunder and lightning here. For a forbidden area like this, without the help of a foreign object, he didn't dare to break through. After hesitating for a while, Ling Xiao thought of something again and immediately revealed a faint smile. How could I forget to use the power of thunder and lightning here to cultivate my soul doppelganger? Although the soul doppelganger was condensed by soul power, it was most afraid of the power of thunder and lightning and the power of fire. However, Ling Xiao's soul power, which had been refined to such a degree, was not much worse than his real body. He already had a certain degree of resistance, and he could also use the power of thunder and lightning to train his soul power, making his soul power more solid and his combat power more powerful. Of course, if Ling Xiao's soul suddenly appeared in this sea of thunder and lightning, he would immediately be bombarded to ashes. However, with the medicinal cauldron blocking most of the power of thunder and lightning, and only using the power of thunder and lightning to train his soul power, he should be able to withstand it. After Ling Xiao raised the medicinal cauldron and retreated from the dense area, he controlled his soul doppelganger to come out. Sure enough, when the soul doppelganger was struck by the power of thunder and lightning in the vicinity, it immediately became much weaker. At the same time, Ling Xiao also felt waves of pain in his sea of consciousness, causing him to sweat profusely. The soul doppelganger and his sea of consciousness were connected, and he didn't let it move alone. When the lightning struck his soul, Ling Xiao naturally felt uncomfortable. Ling Xiao let it stay under the medicinal cauldron and began to resist the power of thunder and lightning with great difficulty. His soul doppelganger could fight against ordinary low-level saints, but facing the remnant power of thunder and lightning, it still couldn't withstand it for more than half a day. Ling Xiao controlled it back into his sea of consciousness and recovered. After forging it a few times, Ling Xiao was surprised to find that the soul doppelganger he condensed was becoming more and more lifelike. Its resistance was also rapidly increasing. Looks like as long as I can continue to train my soul power like this, I will be able to reach the great perfection of the 8th level of the origin returning art. Ling Xiao thought in ecstasy. As such, Ling Xiao immersed himself in the sea of thunder and lightning to train his soul power, hoping to make his soul doppelganger even stronger. Chapter 999. After several months of thunder and lightning baptism, Ling Xiao felt that his soul power was growing rapidly. He could already fall into the sea of thunder and lightning without suffering any damage. He seemed to have developed an immunity to the thunder and lightning. Ling Xiao didn't expect such an outcome. His own fleshly body was comparable to a high-grade saint artifact, but when faced with these lightning bolts, his skin and flesh were still split open. However, his soul was able to gradually adapt and strengthen like a fish in water. This was truly inconceivable. Could it be that the soul power needs to be tempered by the power of thunder and lightning to become stronger? Ling Xiao couldn't help but wonder. He now found that as his soul power became more and more real, the spiritual fluid in his sea of consciousness also became more and more pure. The impurities in it were also blasted away by the power of thunder and lightning. In this sea of thunder and wind, two Ling Xiao's body could be seen doing different actions. One hand was holding the medicine cauldron, while the other was waving the 9-sun heaven-burning fist in the sea of thunder and lightning. Every punch generated power, resisting the power of thunder and lightning in the surroundings. Looking at his other self, Ling Xiao suddenly exclaimed, "I understand now. My spiritual power has long surpassed an ordinary level 8 sacred medicine master. It is not surprising that it is comparable to a level 9 sacred medicine master. Therefore, the power of my soul is not inferior to my body at all. In fact, it is much more powerful. It is just that I didn't know how to train in the past and didn't clean up those impurities. Now that I've been tempered by this sea of thunder, I can truly unleash the power of my soul doppelganger." In the past, Ling Xiao had absorbed the power of too many remnant souls and contained a lot of impurities. Although he had the help of the spiritual fluid to clean them up once, he had also absorbed the power of other remnant souls. Naturally, the spiritual fluid had become somewhat mixed. This time, the purification of the sea of thunder could clean up all these impurities, making the spiritual fluid even more pure and vast. Now I can let my soul doppelganger try over there. If it really doesn't work, then forget it. After Ling Xiao muttered to himself, he flew towards the place where the sea of thunder was the densest. His physical body didn't get too close. Instead, he let his soul avatar slowly walk in. Ling Xiao's soul avatar seemed to be in a much better state after being bombarded by these lightning bolts. He didn't suffer too much damage, but the closer he got, the harder it became. His soul became illusory, as if it could dissipate at any time. Although Ling Xiao and his soul avatar were both independent existences, his soul avatar was still under the control of his true body. It was no different from him personally visiting the Thunder Sea forbidden area. He could clearly see all the lightning scenes in front of him. However, just when Ling Xiao thought he was going to get something good, countless dense purple lightning bolts shot out from inside. The power was many times stronger than the lightning bolts outside. Before Ling Xiao's soul force could escape, it was immediately destroyed by the explosion. He immediately lost all sense of Ling Xiao's true body. A look of fear appeared on his face. He lifted the medicine cauldron and began to run with all his might. His speed was no slower than when he encountered the black and white giant eagle. After running for a few days, Ling Xiao finally stopped to catch his breath. He kept patting his chest and said, "Damn, what kind of spiritual beast is that? It's too scary. It just stared at me, and it turned my avatar into ashes." Ling Xiao clearly remembered that before his soul avatar was destroyed, he saw a pair of terrifying lightning eyes, which terrified him. He was really afraid that the spiritual beast would chase after him. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to deal with it, even if there were 10 of him. Ling Xiao completely dispelled the idea of deliberately looking for a thunder attribute, holy treasure. He began to fly at full speed away from the Thunder Sea forbidden area. He wanted to reach the Empyrean stronghold as soon as possible. Along the way, although Ling Xiao didn't look for any more holy treasures, he still obtained some good items with the wind and thunder attributes. After half a year of trekking, Ling Xiao finally reached the final barrier. As long as he broke through this barrier, he would be able to reach the heaven realm. Ling Xiao summoned Yuro Fei, Feng Qingyuan, and Sha Tian to let them witness this moment. Once we break through this place, we'll reach the heaven realm. I think the barrier here must be the thickest. It's best if we work together to break through it. Ling Xiao suggested as he looked at the three of them. The three of them nodded at the same time, agreeing with Ling Xiao's suggestion. I can finally see Big Brother, Evil Emperor. Feng Qingyuan thought excitedly in his heart. Under the full strength of the four of them, a few of their most powerful attacks struck the spatial barrier at the same time. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A small hole appeared in the spatial barrier, and the four of them entered at the same time. Just as they passed through the spatial barrier, all the rumbling thunder and the whistling of the wind completely disappeared, and the world returned to its original clarity. The four of them floated in the air, looking at the barren mountain in front of them that was in a sorry state, and they were instantly dumbfounded. There were many traces of battle on the barren mountain. The mountain ridges were ravaged with thousands of holes, and the pits were hundreds or even thousands of meters deep. It was obvious how intense the battle was. However, these traces seemed to have been left behind a long time ago. The four of them closed their eyes, hoping to feel the traces of consciousness left behind by the battle. Unfortunately, other than a few illusions of the battle, they couldn't see anything else. Is this the Heaven Realm stronghold? Why can't I feel anything special? Ling Xiao muttered to himself gloomily. The Heaven Realm stronghold was at the edge of the Heaven Realm, and it was the only way to reach the center of the Heaven Realm. He originally thought that the heaven and earth spiritual qi here was 100 times denser than the Xianling continent, and there would be countless strange flowers and plants. However, what he saw now was too far from what he had imagined, and he felt uncomfortable in his heart. Don't be disappointed. This Heaven Realm stronghold is just a place where the great powers of the Heaven Realm send their disciples who don't have tenbin. It can be said that this is a barren land at the border, and the heaven and earth spiritual qi is only slightly stronger than the central region. Feng Qingyuan explained with a smile. From the looks of it, she seemed to know a lot of things. Master's wife, how do you know about this? Ling Xiao asked Feng Qingyuan in surprise. Feng Qingyuan revealed a beautiful smile and said, Of course it was told to me when your master came back. Ling Xiao was a little dissatisfied as he muttered, Master is too unkind. Back then, when I asked him about the situation in the Heaven Realm, he didn't tell me anything. He only said that I would know when I reached the Saint Realm. Now, I don't know where to go. Your master didn't expect you to reach the Saint Realm so quickly. Besides, this place isn't as serious as you think. As long as we keep a low profile, no one will care about us, because our strength is insignificant in the Heaven Realm. However, if we want to reach the true Heaven Realm, we must have enough travel expenses. Feng Qingyuan said again. At the side, Yuro Fei asked in puzzlement, What other travel expenses do we need? This is the Heaven Realm's place of exile, and if we want to reach the Heaven Realm, we must use the Heaven Passage Formation. This Heaven Passage Formation is controlled by the great powers here, and each person needs 10 million high-grade Xian crystals to enter and exit. These Xian crystals are not easy to obtain for ordinary people, but won't be difficult for us. The most important thing for us to pay attention to is that there is only one chance to head to the Heaven Realm every year, and the quota is extremely limited. If we can't get a spot, we will have to wait until next year to have another chance. In addition, we must not offend the powers here. Even though they are exiled, they have half a holy emperor or even a holy emperor guarding them. Feng Qingyuan said, Holy Emperor? Haha, we will soon have a holy emperor on our side, so there's no need to be afraid of them, Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Fei said from the side, why is the quota limited? I don't know either. I only heard Xiao Er's master say that. Feng Qingyuan said, I think those people in the heaven realm might think that the people here are lowly and don't allow them to enter and leave as they please. Ling Xiao guessed. Don't think so much. Let's go. There's at least half a month's journey from here to the city. Once we reach the city, we will use the transmission array to go to the places under the jurisdiction of the great powers. Only there is a heaven passage formation there. Feng Qingyuan called out and flew in a direction. When the evil emperor returned to the central region, he had already told Feng Qingyuan about the situation here. It was so that Feng Qingyuan would know the direction when he came to the heaven realm. As the few of them flew, they realized that there were very few auras in this bare mountain range. There was not a single person to be seen, and there were even fewer spirit beasts. It was obvious that this was the poorest place in the heaven realm stronghold. After the group rushed for 10 days, they started to meet some people. Ling Xiao had thought that there would be saints everywhere, but he realized that these people also had the strength of an Empyrean. On the contrary, he had not met any saints with the strength of the mystic emperor. Ling Xiao asked in confusion, didn't they say that the heaven realm is a place where saints live? How can there be such a powerful existence? Feng Qingyuan explained again. Are you stupid? Who was born as a saint? Do you think that everyone here came from the mystic spirit continent? These people should be the original residents of the heaven realm stronghold. They have been here since they were born, and their strength has been cultivated bit by bit. Ling Xiao slapped his forehead and said, that's right, why didn't I think of that? I'm really stupid. When the group approached the city, they immediately retracted their auras and landed in front of the city. This city was the poorest city in the heaven realm stronghold, but it was not inferior to the 10 great cities in the central region. There were countless martial artists coming and going, and all of them were extremely capable. Empyrean and Mystic Emperor level martial artists were actually walking around like cabbages. It did not seem like they were very arrogant. Seeing this situation, Ling Xiao knew that although this was the place where the heaven realm was banished, it was already many times more prosperous than the central region. The few of them were not in a hurry to continue on their journey. They first found a place to stay in the city, and then they walked around the city, planning to understand more about the heaven realm stronghold and the situation in the heaven realm. However, before they had the time to understand the situation, they were targeted by others. Chapter 1000. Although this was the first time Ling Xiao had come to the Heavenly Region Fortress, he did not know that he was already on the list. This was because the owner of the Ghost Mother Demon Array that was set up under Wind Cloud City was in the Heavenly Region Fortress. Back then, when the Demon Array was broken by Ling Xiao, the owner of this place flew into a rage and posted Ling Xiao's appearance in the Heavenly Region Fortress. If anyone discovered that Ling Xiao was here, whoever caught him would be rewarded handsomely. Back then, the owner of the Ghost Mother Demon Array had issued this mission out of anger. One had to know that Ling Xiao was only a heavenly venerable at that time. If he wanted to come to the Heavenly Region Fortress from a place where spirit energy was scarce, it would undoubtedly be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Perhaps it would take thousands of years. However, the mission had already been issued, and it was not good to take it back. Thus, it was left there. In any case, no one could complete the mission, and there was no need to pay the reward. Of course, Ling Xiao did not know about this situation. He brought the three of them along the spacious official road, planning to look around and find someone to understand the situation here. However, before they had the chance to understand the situation, they immediately realized that they were being followed by someone. We're being watched. Fei transmitted a message to Ling Xiao to remind him. Ling Xiao had long sensed it and nodded. And let's see what they want first. They dare to come and find trouble with this little strength? Truly reckless. Feng Qingyuan was extremely disdainful. They all sensed that the person following them was not particularly strong. He was only at the mystic Tharch realm. This kind of strength would be considered a super expert in the middle region. However, in their eyes, it was not even worth mentioning. Those people were obviously unable to see through Ling Xiao and company's strength. They only saw that they were so young and did not have much to worry about. There were more than 10 people on the other side. They quickly surrounded Ling Xiao and company. The leader, the high-level mystic Arch, said, "I have something to say to you. Please follow us." His words were polite, but it was filled with killing intent and did not allow anyone to refuse. Sha Tian wanted to immediately deal with these people, but Ling Xiao stopped him with a hand gesture. "Yes, you do have something to say to us." Ling Xiao gently nodded. His eyes shone brightly as he forcefully sent his mental energy into the man's sea of knowledge. After the mystic Thearch's expression became slightly sluggish, he respectfully led Ling Xiao and the others in a certain direction. They arrived at a decent manner. The rest of the people were left outside by the mystic Thearch. Ling Xiao and company swaggered into the hall and sat down. "You can tell us now. Why did you look for us?" Ling Xiao asked the Xianxia. The man replied, "Honestly, it's because the Mercenary Alliance has issued a mission related to you. Capturing you will give you a pot of spring water of life and 50 million high-grade profound crystals." "Oh, just who would be so generous to actually want this consort's life?" Ling Xiao asked in surprise. He had only just arrived at the Empyrean stronghold, but he was already being targeted by an imaginary enemy. This was not good news at all. "It's a mission from the Ghastly Puppet Sect, one of the 4 great forces." Emperor Xian replied. "Ghastly Puppet Sect? Tell me everything you know in detail." Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Immediately after, Emperor Xian roughly explained the distribution of the Ghastly Puppet Sect and the other forces. The Ghastly Puppet Sect was only the weakest of the 4 great forces in the Empyrean stronghold. However, its sect was mysterious and evil, and it specialized in refining puppets and corpse demons to survive. The other 3 great forces were the Myriad Sword Sect, the Yang family, and the 100 Alliance race. There were also many other small and large forces scattered all over the place. Based on his understanding, the area of the Empyrean stronghold was actually 2 to 3 times larger than the Profound Spirit Sect, and the strength of the various great powers was also extremely strong. For example, the Holy Emperor, who was the first person to be abandoned in the Heaven Realm, was present in these 4 great powers. After tens of thousands of years of development, they were already at the top, and no one dared to challenge their position. The Myriad Sword Sect lived up to its name, and everyone in the sect used swords. It was the strongest of the 4 great powers, and the Yang family was a member of a branch of superpower in the Heaven Realm. They had a noble bloodline, and even though they were abandoned, they were still doing well here. As for the 100 Alliance race, it was a large force formed by dozens of families. When facing a foreign enemy, they would form an alliance, and normally, they would have nothing to do with each other. Then is there a force called the Lotus Sect among so many forces? It's the person with a lotus flower between his eyebrows. Ling Xiao asked the Emperor Xian after listening. This was related to Yun Mengqi's whereabouts, so Ling Xiao had no choice but to keep it in mind. When the Emperor Xian heard this, he revealed a look of respect and said, "The people from the Lotus Sect in our Empyrean stronghold are long gone. They have all returned to the Heaven Realm. If they didn't leave, they wouldn't be any weaker than the 4 great powers." "What? They returned to the Heaven Realm? What's going on?" Ling Xiao asked nervously. "I'm not too sure about the specifics. I just heard that a divine body was born in their generation." After that, their bishop found out and brought them all back to the Heaven Realm. The Emperor Xian said, "So that's how it is." Ling Xiao muttered, and then asked a lot of related questions. In the end, he only knew that there were countless big powers in the Heaven Realm, and the space there was hundreds of times more than here. There were even real gods. Hearing this, Ling Xiao and the others were all in a daze. However, the mystic Tharch added that he had only read about it in some ancient records and had never actually been to the Heaven region. The truth had yet to be verified. However, The valuable information that Ling Xiao received was that in about half a year, the annual opening of the heavenly array would only allow 100 people to enter. Every year, the competition for the slots for the heaven connecting formation was extremely intense. Saints and even saint kings from various forces would participate. Many young prodigies would head to the heaven region to improve themselves. There were also many people who were unwilling to stay in the heaven region strongholds and would fight for the slots. Therefore, every year at that time, the heavenly array would be filled with rivers of blood and corpses. Without a certain level of strength, anyone who went would only die. With so few spots, it seems like we have to be fully prepared. Ling Xiao pondered. If the Holy Emperor were to join the heavenly array, then everything would be different. With their combined strength, it would be difficult for them to be a match for any of the Holy Emperor. Then what do you think we should do? Yuro Fei asked Ling Xiao. She was already his woman, and now she would listen to this enemy's arrangements. Increase your strength. Only the Holy Emperor can firmly take the top 100 spots. Ling Xiao's dragon eyes revealed a bright light. With Ro Fei and Sha Tian's strength, they both have a chance to advance to the Holy Emperor. However, I'm afraid it won't be easy to break through in just half a year. Feng Qingyuan said from the side. Master's wife, don't worry. With me here, they will definitely succeed. I will refine a saint pellet for you, so that you can advance further. Ling Xiao said with certainty. Don't worry about me. With the wind stabilizing stone, I am confident that I can advance further in half a year. Back then, your master left me some things, which will be of great use now. Feng Qingyuan replied. Master is truly biased. Back then, he didn't leave anything for me. Ling Xiao said gloomily. Your master is also doing this for your own good. He is afraid that you will rely too much on external forces and shake your foundation. Feng Qingyuan said. How do we deal with the Yin puppet sect? Yuro Fei asked. Ignore it for now. I still don't know what's going on. No matter how many of them come, I will kill them all, as long as the Holy Emperor doesn't make a move, Ling Xiao said. In the following days, Ling Xiao and the rest did not leave the city for the time being. He instructed Sha Tian and the Emperor Xian to purchase all sorts of high-level spirit herbs and Tier 8 beast cores. Ling Xiao had to be completely prepared before he planned to rush to the heaven connecting formation. Yuro Fei and Feng Qingyuan, on the other hand, were focused on cultivation. The two girls had obtained saint treasures of the corresponding attributes when they passed through the 9 checkpoints, which would allow their strength to increase once again. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to call Xianxia out. He had to know what to do next in order to be safe. Right now, Xianxia had already successfully broken through to the low-level Emperor Xian cultivation. With the help of Ling Xiao's supreme grade Emperor Xian pellet, his strength had increased by another level. Fraud. Quickly make a few divination and see if this trip will be good or bad. Ling Xiao said to Xianxia. Palace Mistress, when did you believe in this? Didn't you say that my little skill was a lie? Xianxia smiled faintly. Enough with the nonsense. This is the first time I've come to the Empyrean Fortress, and I've already been targeted. There's a Saint Emperor there. I just want to know when I've gotten myself into such trouble. Could it be that there's someone here who looks like me and I've fallen into the wrong trap? Palace Mistress, don't be anxious. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, we can't avoid it. Let me take a look. Xianxia comforted him and took out something that looked like a turtle shell. He took it out and shook it a few times before opening it. Xianxia muttered to himself as he looked at the direction of the divination. His brows gradually furrowed. Ling Xiao asked worriedly, How is it? The main danger is the Yin demon, located in the Big Dipper, and there's a heavenly demon acting violently. The star blood is opened. This is a sign of great misfortune, Xianxia said very seriously. Yin demon, heavenly demon? What's that? Ling Xiao asked confusedly. He didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. Ever since he started cultivating, he had faced countless life and death battles. This was the first time he felt uneasy. I might know who this Yin demon is. This heavenly demon is a malefic star that descended from the heavens. Wherever he appears, blood will flow like a river. His baleful aura is very heavy. I don't know who he is, but I'm sure he's with the Een demon. However, according to the divination, the heavenly demon is still under the Een demon. Maybe he hasn't fully grown yet, Xianxia said. Then tell me who this Een demon is first. Ling Xiao asked. He had made many enemies in the central region, but he really couldn't think of anyone he had offended in the heavenly region stronghold. If I'm not wrong, this Een demon should be the owner of the ghost mother demon child formation, Xianxia said with certainty. The demon child formation that was broken under Wind Cloud City. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of the terrifying demon that had appeared twice. Chapter 1001. After knowing the potential enemies, Ling Xiao didn't think about how to avoid them, as that wasn't his character. Ling Xiao asked Shatian and the mystic Tharch named Shi to buy a lot of high-grade spirit herbs and beast cores before leaving this place immediately. He had to bring Euro Fei and Shatian to the Holy Emperor realm in order to guarantee his strength. Euro Fei and Shatian were on the same level as each other, but she didn't have many light attribute holy items in her hands. It would be difficult for her to reach the Holy Emperor realm. Anyway, Shatian had the 10,000-year geocentric spring and Ling Zhao's 10,000-year tree fruit. With the combination of the two, he had a 70% chance of breaking through successfully. After making the decision, Ling Xiao and his group arrive at a desolate forest and let Shatian and his spirit beasts break through first. Ling Xiao had made the greatest preparations. He got Xianxia to set up the spirit-absorbing array and got Yu Fei and Feng Qingyuan to protect him, making sure that nothing would go wrong. After doing all these, Ling Xiao handed a lot of 10,000-year geocentric spring and 10,000-year tree fruit to Shatian. Shatian had been waiting for this day for a long time. His soul spirit might have been branded with a high-grade mental curse by Ling Xiao, but it didn't hinder his thoughts. After adjusting for 3 days and 3 nights, Shatian was in peak condition. He consumed the 10,000-year geocentric spring and 10,000-year tree fruit. He activated the mystic art in his body and tried his best to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. The heavenly domain fortress was the poorest place in the heaven region. However, the heaven and earth spirit energy here was still more than 10 times denser than the mystic spirit continent. There's also a thin source of energy here, which was enough for someone to suddenly reach the Holy Emperor realm. Half a month later, a strange phenomenon descended near Ling Xiao and the others. 2 halos of wood and water energy continuously hovered above them and didn't dissipate for a long time. The natural energy within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles was completely sucked dry. This attracted the attention of many experts nearby. Only the Holy Emperor is capable of draining all the spiritual qi in this area. Looks like someone else has broken through to the Holy Emperor realm. Which lucky guy managed to get his hands on origin energy? Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to do it with just the impurities in the world. It's better to hide a little further away. If he succeeds in his breakthrough, it won't be worth it to start with us first. Looks like this year's Battle of Tongtian is going to be another bloodbath. The peerless experts in the surroundings all sensed the changes in the world and let out sighs one after another. When all the visions were over, Shatian really did suddenly enter the realm of the Holy Emperor. That domineering aura shattered several mountains in the surroundings into dust. That terrifying sword qi swept out in all directions, slashing out terrifying sword marks one after another. Haha, I've finally entered the realm of the Holy Emperor. Thank you, Master. Shatian laughed excitedly. It's good to keep a low profile. Quickly retract your aura. Don't hurt us, Ling Xiao said, looking at him from afar. He could clearly feel that Shatian had the power to destroy heaven and earth. He could destroy a part of the world with just a wave of his hand. Compared to before, the difference was like heaven and earth. With such a holy emperor as his bodyguard, he felt more at ease. In this strange environment, the stronger one was the more secure one would be. After Sha Tian entered the realm of Saint, Ling Xiao set off again. This time, he rushed to the territory of the Yang family, one of the four great forces. The reason why he chose to go to the Yang family first was because the Yang family had a good reputation in the Heavenly Region stronghold. They rarely bullied others, and there was a transmission array in the city directly under the Yang family that led directly to the Heaven Connecting Formation. Other than that, Ling Xiao mainly wanted to take a look around the Yang family's territory to see if he could find a suitable holy object for Europhase breakthrough. After all, light attribute spiritual objects were not easy to find. If even such a great force could not find one, then he would not know where to go to find it. With Shi leading the way, after more than a month of travel, after passing through dozens of transmission arrays, they finally arrived at the Yang family city. This city was extremely grand and magnificent. From afar, it looked like a ferocious beast, and its aura was extraordinary. Ancient and sturdy buildings, 100-meter-wide official roads, powerful warriors coming and going, dazzling shops. When Ling Xiao and the others arrived, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The majesty and prosperity of this place were simply unimaginable. When compared to it, the so-called 10 great cities of the Central Territory could only be considered as small and remote cities that had fallen behind the Central Territory. On the official roads, many city guards were patrolling solemnly. They were all Empyrean-level city guards, and they displayed an inviolable aura. The leader was even a martial artist with the cultivation of the Mystic Arch. Only a big city like this would allow the Mystic Arch to be a city guard. If it was in the middle region, all the factions would treat them as grand elders. Ling Xiao and the others walked for half a day, but they had only walked through 1/10 of the city. They also had a preliminary understanding of Xianxia. The group chose a relatively luxurious restaurant and walked in. There were Empyrean martial artists in charge of the restaurants here, and they also provided all kinds of spirit beast meat for the guests to choose from. There were also delicious spirit fruits and jade ores. These things were all good goods that could be taken out to be auctioned in the middle region, but here they could only be used as food for others. It was no wonder that everyone here was so strong. At this time, Ling Xiao had already kept Sha Tian into the medicine cauldron. He didn't want to be too high profile. It would be too easy to attract attention. A holy emperor might be strong, but in this unfamiliar place, there were still many holy emperors around. It was better to be low-key. Ling Xiao, Euro Fei, Feng Qingyuan, and Xianxia had just sat down to eat when a group of people squeezed in from outside the restaurant. As these people entered, there was a small commotion in the restaurant. The leader was a beautiful woman who looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. She had a classic oval face, a pair of eyes that were filled with spring and apricot. Her nose was sharp, and her lips were alluring. Her well-developed figure was outlined vividly by the green silk. Her arms were exposed, and on one of her arms there were a few beautiful bracelets. Balls of powerful energy were emitted, and it was obvious that these bracelets were extraordinary. There was a middle-aged man and 6 young men following behind her. All of them looked extraordinarily handsome, dressed in luxurious clothes, and had an extraordinary bearing. 7th young lady is here. Your seat has been reserved for you. A heavenly venerable innkeeper greeted the beautiful woman respectfully. This woman was a direct descendant of the Yang clan and the granddaughter of the current clan leader, Yang Bixiang. She was only 18 years old, but she already had the strength of an earth sovereign. Her cultivation level was extremely high, and she was the focus of the Yang clan's new generation. The middle-aged man following behind her was an elder of the Yang clan, and he was already a half-saint. The other young masters were all young masters of other clans, and they were all at the earth sovereign level. They were all eyeing Yang Bixiang, hoping to capture the heart of this beauty, and then hitch a ride on the Yang clan's ship. Yang Bixiang was like a proud little princess. She raised her beautiful eyes and said in a sweet voice, "Let's follow the old rules. Remember to bring a few jars of 1,000 years green leaf wine." "All right, 7th young lady, please take a seat first. We'll be right there." The innkeeper responded and retreated. Yang Bixiang walked towards her position, and the people behind her followed suit. Yang Bixiang glared at the young men and said with disgust, "What are you all doing? You're so annoying." It wasn't easy for her to leave the clan, and she was being pestered by a few flies. How could she not be annoyed? A young man in blue smiled and said, "Xianxia, if you don't like it, then I'll sit to the side and not be an eyesore to you." A strong young man looked at Yang Bixiang and said, "Xianxia, you should know my feelings for you. Tell me, what kind of man do you like? I'll do my best to achieve it." "Xiaohan, do you think you're worthy of Xianxia? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself?" An arrogant young man sneered disdainfully. The young man called Xiaohan shouted back, "Su Zheng, if you have the guts, then say it. Don't think that I'm afraid of you." Su Zheng did not look down on him and said, "Come, let's compete today. Whoever loses will leave, and you're not allowed to pester Xianxia anymore. What do you think?" "All right, I agree. Otherwise, even Xianxia will hate us." Another young man replied. The young men spoke one after another, but none of them made a move. At this moment, Yang Biqing looked in a direction out of boredom, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a few rays of light. She stood up and walked toward the direction. Surprisingly, it was the direction where Ling, Xiao, and the others were. At this moment, the Yang clan's half-saint stopped in front of Yang Biqing and said, "Seventh miss, don't go over. I can't see their strength clearly." "Uncle Wang, what are you afraid of? It's not like I'm going over to cause trouble. I'm just trying to make friends with them," Yang Biqing said. Having said that, Yang Biqing avoided the half-step saint and went to the table where Ling, Xiao, and the others were sitting. She praised, "Two big sisters are really beautiful. I wonder if Biqing can have a drink with you?" Feng Qingyan was the first to reply. "Since this little sister is in such a good mood, then there's naturally no problem." Then thank you, big sister." Yang Biqing laughed and sat down on an empty seat. Ling Xiao was a little unhappy, because the moment this girl came over, the other youths also squeezed over. The atmosphere immediately changed, and his appetite also became tasteless. However, he could also tell that the middle-aged man beside the girl had the strength of a half-step saint. Looking at the attitude of the people here towards the girl, she must be someone of status, so it was not good for him to not give her face. "Little sister, what's your name? Aren't you afraid that we're bad people?" Feng Qingyuan asked Yang Biqing. "No matter how I look at it, big sister doesn't look like a bad person. Moreover, this is our Yang family's territory. No one dares to act recklessly." "All right, my name is Yang Biqing. What's your name?" Yang Biqing revealed an innocent expression as she spoke. From time to time, her gaze would glance at Ling Xiao, and her heart would beat a little faster. She thought to herself, "He's really handsome, much stronger than those boring fellows. No wonder these two big sisters are willing to follow him." At this time, the young man called Su Zheng looked at Ling Xiao and Xianxia and said, "Hey, the two of you, sit on the other side. Don't hinder me." Chapter 1002. In the Yang clan's territory, although they were the only ones, there would still be many powerful subsidiary forces. And the 6 youths that had been pestering Yang Bixiang belonged to the best of the Yang clan's subsidiary forces. Su Zheng was a direct descendant of the Su clan, and it was only with the permission of the clan that he dared to pursue Yang Bixiang. When he saw Yang Bixiang constantly glancing at Ling Xiao, a flame of jealousy rose in his heart. He could not feel any spiritual energy fluctuations from Ling Xiao, and only treated him as an ordinary martial artist. Even if he was an Empyrean or Emperor Xian, there was no difference in his eyes. Moreover, he had also seen Yu Rofei and Feng Qingyuan, these 2 exquisite beauties. They were even more alluring than Yang Bixiang, this pure and innocent girl. Therefore, if he wanted to chase away these 2 men in front of him, he might be able to get some peace. Not only Su Zheng, but the other young men were also staring blankly at Yu Rofei and Feng Qingyuan. They couldn't even move their feet, as if they wanted to pounce on these 2 beauties and ravage them ruthlessly. Ling Xiao raised his eyes to look at Su Zheng, then ignored him and continued to drink. Xianxia shook the white paper lightly and said, "There are still a lot of empty seats over there. If you want to sit, you could do as you please." Su Zheng did not expect the two people in front of him to be so untactful. He immediately revealed a sinister expression and said, "Don't be so untactful. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place alive." Yang Bixiang immediately said, unhappily, "Su Zheng, what do you mean? You actually dare to threaten my friend in front of me?" "Xianxia, I'm doing this for your own good. These two people are obviously not good people. Maybe they're spies who want to get close to you and join the Yang clan," Su Zheng said. Relying on the fact that this was the Yang clan's territory and their Su clan's prestige here was not weak, he was not afraid of directly slandering the people in front of him. In any case, if they didn't know what was good for them, then they could just wait to die. After Su Zheng started, another young man behind him echoed, "That's right, Xianxia, don't be fooled by their appearances. Who knows what they're planning to do to you?" Following that, a few other youths also chimed in. Only the young man named Xiao Han did not say anything. It was true that he liked Yang Bixiang, but he would not use such a despicable method to slander others. After all, Yang Bixiang had known him in the past. "Have you said enough? If you're done, then scram. Otherwise, I'll throw all of you out of here." Ling Xiao picked his ears and looked at these jealous youths with disdain. This time, the few youths were indignant. They were all descendants of the various great clans here, and they were usually very arrogant. Even a mystic Thearcha's martial experts would have to take a detour if they saw them. They did not expect this fellow in front of them to be so arrogant and say such things. "Looks like if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how to write the word death," Su Zheng shouted and raised his hand to wrap around Ling Xiao's face. "Pa!" A very loud and ear-piercing sound rang out. However, it wasn't Su Zheng who had hit Ling Xiao's face. Su Zheng's face had already been imprinted with a 5-finger mark, and a few of his front teeth had been knocked out. His entire body was sent flying several meters away, crashing into a number of tables and chairs. Everyone present was dumbfounded. They did not expect that the one who hit him would be sent flying by someone else instead of succeeding. "I don't care if you guys are fighting for my favor or jealous. In short, don't provoke me. Otherwise, even if the Heavenly King comes, I will still let you guys have a good time." Ling Xiao did not even look at Su Zheng as he raised his wine and took a sip. His appearance was rather cold and unrestrained. Yang Bixiang's eyes lit up as she thought to herself, "How manly. You really have guts. You actually dared to hit the Su family's young master here. It seems like you won't be able to leave this place alive." A young man gloated. "Pa!" Another crisp and ear-piercing sound of a palm strike rang out. The young man who spoke immediately followed in Su Zheng's footsteps. The other 4 youths all took a few steps back, not daring to approach Ling Xiao, afraid that he would hit them as well. Su Zheng had already crawled up. He covered his face and glared at Ling Xiao angrily as he shouted, "If you have the guts, don't leave. I will definitely make you regret coming to this world." With that, he immediately rushed out of the dining hall. The other young man who was beaten also glared at Ling Xiao with hatred and quickly followed him out. "Xiao, why are you so impulsive? You caused trouble this time." Feng Qingyuan rolled his eyes at Ling Xiao and said. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Isn't it all because of the little girl by your side? Let her settle it later." Yang Bixiang was immediately unwilling. She puffed out her chest and said, "Who are you calling a little girl? How am I small?" Ling Xiao glanced at Yang Bixiang's well-developed chest and immediately coughed lightly. It was a pure slip of the tongue. "All right, I should have said that you are a little sister." After pausing for a moment, he continued, "You saw it too. They're looking for trouble for you. If they bring people over later, you'll have to take care of them." Although Yang Bixiang was a beauty in Ling Xiao's eyes, she was just a little girl. He couldn't have the slightest desire to possess her, and spoke with the tone of an elder. "Who do you think you are? I only came here for the sake of the 2 beautiful sisters. I don't want to interfere in your matters, nor can I." "Who told you to be so ruthless?" but it's quite satisfying," Yang Bixiang said with some joy. She wanted to see what methods this man had to settle this matter. One had to know that the people from the Su and Zhou families were not pushovers. Sure enough, as soon as Yang Bixiang's words fell, there was another commotion outside the dining hall. Not many people came in, other than Su Zheng and another young man, Zhou Ming, who had left and returned. There were 4 middle-aged men. These 4 middle-aged men were impressively at the Mystic Tharch level, and one of them had reached the high-level Mystic Tharch level. Among these 4 people, 2 were elders of the Su family, and the other 2 were elders of the Zhou family. They were Su Zheng and Zhou Ming's guardian elders, and they had been outside the whole time. "It's this brat who injured me. Cripple him." Su Zheng pointed at Ling Xiao and shouted angrily. "Cripple him, Taiping. I want him to live a life worse than death." Zhou Ming revealed a sinister expression. As their voices fell, the 4 mystic thearchs behind them walked towards Ling Xiao. However, when they saw Yang Bixiang, they all revealed a look of fear. However, since their young master had already spoken, it should not involve the Yang family. "Brat, come with us. Less young men deal with you," one of the mystic thearchs said as he reached out to grab Ling Xiao's shoulder. This was a grappling claw technique. It was like an eagle's claw, and it carried a fierce and sharp aura. "Take off your filthy claws." Ling Xiao turned to the side and shouted at the mystic tharch. This voice was like a sudden clap of thunder, shattering the eardrums of the mystic tharch, and his body flew out like a cannonball. Bang! He directly smashed into the opposite wall, and he lost consciousness. Everyone present was stunned. Who would have thought that someone could send a mystic tharch flying with just a shout? What kind of strength was needed to do that? "Go and die." The other person with the mystic tharch shouted as a high-grade spirit artifact appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Ling Xiao's head. He had already used all his strength, and he wanted to finish off Ling Xiao with one move. Unfortunately, before his all-out attack could land on Ling Xiao's head, it was caught by Ling Xiao's 2 fingers. "Don't think that I don't dare to kill here." Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a murderous intent as he spoke faintly. He exerted strength in his fingers, and the huge saber was snapped into 2. Swish! The broken blade immediately cut off the mystic thearch's hair, and a lock of hair fell down, scaring the mystic tharch so much that his legs went soft. It was true that he was Su Zheng's protector elder, but he did not want to die for no reason. The other 2 mystic thearchs did not dare to make a move. They did not need to guess to know that the other party was probably a sage. Even if there were more than 10 of them, they would not be a match for him. When Su Zheng and Zhou Ming saw this scene, their bodies and minds went cold. This time they had kicked a steel plate. However, even if the young man before them was a sage, he might not dare to kill them. Otherwise, the members of their clans would not let him off. "Why aren't all of you leaving? What a disgrace." Yang Bixiang berated the young men. The young men knew that it was difficult to regain face in a short period of time, so they could only leave helplessly. However, Su Zheng and Zhou Ming's eyes were filled with indescribable resentment and unwillingness. On the other hand, the mystic thearchs hurriedly left the dining hall. "Let's go. I'm afraid that trouble will come knocking on our door one after another," Feng Qingyuan suggested. She was experienced and knowledgeable. The disciples of these powers always thought that they were the pride of the heavens and had never suffered any setbacks. Now that they had been humiliated by Ling Xiao, they would definitely not let the matter rest. Before Ling Xiao could speak, Yang Bixiang spoke from the side. "Big sister, don't be anxious. With me here, they won't dare to do anything to you." For some reason, when she saw these 2 beautiful sisters, she couldn't help but get close to them. At the same time, she became slightly infatuated with Ling Xiao. What she liked was this kind of handsome and domineering man. Moreover, from the looks of it, he was definitely an extremely powerful existence. He was much stronger than the little brats she had followed and grew up under her father's shadow. He was the ideal Prince Charming in her dreams. "Little sister, you should leave us obediently. If you don't leave, we'll be in even more trouble. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes at Yang Bixiang. Yang Bixiang was infuriated. Normally, many men would come to curry favor with her. Why did this person want to chase them away? She said angrily, "This is our Yang family's territory. With me here, no one dares to bully you. It was just an accident." Just as Ling Xiao wanted to say something, Feng Qingyuan spoke again. "Shar, don't be so fragrant. Aren't we going to buy some sacred objects? Isn't it better to have Xianxia as our guide?" "That's right. No one is more familiar with this place than me." Yang Bixiang clapped her hands excitedly. Chapter 1003. Yang Bixiang circled around Ling Xiao and the others like a lark, chirping nonstop. She kept introducing the various specialties of Yang family city, as well as the distribution of the various shops. As she spoke, she would occasionally sneak a peek at Ling Xiao, her heart beating nonstop, and her face flushed red from time to time. Feng Qingyuan was an experienced person. She had a lot of experience, so of course she could sense Yang Bixiang's strangeness. She thought to herself, Xiao is really popular with girls. To think that even a little sister like her is infatuated with him. She's not much worse than Big Brother Evil Emperor back then. This was something that couldn't be helped. Ling Zhao's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds ever since he started cultivating. Now that he had reached the peak of the low-level saint realm, he still maintained his handsome appearance of a young man in his early 20s. Furthermore, his appearance would always be maintained, coupled with his holy aura and the aura of an emperor that had always been in high position. Although he had restrained it, it still gave off a feeling of worship. Along the way, Ling Xiao did not feel that Yang Bixiang was annoying. She was not scheming and was rather innocent. He felt that she was a rather cute little sister. It was just that Ling Xiao was preoccupied with other matters, so he did not have the mood to chat. As they walked, Ling Xiao discovered that there were many tales, and among them were the auras of two saints. They did not reveal any hostility, but they did not leave Yang Bixiang's side. It was obvious that they were secretly maintaining Yang Bixiang's saint realm. The Yang family is indeed worthy of being a great power in the heavenly domain stronghold. They even sent out a saint as a guard. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. "We're here. This is the largest shop in our Yang family city. There are all sorts of high-grade spirit treasures and even saint treasures inside. As long as you have enough Xin crystal, it won't be a problem to trade." Yang Bixiang brought Ling Xiao and the rest to a shop called Spirit Medicine Pavilion and said, this shop occupied the largest area in the vicinity. There were a total of 6 entrances, and there were a lot of warriors squeezing in. It could be seen that the sales volume was huge. Ling Xiao and the rest followed Yang Bixiang in. There were all kinds of high-grade spirit herbs, high-grade beast cores, and some strange things on the display cabinets. "Seventh young mistress, you're here." A mystic, though arch-middle-aged man walked out and greeted Yang Bixiang respectfully. "Well, I brought a few friends over to have a look. You can go and do your own things." Yang Bixiang waved her hand in a very imposing manner, then turned around and said, "Let's go upstairs. These are just ordinary goods." The second floor was dedicated to selling elixirs, while the third floor was a combination of spirit herbs and elixirs. However, the grade of the elixirs and elixirs on the third floor were higher than those on the first 2 floors. Only spirit herbs and elixirs of the 7th rank or above could be displayed here. Ling Xiao and the rest were dumbfounded when they saw the spiritual herbs and elixirs here. Because these things were extremely difficult to find in the Central Territory, yet they were as obvious as ordinary goods here. For example, mid-level 7 7-star golden vine, high-level 7 red, purple, blue flower, top-grade 7th grade mystic emperor pill, 7th grade bone replenishing regeneration pill, as expected of the place closest to the heaven realm. These spirit flowers and herbs are so easy to see, and 7th grade medicinal pills are not rare either. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh. Yang Bixiang saw that it was rare for Ling Xiao to speak, so she immediately asked with a smile, "Aren't you guys from the stronghold? Could it be that you came down from the heavenly region?" Ling Xiao shook his head lightly, We came from an even more backward place. Liar, you're so powerful. How could you come from a backward place? Have you been cultivating in some other place where there are few people? Yang Bixiang said in disbelief. Ling Xiao smiled, but did not explain. On the other hand, Feng Qingyan said from the side, we are people from another continent, and we are preparing to head to the heaven realm. Another? A person from another continent? It can't be that barbarian land, right? Yang Bixiang revealed a surprised expression and exclaimed, what barbarian land? Feng Qingyuan asked in confusion. Yang Bixiang pointed in a direction and said, there are records in the ancient books that there are many barbarians who have been isolated outside of the heaven realm. They are said to be the first people to be abandoned for millions of years. They are rough, barbaric, and have low intelligence. Before she could finish speaking, she felt the unfriendly gazes of a few people, and the words that were about to come out of her mouth were held back. Ling Xiao said indifferently, maybe it's the truth. We also went through a lot of hardships to get here. You could be considered the first friend we came into contact with. If you think our status is low, then please do as you please. If it was anyone else who was called a barbarian or a mentally retarded person, they would feel uncomfortable. Yang Bixiang immediately felt wronged, and tears almost flowed down her cheeks. Feng Qingyuan hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Xianxia probably didn't mean that. She was just following the records in the ancient books. That's right, it's not like I said anything bad about you guys. Yang Bixiang said in a fit of pique. This was the first time she had suffered such a huge grievance in her life. Fraud. Let's take a look around and see if there are any spirit herbs that are suitable for you. Ling Xiao changed the topic and said to Xianxia, and I naturally can't let go of good things. Xianxia rubbed his hands and said, he was only at the middle stage of the Mystic Emperor realm. If he wanted to go further, he naturally had to work hard. The 7th level spirit herbs here were of great use to him, but he didn't know if he could find any light attribute spirit herbs. After walking around, Xianxia was overjoyed. He thought that light attribute spirit grasses were difficult to find, but there were many that he needed here. This was enough for him to speed up his cultivation. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and immediately took out Xian crystals to buy all the light attribute spirit herbs. The price was originally more expensive than other spirit herbs of the same level, but with Yang Bixiang around, the price was directly reduced by more than half. Little sister, brother's words were too heavy just now. Don't take it to heart. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still said to this little girl with a yawn. Yang Bixiang revealed a victorious smile and said, I'm not as petty as you. Are there any higher-level spirit items? Euro Fei asked. Seeing that Xianxia had found a lot of 7th-level spirit herbs, she was also extremely thirsty to find 8th or even 9th-level holy items so that her strength could improve further. Of course, all the holy items above are 8th level and above. Ordinary people can't go up without a VIP card. But with this young lady here, you don't have to worry. Yang Bixiang said straightforwardly. Then I'll have to trouble Xianxia. After we buy the holy items, I'll definitely get Xiao, to give you some good things. Feng Qingyuan laughed and teased. He who wants it. Yang Bixiang laughed shyly. As the 7th young lady of the Yang family, she usually didn't have anything she wanted, but in her heart, she still hoped that Ling Xiao could express something. When everyone went up to the 4th floor, they found that it was extremely quiet. There weren't many people here, and the decorations were also a lot less. The first thing Ling Xiao saw was a huge bonsai stone placed in the center of the pavilion. It was in the shape of a human, and its entire body was dark green. It emitted waves of aura that made people feel relaxed and comfortable when they approached it. This is at least a 50,000-year-old spirit calming jade. This is a treasure that can condense all kinds of spiritual energy and origin energy. It's actually placed here? Ling Xiao's eyes lit up as he exclaimed. Yang Bixiang explained with a smile. These are all extremely precious saint treasures. Naturally, there's a need for this kind of gentle saint treasure to gather all kinds of pure energy to maintain the vitality of all the saint treasures. However, in the entire Yang family city, only we have a piece of spirit common jade here. Ling Xiao and the rest began to look around at the things here, and their eyes began to burn with passion. This was because every single spirit herb here was above the 8th level, and they were all sacred objects that were hard to find even with 1,000 crystals. Let's see if there are any holy items that are suitable for you. However, the prices here are quite expensive, so I can only ask them to give you a 20% discount. Yang Bixiang stuck out her tongue and put on a cute face as she said this. That's right. Ling Xiao and the others nodded in agreement, their faces filled with gratitude. If it wasn't for Yang Bixiang leading the way, they wouldn't have arrived here so quickly, and they might not even have been able to enter. This is a middle stage 8 green wind fruit and a high stage 8 wind floating flower. When Feng Qingyuan saw the 2-stage 8 wind attribute spirit herbs, she couldn't help but exclaim softly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with joy. Mistress, don't be too excited. There's still a lot of good things over there. Take your time to take a look, Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Although there were a lot of hidden goods here, compared to the ones in Ling Xiao's medicinal cauldron, it was still far from enough. It was just that Ling Xiao was unable to use the spirit herbs inside as he pleased. This had always been a matter that made him depressed. At this time, Eurofei also discovered a lot of stage 8 light attribute spirit herbs. However, these spirit herbs were still not enough for her to break through to the Holy Emperor realm. She had to have stage 9 spirit herbs. Although these spirit herbs weren't of much use to Eurofei, they were still sacred objects that were hard to come by for the Xianxia Empress. Ling Xiao couldn't help but choose a lot of stage 8 spirit herbs. Other than the wind and light attributes, he also bought a lot of other attributes. When Yang Bixiang saw that Ling Xiao had chosen so many spirit herbs, she was immediately tongue-tied. She was worried that Ling Xiao didn't have enough Xian crystals to buy these spirit herbs. Xiao, do you have enough Xian crystals to buy so many? We still need to leave some for our daily expenses. Feng Qingyuan said worriedly. When she was in the central region, she was also the leader of the Feng family. Naturally, she had a lot of Xian crystals in her spatial ring. However, she felt that it wasn't enough to buy so many spirit herbs at once. That was because each spirit herb was at a sky-high price. To buy more than 100 of them at once, one could imagine how huge the amount needed was. I still have a lot of Xian crystals here, Eurofei said from the side. She was the deputy sect leader of the Holy Yin cult, and also a peak saint. Naturally, her collection over the years was quite abundant. Don't worry, don't forget that I have another identity. I can still afford this amount of Xian crystals. Ling Xiao touched his nose and said. Then he asked all the attendants to bring the spirit herbs to the cashier to settle the bill. The manager in charge of collecting the Xian crystals was also surprised when he saw Ling Xiao and the others buy so many spirit herbs at once. Uncle Wan, these are my friends. You have to give them a discount, Yang Bixiang said to the manager. Chapter 1004. This steward had the strength of a high-level Xian emperor. He had long noticed Ling Xiao and the others. They must have been brought here by their 7th miss, so he had to pay special attention to them. Now that he saw them sweep through so many spirit herbs, he couldn't help but pay attention to them. The steward smiled respectfully and said, 7th miss, I know what to do. This is the biggest business our medicine spirit pavilion has had recently, so we will naturally give you a discount. After some calculations, these spirit herbs cost a total of more than 500 million high-grade, profound crystals. Even the 4th-grade forces would find it difficult to take out this amount of money, and even the 3rd-grade forces would feel a lot of pressure if they wanted to take it out. But who was Ling Xiao? He had been accumulating money ever since he started his career, and he had even excavated a top-grade crystal mine. After he established the Smiling Palace, most of the elixirs sold in the auction were sold by him, and most of the income went into his pocket. It was impossible for him not to be rich. However, before he left, he also left behind a lot of profound crystals for his woman and the palace to use. After taking out 500 million high-grade, profound crystals, his profound crystals immediately shrank. However, with his identity, it was not difficult to earn profound crystals. After all, an alchemist was a wealthy profession. In addition, when he passed through the 9 spatial checkpoints, he had also obtained a large number of top-grade fire profound crystals. That value was not inferior to these spirit herbs at all. Since it's 7th Mrs. Friend, then this old man will take 480 million high-grade profound crystals. The steward stated the total amount he wanted to collect and directly reduced the price by 30 to 40 million. It was considered fair. Just as Ling Xiao was about to pay the profound crystals, young Bixiang spoke again. 450 million, such a big business. If we don't give them a discount, how would they dare to come next time? Oh, my lady, this is a family business. If you can earn a little more, why not? You're actually helping outsiders cut the price. The steward felt his heart ache. He didn't care about going against young Bixiang's wishes. After hesitating for a moment, he agreed. After Ling Xiao paid the profound crystals, young Bixiang's beautiful eyes shone with a bright light. She never thought that Ling Xiao would be so rich to be able to casually spend more than 400 million profound crystals. Even a young miss like her felt that it was inconceivable. She felt that Ling Xiao was becoming more and more charming. Not only was he handsome, but he was also powerful and had a huge fortune. Wasn't this the ideal man in any girl's heart? Ling Xiao kept most of the spirit herbs and then gave the wind and light attribute spirit herbs to Feng Qingyuan and Xianxia. Ling Xiao looked at the disappointed Euro Fei and comforted her. Don't worry, I think the dignified Yang family will not only have such a small collection, they will not take out the real good things to look at others. Then, he turned to Yang Bixiang and asked, Little girl, you should have better things here, right? Take us to see. Yang Bixiang revealed a troubled expression and said, There are still some sacred objects, but I don't have the authority to bring you guys up to see. Just as Ling Xiao was about to say something, a loud and clear voice called out, Xianxia is here, yet you didn't greet Third Master. Do you not remember Third Master, this old man? An old man in his 50s walked down from upstairs. In reality, this old man was already thousands of years old. It was just that he was extremely energetic and did not look particularly old. His strength had already reached the peak of the middle stage Saint Realm. Third Grandpa! When Yang Bixiang saw the person, she cried out in alarm and ran towards the old man like a swallow. Yang Ku smiled as he caressed Yang Bixiang's hair. You little girl, how come you have the time to bring your friends here today? As he spoke, he looked towards Ling Xiao and the others, his eyes flashing with a bright light. I just met a few friends. They said they wanted to buy spirit herbs, so I brought them here to patronize our family's business. Yang Bixiang explained. You little girl, you know how to do business, but your friends are not simple. Even I can't see through them. Yang Ku smiled faintly. Don't worry, Third Grandpa, they won't harm me. Just now, they bought a few 100 million worth of spirit herbs here. Yang Bixiang said with a bit of flaunt. Making a business worth hundreds of millions in one go was a big deal that was rare, even in auctions. Then, Yang Bixiang acted as the middleman and introduced Ling Xiao and the others to Yang Ku. All right, Third Grandpa, they want to go up and have a look. I wonder if that's okay? Yang Bixiang said to Yang Ku cautiously. It seemed that she was afraid that her Third Grandpa would be angry. Yang Ku frowned slightly and said, You should know that only holy elders with status can enter. Don't talk to me about this next time. All of the things on the top were the best of the holy objects, and there were not many collections. Moreover, this matter was of great importance, so Mo Sheng and the others were absolutely not allowed to enter. Even the direct descendants of a younger generation of the Yang family could not go up easily. Yang Bixiang felt a little wronged and said, I know, Third Grandpa. Yang didn't want to blame Yang Bixiang too much. He immediately smiled and said, You must have bought what you needed. Xianxia, this child will not accompany you. She will stay here and talk to this old man. In addition, I will ask someone to make a VIP card for you. You could buy in our Yang family's industry at a discount. After saying that, he ignored Ling Xiao and the others and pulled Yang Bixiang upstairs. At this time, Ling Xiao suddenly said, "Elder Yang, please wait, I have something to show you." With that, a bottle of pure white liquid appeared in his hand. He opened the bottle cap, and a wave of pure and vast energy instantly permeated the pavilion. At this time, there were a few hidden auras in the pavilion fluctuating a few times. Ling Xiao closed the bottle cap again and looked at Yang Ke casually. Yang Ke's beard instantly rose high, and his old eyes exuded a strong sense of greed. Good thing, this is definitely a good thing. Little friend Ling Xiao, can you tell me what kind of holy liquid this is? Ling Xiao said with a smile, 10,000 years geocentric spring. This time, Yang Ke's expression became even more praiseworthy. He instantly appeared in front of Ling Xiao and said, can you buy it for me? Ling Xiao didn't expect Yang Ke to have such a big reaction. He instantly took 2 steps back and looked at Yang Ke vigilantly. Yang Ke awkwardly rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "That little friend Ling Xiao, this old man was just excited for a moment." Ling Xiao nodded slightly and said, "It doesn't matter. If Elder Yang needs this 10,000 years geocentric spring, I have no reason to refuse, but I have a friend who is also in urgent need of a light attribute holy object to break through. If your pavilion has a holy object of the same level to trade, it is not impossible. A holy object of the light attribute. Isn't it enough that there are so many 8th grade spiritual herbs here? Could it be that you want an 8th grade holy pill?" Yang Ke asked. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "We need a holy object of the light attribute. The rest are all useless. Could it be? I have to go up and take a look. Xianxia, you stay here with your friends and take some spiritual fruits to fill their stomachs. I will come down in a while." Yang Ke suspected that someone among Ling Xiao and the others was going to suddenly become the Holy Emperor. Otherwise, why would they need to use a holy object of the origin? However, he didn't say it out loud. He just gave some instructions and hurried back upstairs. Yang Bixiang was stunned for a moment before she laughed and said, "Haha, this is the first time I've seen Third Grandpa. So excited. Let's go. I'll take you guys over there to sit and eat some spirit fruits and rest." Third Grandpa might not be able to come down for a while. Sure enough, it took Yang Ke half an hour to come down. There was another old man coming down with him. This old man had reached the strength of a high-level saint, causing Ling Xiao and the others to have no choice but to face the Yang family's strength seriously. When Yang Bixiang saw the other old man, she immediately stepped forward and obediently called out, "Greetings, Grandpa Song." Song Pei was the holy elder in charge of the spirit medicine pavilion. He was the holy elder of the Yang family and had a high status in the Yang family. Song Pei laughed and said, "Xianxia, I heard that you brought a few interesting friends to your third grandpa. They must be these few." Following that, Yang Bixiang once again introduced the place to them. Yang Ke said impatiently, "Old Song, hurry up and take out your 1,000-year lunar treasure, Holy Light, to exchange for that 10,000-year geocentric spring water. I'll think of a way to make it up to you later. This is a good thing that I've treasured for 1,000 years. If it's just a small bottle of 10,000-year geocentric spring water, I'm afraid it won't be enough." Song Pei's words were obviously meant for Ling Xiao and the others to hear. However, there was a transparent vessel in his hand. The vessel seemed to be filled with a gentle power like moonlight. It looked extremely pure and vast. Lunar treasure, holy light. Eurofei's delicate face revealed a look of joy as she said, "The lunar treasure holy light was a type of pure light attribute origin energy. It was said that it was condensed from a few strands of origin energy separated from moon. This kind of holy object could only be found in special places and was simply difficult to find in the world. Apart from helping a saint break through, it could also greatly reduce the chances of a saint or holy emperor breaking through a bottleneck. Its value was indeed above that of the 10,000-year geocentric spring water. If Eurofei could obtain this origin energy, she would definitely be able to break through to the holy emperor realm without a problem." Yang Ke looked at Ling Xiao and said, "That's right. Little friend, You should know that this light attribute origin energy is not easy to find. Do you have any other good things? It would be best if it's a water attribute holy object. If you have any more, we'll exchange. At this moment, Eurofei couldn't help but tighten her grip on Ling Zhao's hand. It was obvious that she was extremely eager for the lunar treasure holy light. Ling Xiao patted the back of her hand to calm her down. He immediately said to Song Pei, "Elder Song, may I know what element you cultivate?" Song Pei didn't even think before saying, "This old man cultivates the metal element." "Little friend, why do you have other holy objects?" Ling Xiao revealed a faint smile as a ball of golden light appeared in his hand. "I wonder if Elder Song knows what this is?" Metal Genesis Chi." Song Pei couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Elder Song is indeed knowledgeable. If I exchange this metal Genesis Chi for the 10,000-year geocentric spring water, would it be enough? If not, then I have no other choice, Ling Xiao said. Chapter 1005. It's enough, it's enough. But is that all you have? Song Pei nodded repeatedly. Ling Xiao replied, "Of course, this is a bit of origin energy that I risk my life to obtain. You also know that it's not easy to find. Old Song, you've earned a lot. Quickly take out the lunar treasure, sacred light." Yang Ku urged. "That's true. Any kind of origin energy is not easy to find in the fortress." Song Pei sighed and took out the lunar treasure sacred light and handed it to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao handed over the golden origin energy and the 10,000-year geocentric spring water. Ling Xiao naturally only took out a small portion of the golden origin energy and the 10,000-year geocentric spring water. He still kept the rest. These two things were extremely precious and could not be taken out. After successfully exchanging for the lunar treasure sacred light, Ling Xiao handed it over to Eurofei. At this time, Yang Ku also kept the 10,000-year geocentric spring water and asked Ling Xiao and the others, "May I know where you are from? And where are you planning to go?" This time, Ling Xiao learned his lesson and did not say that he came from a continent in another dimension. Instead, he said that he came from a relatively remote place and that he was planning to participate in this year's path to heaven. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, Yang Ku's wariness towards them was greatly reduced. He was really afraid that these people were hidden enemies who wanted to get close to Yang Bixiang and fish for some benefits. "All right, we have everything we want. It's time for us to leave. We won't disturb the two of you anymore." Ling Xiao saw that it was about time and immediately suggested to leave. The most important task now was to let Fei suddenly enter the Holy Emperor realm. That way, they would be able to go to the formation of heaven without any mishaps. When Yang Bixiang heard that Ling Xiao and the others were about to leave, her expression became a little anxious. "Sisters, accompany me to play for a few more days. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Yang Bixiang pulled Feng Qingyuan's hand and said coquettishly, "Xianxia, it's not that big sisters don't want to accompany you, but we still have a lot of things to do. We'll come and play with you again in a few days. Okay?" Feng Qingyuan said to Yang Bixiang as if she was coaxing a child. Indeed, in the eyes of Feng Qingyuan and the rest, Yang Bixiang was really a child. "This is for you. Consider it a reward for helping us." Ling Xiao took out a drop of the 10,000-year tree sap and handed it to Yang Bixiang. "What is this?" Yang Bixiang asked with some joy. 10,000-year tree sap," Ling Xiao replied. At this moment, the gazes of Yang Ku and Song Pei on the side became a little anxious again. They knew that this was also a kind of holy object. Xianxia quickly accepted. "This is a good thing," Yang Ku immediately said to Yang Bixiang. Origin holy objects were extremely rare. Even a great force like the Yang family might not be able to easily take them out and give them away. At this time, Yang Ku and Song Pei were curious about Ling Zhao's identity. Where did this monster come from to have such a rich collection? Yang Bixiang responded softly and put away. However, her expression still could not hide the disappointment of Ling Xiao and the others leaving. "All right, Little friend Ling Xiao, you said that you want to go to the heaven region? Xianxia asked. Ling Xiao nodded and said, I've been looking forward to it for a long time. I hope I can succeed this time. If that's the case, why don't you stay behind? Every year, there are people from our Yang family who attack the path to heaven. When the time comes, you can go with them. Maybe you can take care of them. That would be better. Xianxia hesitated for a moment and suggested. He knew that Ling Xiao and the others were extraordinary. If they could be roped into the Yang family's camp, it would also be beneficial. However, he was also a little concerned about the unknown identity of Ling Xiao and the others. Yes, our Yang family sends people to the path to heaven every year. It's best if you stay behind. Yang Bixiang agreed. How could Ling Xiao not see Yang Ke's hesitant expression? He immediately said, We rushed here to be able to go to the path to heaven as soon as possible. Our strength is still not enough, so we want to take advantage of this time to increase our strength first. When the path to heaven opens, it won't be too late to hitch a ride with you. Since you already have a plan, then we won't force you. If you have any good things in the future, remember to let us know, Yang Ke replied. Ling Xiao responded and then left the medicine pavilion with Yuro Fei, Feng Qingyuan, and Xianyao. In the end, Yang Bixiang still could not persuade Ling Xiao and the others to stay. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Yang Ke patted her shoulder lightly and said, Silly child, don't be fooled by their young age. They are actually at the sage realm. They are at least 1,000 years old monsters. They can even be your grandparents. You should find a few children of the same age to play with. Yang Bixiang was a little stubborn. What does it matter? They only look like they are in their 20s or 30s. All right, let's not talk about age. Let's talk about strength. There are people who dared to challenge the heavenly passage formation. If they succeed, they'll go to the heaven domain. You're just like them. They definitely won't remember you in the future, said Yang Ke as he pulled her back into the spirit medicine pavilion. Yang Bixiang pursed her lips and finally revealed a resolute expression. I also want to go to the heaven domain in the future. After Ling Xiao and the others obtained what they needed, they immediately left the Yang family city. If Yuro Fei wanted to break through to the Holy Emperor realm, it would cause a huge commotion. They had to find a place with few people to prevent others from disturbing them. However, just as they left the city, they immediately felt that someone had locked onto them from behind. They're really brazenly following us. Ling Xiao sighed softly. Yuro Fei said, Could it be someone from the Yang family? Feng Qingyuan said, It shouldn't be. It might be someone from the other two families. No matter who it is, let's just make sure they don't return. Let's lure them out first. Ling Xiao sneered, kept Xianyao into the medicinal cauldron, and sped towards the mountain range in the distance. Yuro Fei and Feng Qingyuan hurriedly followed behind. One of the people following behind whispered, They might have discovered us. The other person replied, So what if they found out? Can they escape from our palms? Chase after them. These people's speed was extremely fast. They tore through space and teleported away. It was obvious that they were peerless experts of the Saint Realm. Not long after, Ling Xiao and the other two were surrounded by 4 people in the sky above a mountain range outside the Yang family city. Run! Why aren't you running anymore? You outsiders actually dare to bully our Su family? You're really tired of living. A middle stage saint looked at Ling Xiao and the others with a sinister expression and laughed. Another saint sneered. That's right, you even dared to hit the children of our Zhou family. Do you really think that we old farts won't dare to kill you? You talk too much nonsense. Yuro, do it. Don't make too much of a commotion. Ling Xiao said in disdain. A mirror had already appeared in Yuro Fei's hand. The mirror flickered repeatedly, and rays of dazzling light shot out. The strongest peak middle stage saint was instantly frozen in place. The other 3 saints were shocked, and they all took out their saint weapons to attack Yuro Fei. Unfortunately, with Yuro Fei's strength, before they could attack, the mirror flashed again, and the 3 saints were frozen in place again. The 4 of them revealed expressions of extreme shock. They had not expected this peerless beauty to have such extraordinary methods. The mirror in her hand was definitely a divine weapon. 4 great saints have come out to kill us. How generous. Don't worry, you won't be able to go back once you come out. Ling Xiao said faintly with a sinister expression. No, there's nothing to say. We are subordinate saint elders of the Yang family. You can't kill us. One of the saints said anxiously. You should save those words for your next life. Ling Xiao said coldly, and a long sword appeared in his hand. The long sword slashed through the sky, and blood splattered on the spot. The 4 saints knew that they could not protect their bodies. The moment Ling Xiao made his move, their souls instantly left their bodies in an attempt to give them a chance to be reborn. How could Ling Xiao give them this chance? His soul doppelganger instantly left his body and captured their souls one by one. He absorbed and digested them as mental energy. The soul force of the 4 great saints was also quite huge, but to the current Ling Xiao, his sea of consciousness had expanded by who knew how many times. This bit of soul force was not enough to satisfy him. He was no longer afraid of the impurities in the mental fluid. As long as he tempered it with heavenly lightning in the future, he could purify it. Leave this place at full speed. After Ling Xiao absorbed the souls, he immediately shouted at Euro Fei and Feng Qingyuan. He summoned the lion-tiger beast and began to escape at full speed. The death of 4 saints at once would definitely be noticed by someone in the Yang family city. If they did not escape, it would not be easy to deal with them if they sent more people out. As expected, after Ling Xiao and the others fled at full speed for about 15 minutes, 3 high-level saints immediately appeared in the sky above the mountain range. Among the 3 of them, one of them was actually Song Pei from the medicine pavilion. Their auras have disappeared. Are they all dead? The blue-robed elder beside Song Pei frowned and said faintly. Another black-robed elder said, "The smell of blood has not dissipated. They are all dead. I really don't know what's wrong with you. You actually went to deal with them for the sake of the younger generation. You really don't know your limits." Song Pei glared at the 2 of them and said, "Brother Song, they are just a few outsiders. Is there a need to stand up for them?" The blue-robed elder said with some displeasure. Song Pei said, "How can someone who can casually take out a few origin holy artifacts be an ordinary person? Moreover, looking at how they were able to maintain their youthful appearance and reach the saint realm, and even dare to attack the heavenly array, how could they be good people? The fact that we didn't take the lives of the juniors of your 2 families during the meal already proves that they don't want to cause trouble. But you guys, if you let them become hostile towards our Yang family, I'm afraid that there will be a few more terrifying enemies on the heavenly array. This is not worth it." The black-robed elder hesitated for a moment and said, "We were a little muddle-headed. However, they killed our people. Are we just going to let it go like that? If you don't find trouble with them, will they kill your people? You better know your place," Song Pei said in a bad mood. Without looking back, he left and returned to the city. Chapter 1006. In a desolate forest, Ling Xiao and his group stopped. "They're not chasing us anymore," Feng Qingyuan said as he looked in a direction. "It's better if they catch up. Just leave them here," Ling Xiao said confidently. As long as the other party didn't have the Holy Emperor, no matter how many people came, Ling Xiao and the rest weren't afraid. "Looks like we can't return to Yang family city anymore," Feng Qingyuan said again. Regardless of whether the Yang family had participated in the operation to kill them or not, the 4 saints should be from the Yang family subsidiary families. If they were to enter the Yang family city again, they would undoubtedly be giving themselves up to be captured and killed. "Let's talk about it later. Let's wait for Ro Fei to make a move first," Ling Xiao said. Facing these forces that could easily kill people, the fighting spirit in Ling Xiao's heart gradually rose. "Speaking of which, you ate Ro Fei the moment you left the Xianling continent. You're really something," Feng Qingyuan said to Ling Xiao out of boredom. Ling Xiao laughed dryly and said this. "How can you say that I ate her? Mistress, you should say that Shower was eaten by her. Don't you realize that Shower is in high demand?" Feng Qingyuan glared at Ling Xiao and said, "Can your skin be any thicker?" After pausing for a moment, she continued, "But you're right. That girl, Xianxia, has already been bewitched by you. If you were to become the Yang family's son-in-law, this show would probably work." Ling Xiao chuckled. "In terms of age, she is younger than Tianer. She could be my granddaughter. Xiao is not an old cow who eats young grass." Feng Qingyuan's beautiful eyes were filled with boundless yearning as she sighed. "I wonder where your master is now. He must be like you, flirting everywhere." Ling Xiao replied, "Mistress, do you not have confidence in yourself?" Feng Qingyuan said, "Can I have confidence? I'm afraid that everyone in the heaven region is stronger than a saint, so there's definitely no lack of beauties. He doesn't lack beauties by his side, but the gap between me and your master is too great. I'm afraid that even if I find your master, I won't have any status." Ling Xiao had some doubts in his heart. Master's appearance is already showing signs of age. His charm index shouldn't be that strong anymore, right? Ling Xiao had interacted with the evil emperor for a year, and the evil emperor looked to be in his 50s, no longer looking young. He really did not believe that his master still had the ability to attract butterflies. "Don't worry, mistress. With your current situation, you'll be able to advance another level very soon. Moreover, with the wind steadying stone, advancing is only a matter of time. Moreover, with Xiao around, how can mistress stay at the same spot?" Ling Xiao comforted Feng Qingyuan. Feng Qingyuan raised his spirits and said, "And I don't know if I can find him when I reach the heaven realm. I'll raise my strength first." In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, all of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had been swept away, and it even contained traces of the origin energy of the heaven and earth. Strange phenomena began to appear. Waves of gentle light suddenly appeared like a dazzling rainbow. These lights were filled with gentle and vast energy, making people feel as if they were bathing in a hot spring. It was an extremely wonderful feeling. The flowers and trees in the vicinity began to show some abnormalities. They were actually growing slowly. The delicate flowers were stunning, and the grass and trees were green. Eurofei had also successfully broken through to the Holy Emperor realm. Her entire aura had risen by another level, and her entire body was surrounded by layers of holy radiance. She was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world, making people feel that the holy god could not be offended. Now, that Ling Xiao had two holy emperors by his side. He had enough power to protect himself in the heavenly domain stronghold. There were still 4 months before the trip to the heavenly domain stronghold, which was enough for Eurofei to stabilize her realm, and Feng Qingyuan had to level up before that. With the wind stabilizing stone, she could speed up the absorption of the pure wind attribute energy. She had also bought a lot of high-level wind attribute spirit herbs from the medicine pavilion. As long as she had time to absorb and digest the energy, everything would not be a problem. As for Ling Xiao, he also increased his accumulation of energy. He had the qualifications to break through to the next stage, but he wanted to compress it a little more. It was fine if he didn't break through, but once he did, he wanted to achieve the most satisfactory result. Feng Qingyuan used all sorts of high-level holy objects and the help of the wind stabilizing stone. After nearly 3 months, she finally broke through to the realm of a high-level saint. In addition to her being a wind speed warrior, her speed had also increased explosively, and there were very few people of the same level who could catch up to her. For the past few days, Ling Xiao had only absorbed the energy step by step, and occasionally cultivated a profound skill to make his moves more perfect and natural. At the same time, he had completely digested the soul power of the 4 saints that he had absorbed. His mental power had increased by quite a bit, but at this stage, mental power attacks would not be very effective against saints. This was because saints knew how to use the power of space and could completely sense the existence of mental power attacks, and it would be easy to defend against them. This kind of shadowless and formless attack was no longer very useful, but it could still be used to control people. Ling Xiao only hoped that one day he would be able to encounter the other third of the god-controlling art. At that time, he would be able to cultivate the god-controlling art to the mastery stage, and even the gods would be able to control them. However, wanting to find the other third was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was too unrealistic, unless he had that kind of opportunity. Fortunately, with a large amount of soul power, he could have an extra clone to fight, which could be considered another kind of compensation. After everything was settled, Ling Xiao and the others prepared to set off again. The Tong Tian array was not in the territory of the four major forces, but in the center of the four major forces in a free territory, which was called the Tong Tian battlefield. Only the first 100 people who could reach the top within the time limit could go to the heaven domain. Ling Xiao and the others thought about it again and again, but still decided not to enter the Yang family city to go to the Tong Tian array. Who knew if there was someone waiting for them to fall into the trap? However, other than the Yang family city, if they wanted to find a second city to go to the Tong Tian array, they would undoubtedly need to take a long detour. Half a month later, after Ling Xiao and the others grinded through a few places, they finally arrived at a city that could directly lead to the Tong Tian array, which made them overjoyed. As long as they reached the Tong Tian array and waited for it to open, it would be the time to go to the heaven domain. However, accidents always happened at the most crucial time. Ling Xiao was actually on the bounty list. The so-called bounty list could also be said to be a wanted list. Whoever could take Ling Xiao's head would be rewarded with a bottle of spring liquid of life and 50 million high-grade mystic crystals. This mission had long been ignored, but there were rumors that Ling Xiao had been seen in the Yang family city, and the person who tried to kill Ling Xiao had already died a violent death. When the ghastly Drake sect heard this news, they immediately announced Ling Xiao's portrait in all the cities. They had to capture and kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao originally did not know about this, but before he entered the city, he was immediately chased by unknown people. Fortunately, these people were only at the mystic Thearcha's strength and did not pose much of a threat to him. They were all killed one by one. After Ling Xiao controlled one of them, he then found out about the cause and effect. He did not expect that he had just arrived at the Heaven Domain stronghold, but the news had already spread so far. It seemed like the people from the ghastly Drake sect were also looking for his whereabouts. He was suspecting that the news was spread by the subsidiary forces of the Yang family city, but it did not matter who spread it. The most important thing was how to solve this problem. Damn it, I just arrived at the Heavenly Region stronghold, and I'm already being chased all over the streets. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Ling Xiao said angrily. When he was in the central region, he had consecutively challenged 4 great forces, causing the status of the proud, smiling palace to soar. Furthermore, he himself was most afraid of shock. Others could not wait to hide, so who would dare to chase after him? Now, he had just changed places and was being chased by others. It truly made him feel aggrieved. No matter what, you can't enter those cities for the time being. Although you can intimidate some people by continuously killing those people, it's hard to guarantee that they won't increase the bounty. At that time, many saints will come to attack, and the gains will not make up for the losses. Feng Qingyuan said from the side, "What are you afraid of? With our strength, we can directly kill our way out. I really don't believe that anyone would dare to go against you again." Eurofei said with a face full of anger. No matter what, she was the Holy Emperor's strength. She might not be the strongest here, but she was definitely not someone that others could casually bully. Killing our way out like this is not a solution. We have to eliminate the source. A strong killing intent flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes as he muttered. But there's not much time left before we head to the heavenly formation. What else can we do? Feng Qingyuan said. It's not like the heavenly formation will only be open once. At most, we'll wait for another year. I want to uproot the so-called ghastly Drake sect of the 4 great forces within a year. Ling Xiao shouted fiercely. This time he was really angry. It wasn't easy for him to come to the Heavenly Region stronghold after going through so many hardships. He originally wanted to rush to the Heavenly Region as soon as possible, but now he was being chased like a rat on the street. How could he endure this? In any case, they were already at the edge of the heavenly region. It wouldn't make much difference if they wanted to reach the heavenly region. Ling Xiao is right. Let's just kill our way to the ghastly Drake sect. Fei agreed. Don't be anxious. We'll take our time to think about this, Ling Xiao said as he gestured. Previously, he had asked Xianxia to perform a divination for him. The ghastly Drake sect might be his tribulation in the heavenly region stronghold. He had to deal with it carefully and not fail miserably. Just as Feng Qingyuan was about to reply, Fei shouted, "You sneaky thing, come out." Then, she slapped her palm in a direction, and a large area of space instantly collapsed. Boom! Ah! Two blood-curdling screams rang out. When they looked over, they saw two high-ranked saints fleeing in a sorry state. Don't let them go, but don't take their lives, Ling Xiao immediately called out to Fei. Fei nodded lightly, and her body immediately vanished on the spot. So fast, Feng Qingyan, who was already a high-ranked saint, couldn't help but exclaim softly. Ling Xiao was extremely envious as well. The Holy Emperor's strength and speed were definitely not something a saint could compare to. Chapter 1007. How could two high-level saints escape from Fei's clutches? Ling Xiao had spared their lives because he had a plan in mind. It would be difficult to deal with a large force like the ghastly Drake sect with just the strength of a few of them. Therefore, from now on, he wanted to control a group of saints for his own use. When the time came, he would bring a large number of saints to find trouble with the ghastly Drake sect. This was not the first time Ling Xiao had carried out such a plan, but this place was not like the central region, so he had to plan properly. With this plan in mind, Ling Xiao discussed with the two women for a while and finally decided to take the risk and lure out the saints who wanted to come over to take his life one by one and capture them. Xiao, if we do this, if we attract the Holy Emperor, this will be difficult, Feng Qingyuan said worriedly. I don't think so. The reward offered by the ghastly Drake sect is not worth the Holy Emperor taking action, unless they increase the reward. Ling Xiao replied. But isn't it too risky for you to rashly lure the saints? Feng Qingyuan asked again. Who said I would personally lure them? Don't I have subordinates now? Ling Xiao said with an evil smile. Ling Xiao spent a lot of effort to cast a high-level mind curse on the two high-level saints and heal their injuries. Then, the group set off for the ghastly Drake sect's territory. As the saying went, the most dangerous place was also the safest place. The ghastly Drake sect would probably not think that Ling Xiao would dare to enter their territory. Snowy Yin Ridge, a mountain range that was covered in ice all year round. It stretched for tens of thousands of miles. Snowflakes were like stars in the sky, and a vast expanse of whiteness appeared illusory and dazzling. Occasionally, ice birds would fly past and let out a few loud and clear cries. To the east of this mountain range was the ghastly Drake sect's territory. According to the information Ling Xiao had absorbed from the saints' memories, Ling Xiao knew that this snowy Yin Ridge was also a dangerous place, but at the same time, it was also a place where opportunities coexisted. That was because someone had once obtained ice-type origin energy from this place. Therefore, there would be many mercenary groups coming and going in this area, and there would also be people from various forces mixed in. Ling Xiao swaggered into the mercenary group's encampment. The two beauties by his side were like beautiful pearls, and the entire world paled in comparison. These mercenaries lived on the edge of life and death all year round, and their personalities were especially rough and lustful. Their gazes were unbridled as they stared at the two girls, and their saliva almost dripping out. A few of the bolder mercenaries looked at each other before surrounding Ling Xiao and the others. Two beauties, stay here and play. The weather is so cold. There's no future for you to follow a pretty boy like him. A peak mystic realm expert crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at Fei and Feng Qingyuan greedily. Another high-level mystic, the arch, laughed lewdly and said, Hee hee, that's right. You can eat and drink well with us here, and you can even be nourished by us. Why not?" After saying that, this person actually dared to grab Eurofei's chest. Unfortunately, before his palm could touch Eurofei, a sword ray slashed at him like a bolt of lightning. Before he could react, one of his arms had been severed. Ah! The high-tiered mystic the arch screamed as he held onto his wrist and retreated. However, Ling Xiao did not intend to let him go just like that. The ice and fire sword in his hand trembled like a snake and instantly pierced the man's throat. Puff! That high-tiered mystic thearch's neck was instantly pierced through, and fresh blood spurted out like a fountain. His entire body fell backwards. "How dare you? You actually dare to kill." That peak-stage mystic the arch was shocked. He shouted and was about to attack Ling Xiao. However, before he could finish his sentence, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a cold light. The sword light in his hand flashed, and the peak-stage mystic thearch's head was severed. The rest of them were panic-stricken. They knew that the young man in front of them wasn't a pretty boy, but a terrifying existence that killed without batting an eye. Swish! Swish! Ling Xiao waved the long sword in his hand casually, and several sword lights attacked in different directions. The speed and power were not something that these mystic thearchs could withstand. Those mystic thearchs died on the spot. Only the puddles of blood dyed the white mountain range red. The expressions of the mercenaries stationed in the surroundings instantly became astonished and horrified. They did not expect this young man to be so ruthless. Moreover, he killed a mystic the arch in one move. His strength was unimaginable. "How dare you kill people from my Ice Wolf mercenary team? How dare you?" A shocking voice came from not far away. Then, a middle-aged man riding on a level 8 Ice Wolf came out. After he came out, many auras rose in the surroundings. One by one, mercenaries filled with killing intent surrounded him. There were hundreds of them, and each of them had the strength of a heavenly venerable or above. "Leader, I recognize him. He's the kid that the ghastly Python sect put a bounty on." A half-sage appeared in front of the Ice Wolf and pointed at Ling Xiao. As soon as he said this, the eyes of the mercenaries stationed nearby burned. One could imagine how many lives a bottle of spring water of life could save. For mercenaries like them who walked on the edge of life and death all year round, the spring water of life was undoubtedly the most tempting holy item. "Ice Wolf, if you don't want to capture this kid, I'll do it." Another rough voice came. Then, a man riding a level 8 ice lion came treading on snow. There were many subordinates behind him. When the two groups of mercenaries gathered together, there were close to 1,000 people. There were also many people who were watching from the sidelines. There were at least 2,000 people. These two mercenaries were only low-level saints and did not pose much of a threat to Ling Xiao. This made Ling Xiao very disappointed. He wanted to control the puppet death warriors. Of course, the stronger the better. "Snow Lion, we found this person first. Watch me capture him." The middle-aged man on the Ice Wolf responded and charged towards Ling Xiao. Before he arrived, the spear in his hand had already thrust out a 1,000-meter-long spear shadow towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao easily dodged the attack and revealed a look of disdain. He crooked his finger at the two saints and said, "Don't waste time. Come at me together." The saint on the Ice Wolf shouted angrily, "If I want to kill you, I alone am enough. Then try me." Ling Xiao said indifferently and put away the ice and fire sword. He stood with his hands behind his back, his expression full of arrogance. He had already released the aura of a low-level saint. His goal was to let others know his strength so that he could attract more powerful opponents and confuse the thoughts of the two people in front of him. If he exposed too much at once, those saints would be so scared that they would not dare to come and kill him. "Don't be so arrogant." The saint sitting on the Ice Wolf shouted angrily. His spear brought out terrifying icicles and pierced towards Ling Xiao. The absolute cold chi scared the surrounding mercenaries to the point that they all hid as far away as possible, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Ling Xiao started to circulate the 9-sun burning heaven technique. All sorts of supreme yang flames brought with them a scorching high temperature. His fist was covered in raging flames as he smashed towards the 1,000-meter-long icicles. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Waves of elemental attacks collided with each other, producing deafening sounds. The ice and snow in this area continued to fly, all of them being used by the opposing saint to wrap around Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's supreme yang fire flourished, and many of the ice and snow that landed near him were immediately evaporated. He turned into a ball of bright sun and approached the saint. His terrifying aura was enough to make that person panic. Snow Wolf, attack. The man jumped down from his mount and let his mount deal with Ling Xiao while he attacked from his side. You think too highly of me if you want to use a beast to deal with me, Ling Xiao said coldly. His body flashed like a ghost, and a series of kicks sent the ice wolf flying far away, causing it to let out a series of miserable cries. The Holy Spear Ice Spear attacked once again, sweeping up countless ice and snow. It was as if thousands of miles of ice had frozen over, wanting to completely seal off Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was not in the mood to mess around with him. He increased his strength by 2 times, broke through the ice and snow, and directly approached the saint. His fiery fist mercilessly smashed towards the saint. The saint's pupils constricted. He did not expect Ling Xiao's speed to be so fast. He immediately placed the holy spear in front of his chest, wanting to block Ling Xiao's punch. Pow! The sacred weapon in the saint's hand was actually broken into 2 by Ling Xiao, and the fist continued to smash towards his chest. Wah! The saint was sent flying 1,000 meters away. Blood spurted out of his mouth as he fainted in the snow. Captain, let's kill him together. The mercenaries that followed behind all cried out in alarm. Many of them attacked at the same time, wanting to kill Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao only threw out 2 punches with his bare hands, and the power of space collapse completely killed dozens of people. The others were scared out of their wits. They did not care about anything else, and immediately fled like birds and beasts. The saint who came riding on the snow lion frowned, hesitated for a moment, then immediately turned around and ran. His strength was on par with the ice wolf, but the ice wolf was not even a match for him. Why did he have to fight with him? Since you're here, you should stay, Ling Xiao said faintly, then appeared in front of the saint who was sitting on the snow lion. Why don't you let me live? I'm willing to pay a huge reward. This person was tactful. He knew that he was not Ling Xiao's match, so he opened his mouth to negotiate, hoping to ask for a way out. If I kill you, won't everything in your hands be mine? Ling Xiao said and attacked again. Of course, he did not kill this person. Although he was only a low-level saint, he could still be considered a saint. It was not bad to control him and use him as cannon fodder. Now that you've caused such a huge commotion, I believe the Ghastly Drake sect and the others know that you're here. The next step is to capture those people who came one by one. When the time comes, we'll use these people to counterattack the Ghastly Drake sect. Let's see how they react. Feng Qingyuan smiled faintly. When the time comes, we'll uproot them. Euro Fei echoed. Chapter 1008. In a forbidden area filled with a dense, deathly aura, there was a majestic castle hall. This hall was surrounded by a dark, fiendish aura, as if a demon was floating in the sky, giving off a dark and frightening feeling. In this castle, a middle-aged man sat on a high seat, listening to the news from his subordinates. This middle-aged man had the strength of a peak saint. His face was gloomy, and his eagle-like eyes were filled with killing intent, giving off a feeling of fear. You said that the person who posted the bounty has arrived at the snowy ridge? The middle-aged man asked the people below in a hoarse voice. Yes, Sectmaster. He also personally killed the ice wolf and the snow lion. Many mercenaries that escaped confirmed that he is the person our sect wants to capture and kill. The middle-aged man replied. A bit of killing intent flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Since that's the case, quickly take our sect's people to capture him and bring him back. There's no need for anyone else to claim the bounty. Yes, sect master. But does this person want to be alive or dead? The person replied, it's good that you can capture him alive. This is someone the ancestor personally ordered. The middle-aged man replied. Immediately afterward, the middle-aged saint responded and left the hall. The middle-aged man also left and went to the depths of the sect. In front of a stone door, he bowed and said, Ancestor, the little bastard you're looking for has arrived at the stronghold. Moreover, he has also arrived at the snowy ridge near our sect. His voice lightly echoed in the vicinity, but no sound came from the stone door for a long time. The middle-aged man was not anxious and continued to respectfully stand there without moving. After a long time, a low female voice came from inside. I didn't expect him to arrive so quickly. Good, that damned little bastard. I will definitely refine him into a living corpse. After a pause, she continued, no matter the price, bring him to me. Yes, ancestor. I have already arranged for someone to go down. I will raise the bounty again. I believe that there is no place for him in the stronghold. He will soon be a guest of our ghastly Drake sect. The middle-aged man replied, all right, you may leave. The person behind the stone door responded softly and did not speak again. The middle-aged man tactfully retreated. In the secret room behind the stone door, there were many crisscrossing runes. If anyone were to barge in, they would probably be dismembered by these runes immediately. After passing through these array patterns, there was an extremely spacious secret room. This place was actually filled with a strong vitality, completely different from the lifeless feeling outside. Moreover, this place was filled with the scent of life essence. Just a casual breath of it could increase one's vitality by a few notches. If someone discovered that the life essence chi here was so dense, they would definitely immediately take it for themselves. Just the life essence chi here was enough to continuously increase one's lifespan. So comfortable, I'm going to die. Do it a little more fiercely. Obscene voices floated in the air. Looking in the direction of the voices, one could see a man and a woman on a jade bed engaged in the most intense and primitive movements. They were performing all kinds of strange moves, and the difficulty level was quite high. The naked woman had the appearance of a young married woman. Her body was maintained in the most youthful, plump, and elastic state. Her expression was blurry and seductive. Her jade-like lips were constantly emitting moans, and the white area in front of her chest was constantly rippling, giving off a kind of extreme temptation. The strong man behind the woman was sprinting backward with all his might. His strength was the fiercest attack, which made the woman feel extremely good. After a round of sex, the secret room was mixed with waves of obscene smell. The woman was lying on the man's body with an extremely satisfied look. That charming smile on her face that was as beautiful as a flower was indeed very arousing. The man kneaded the woman's full bosom and asked, when are you going to let me take that thing? The heaven connecting formation is going to open again today. Listening to the man's words, he was also extremely yearning for the heaven connecting formation. The woman instantly frowned and said, do you really want to abandon me? Don't tell me you're not satisfied with staying here and having fun with me? Do you believe that I won't let you leave this place for the rest of your life? The woman said that she would turn hostile. Her attitude was very unyielding, as if as long as the man said something wrong, she would make him look good. The man didn't get angry. He just smiled and said, I didn't say that I wanted to go to the heaven realm by myself. I want to bring you with me. Only there can we improve faster, and we can spend more time together in the future. Are you willing to stay here for the rest of your life? You damn bastard, I can't win against you. Wait another year. When the time comes, I will accompany you to the heavenly realm. I'm afraid that after you go in, you will miss this place. The woman's gloomy expression instantly turned bright, and she said to the man with a beautiful smile. The man did not reply, but in his heart he thought, humph, year after year, do you think I am easy to deceive? It won't be long before all of you here will be mine. If Ling Xiao was here, he would definitely find this man very familiar because he was the former sect master of the Black Demon sect, the Black Demon. The reason why the Black Demon appeared here was because he was no longer satisfied with the status quo in the central region. So he came to the heavenly realm in search of more power to break through. He had been here for more than 100 years, and his strength had reached the Saint Realm. The woman in his arms was the ancestor of the Dark Puppet sect, the Ghost Mother, who was in the middle stage Holy Emperor realm. In fact, her appearance had long since aged, but in this space full of life essence, she could still restore her former beauty. The reason why they could get together was because their temperaments had a lot in common. The Black Demon also had something to ask of her, so he stayed in the Dark Puppet sect, hoping that he could coax the Ghost Mother to give him what he wanted. However, the Ghost Mother did not seem to be so easy to deceive, and she made him stay in the Dark Puppet sect to serve her. Even when the Black Demon sect was destroyed, the Black Demon could not return. Of course, the Black Demon himself did not want to return to the Xian continent, a place with poor spiritual energy and origin power. He had greater ambitions. In the Snowy Ridge, many saints began to search for Ling Zhao's whereabouts on a large scale. This was because the Dark Puppet sect's bounty had increased once again. The Spring of Life had been raised to 2 jugs, and the high-grade mysterious crystals had been raised to 100 million. This temptation was enough to make many saints restless. The Dark Puppet sect itself had sent many experts to surround and capture Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao was in a place of extreme cold in the depths of the Snowy Ridge. I really didn't expect to find a 10,000-year icy snow lotus here. Ling Xiao did not seem to know that a great enemy was coming, and was excited about finding a rank 8 ice attribute spirit herb. Not far away, an ice attribute spirit beast was crawling on the ground, trembling, not daring to move rashly. Just now, it could sense that this human contained the terrifying might of a beast king, suppressing it to the point that it could hardly breathe. Moreover, the strength of the 2 human women beside him was also extremely terrifying, which was why it was willing to give up the 10,000-year ice snow lotus that it was guarding. Xiao'er, the news should have spread. If we don't show ourselves, I'm afraid they won't be able to find us. Then, the plan will be ruined. Fengqing Yuan said, "Don't worry. Those who can find this place are the ones we want. Don't collect the other trash." Ling Xiao said indifferently. They did not hide their aura now, deliberately letting others know that they were in this direction. If they had reached the strength of a saint, they would be able to sense their presence. Along the way, there would be many high-level spirit beasts, and ordinary saints would not dare to enter rashly. Therefore, those who could come here were definitely stronger saints, and these saints were the ideal puppet warriors for Ling Xiao. Someone is coming. At this time, Euro Fei said faintly, "Yes, with Sha Tian here, not a single one of them will be able to escape." Ling Xiao grunted in response. He brought the 10,000-year ice snow lotus to his mouth and sucked on it with a carefree expression. At this moment, a few shocking sounds of battle could be heard. The sound disappeared not long after, and as the sounds of battle disappeared, a few auras immediately became much weaker. Not long after, Sha Tian dragged a few people and threw them in front of Ling Xiao like dead dogs. 5 mid-rank saints and 1 low-rank saint. This wasn't a small gain. Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony with them, and started to cast high-level spirit incantations to control them one by one. There are many saints in the fortress, but I wonder how many of them want my life. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Within a month, more and more people came to kill Ling Xiao, and there were a total of 7 or 8 groups of people. Those people were at least mid-level saints, and there were even peak saints among them. Ling Xiao had no choice but to send Euro Fei to fight with Sha Tian. However, there was one time when a half-holy emperor came. That fellow had a life-saving trump card, and it was of the wind attribute. Even though he was injured, he was able to escape from Sha Tian and Euro Fei. After the half-holy emperor escaped, there were no more people who came to find trouble with Ling Xiao and the others. That half-holy emperor should have spread the news that they had a holy emperor, so no one with the strength of a saint would dare to come and die. Shower, it's time for us to leave. I believe the people outside already know of our strength, and the people who appear will only be even more terrifying. Feng Qingyuan said to Ling Xiao, "Yes, although the number of people is still a little small, we can only do this for now. If there were 2 more Holy Emperors, then everything would be perfect." Ling Xiao stood in front of the 30 saints and said with a fanatical expression, "If there was such a group of saints in the central region, they would probably be able to sweep through the entire continent and unify the central region. If the Holy Emperor comes, we won't even have time to escape. You really dare to think about it?" Feng Qingyuan rolled his eyes at Ling Xiao and said, "There really is a Holy Emperor coming. 2 Holy Emperors and a half-Holy Emperor. They're so fast." Euro Fei said with a frown. The moment these words were spoken, Feng Qingyuan instantly turned pale with fright. F***, what a crow's mouth. Ling Xiao couldn't help but slap himself and curse. Chapter 1009. A half-Holy Emperor and 2 low-level Holy Emperors. Such a powerful combination could do whatever they wanted in the Empyrean fortress. The half-Holy Emperor was the one who had escaped from Euro Fei and Sha Tian previously. His name was Yu Fengyuan, and he looked to be in his 50s. He was a wind attribute cultivator. The other 2 low-level saints were Su Maimin and Wang Bo. One was an earth attribute martial artist, while the other was a water attribute martial artist. They were ancestor-level characters from 2 powerful forces and had lived for more than 10,000 years. The reason why they had appeared here was because the Imba sect's reward had increased. It was enough to tempt the Holy Emperor's people to make a move. I can already sense their presence. Looks like they're really fearless. Su Maimin grinned. Even Brother Yu was defeated by him. How would he dare to be so arrogant if he didn't have some strength? Wang Bo said. He paused for a moment before continuing. In a while, Su and I will restrain the enemy's Saint Emperor. Brother Yu, you'll capture that brat. As long as we capture that brat, our trip will be a success. Rest assured, brothers. I invited you to help because I've figured out their background. Apart from the 2 Holy Emperors, the rest will not be a problem. Yu Fengyuan patted his chest. As they spoke, they had already arrived in the sky above Ling Xiao and the others. Ling Xiao and the others looked at them calmly, without any fear. It really is that brat. I really don't know what he did to make the Imba sect want to capture him at all costs. Su Maimin looked at Ling Xiao disdainfully and muttered, "Who cares? Let's capture him first." Wang Bo responded. He actually ignored Euro Fei and Sha Tian and stretched out a claw to grab Ling Xiao. This claw caused the surrounding space to turn into a prison, rapidly locking onto Ling Xiao. This wasn't the first time that Ling Xiao had experienced the might of the Holy Emperor, but it was the first time that the Holy Emperor had attacked him. That use of spatial force and that terrifying pressure made him feel as if the difference between his strength and that of the Holy Emperor was like the difference between heaven and earth. "How dare you attack my husband? You're courting death." Euro Fei shouted and unleashed her dragon and elephant divine art. The phantom of a dragon and elephant carried the power of heaven's might and shattered the claw of that person. The phantom of the dragon and elephant then rushed towards Wang Bo. Wang Bo sneered. "What a beautiful woman. You've only just entered the Holy Emperor realm, yet you dare to challenge me?" Wang Bo had stepped into the Holy Emperor realm for many years, so his strength was naturally much stronger than Euro Fei's. He could see through Euro Fei's strength with a single glance, so he was not afraid of Euro Fei at all. The powerful fluctuations caused Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan to have no choice but to retreat far away. "Brat, you won't be able to escape. Originally, this old man had no enmity with you. If you want to blame someone, blame your status for not being low enough for this old man to take action." Su Maimin said faintly as he made his move towards Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan. The spatial energy seemed to be controlled by him as it imprisoned the 2 of them, preventing them from moving. Just as Su Maimin was about to forcefully pull Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan away, a shadow silently appeared. A sword image seemed to have sliced through the sky, bringing with it the power to tear apart the heavens and earth as it approached. Su Maiman's expression twitched. I knew there would be an ambush. He let go of Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan, turned around, and threw a punch towards Sha Tian, who was sneak attacking him. How could Sha Tian's Tao of assassination, which he had cultivated for thousands of years, be so easily neutralized? Su Maiman's powerful punch only landed on his afterimage. The real killer move had already circled around to Su Maiman's back. Su Maiman was extremely vigilant and immediately sensed that something was amiss behind him. His hair stood on end as he quickly rushed forward in an attempt to escape the fate of being assassinated. Sha Tian did not expect his opponent's reaction to be so fast. He swallowed the energy in his hand, and the sword beam in his sword suddenly grew longer, directly piercing towards Su Maiman's back. Boom! In the end, Su Maiman still couldn't avoid taking Sha Tian's sword. However, when the sword beam disappeared, Su Maiman actually didn't suffer much damage. A damaged Saint Artifact guard armor could be seen on his back. It was obvious that guard armor had blocked most of the attack for him. Damn it, old madam will kill you. Su Maiman hadn't been injured for many years. He was almost killed by someone else's sneak attack, causing his liver to burn with anger. He roared and summoned his spirit beast. Sha Tian also immediately summoned his spirit beast, and both sides started to fight. Eurofei and Wang Bo were also fighting intensely. The battle between the Holy Emperor was simply like a natural disaster. The nearby spatial energy collapsed in large areas, and the mountain ridges below them were destroyed and flattened, leaving behind many terrifying huge craters. At this time, Yu Fengyuan rushed towards Ling Xiao with a cold expression on his face. Last time, I returned without any results. This time, I will definitely capture you to collect the reward. His speed was like the wind, and his movements were extremely fast. Ling Xiao was unable to sense his location at all. Fortunately, Feng Qingyuan had broken through to the high-level Saint Realm and could barely sense Yu Fengyuan's location. She held the holy sword in her hand and slashed out waves after waves of violent wind blades towards Yu Fengyuan. Yu Fengyuan laughed in disdain. You want to play with lousy speed? You're not home yet. Yu Fengyuan transformed into a series of afterimages, dodging Feng Qingyuan's powerful attacks and starting to counterattack. The figure flashed in front of Feng Qingyuan, lightly caressed Feng Qingyuan's face, and said with a smile, You're really tender. It's not bad to take you as my concubine. Following that, his palm changed, turning into a claw shadow that grabbed towards Feng Qingyuan's throat. Feng Qingyuan's strength was completely suppressed, and he was unable to resist at all. He was restrained by Yu Fengyuan. It's your turn next. Yu Fengyuan seemed to be certain of Ling Xiao. He grabbed Feng Qingyuan with one hand and used his other hand to grab towards Ling Xiao. However, before his void claw could grab Ling Xiao, a bronze drum had already appeared in Ling Xiao's embrace, and the sound of the drum started to shake. Dong! A ferocious giant suddenly appeared, holding a drumstick in his hand and beating the huge drum in his arms. The sound of the drum was like the sound of a battle horn from the prehistoric era, but also like the sound of a mourning bell in a tomb, shaking one's heart. Yu Fengyuan did not know how terrifying the sound of the drum was, but he immediately sealed his ears to prevent it from affecting him. However, the sound of the drum was like a demonic sound, directly rushing into his internal organs, shaking his meridians and internal organs to the point that they were in an unbearable state. Fortunately, his strength was already at the half-holy emperor realm, and all aspects of his body and muscles were already incomparably tough. He was actually able to forcefully suppress the damage to a minimum. Yu Fengyuan, who was holding on to Feng Qingyuan's hand, had already been freed, and he seized this 1 in 1,000 chance to make his move decisively. The holy sword in her hand thrust it out 5 times, aiming at Yu Fengyuan's 4 limbs and chest. The reason why she did not immediately cut off his head was because she wanted to leave it for Ling Xiao to use as a puppet. Feng Yuan screamed a few times as his body fell from the sky. He was actually still able to maintain his consciousness and wanted to take out pills from his spatial ring to swallow and heal his injuries. Unfortunately, how could Feng Qingyuan give him this opportunity? Not only did she scatter his pills, she even shot out many wind blades in succession, ruthlessly teaching him a lesson. She beat him until he was on the verge of death, so that she could take him down. Hurry up and let him bleed a little, don't let him recover. I'll go over and help Ro Fei and Sha Tian to take down the two holy emperor. Ling Xiao instructed Feng Qingyuan, then quietly headed towards the intense battlefield. Ling Xiao did not dare to get too close. The battle between the holy emperor was simply too terrifying. The sky within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers had been flipped over, and all kinds of terrifying shockwaves seemed to want to destroy the sky. Ling Xiao first chose Wang Bo, who was fighting against Ro Fei, because Ro Fei had the static mirror in her hands. As long as he interfered with Wang Bo, her static mirror would attack again, and she would definitely be able to keep Wang Bo here. At that time, it would not be a problem for her to join hands with Sha Tian to take down Sumai Men. As Ling Xiao's drum sounded again, Wang Bo was indeed affected. His body swayed a few times, and his blood vessels churned uncontrollably. It was also at this moment that Ro Fei finally used her trump card. The mirror light landed on Wang Bo's body as expected. Wang Bo's body was instantly frozen. Ro Fei knew that the static mirror could immobilize a saint for a quarter of an hour, but to the Holy Emperor, it was not that long. She decisively attacked again, and the terrifying dance of the dragon and elephant attacked the defenseless Wang Bo. Wang Bo was extremely sullen as he was beaten up like a sandbag. His entire body was almost scattered, and only a breath of air was left. All right, leave him to me. You go and cooperate with Sha Tian to capture the other person. Ling Xiao quickly went to the side of Wang Bo, who was about to die, and restrained him so that he could not quickly recover from his injuries. At the same time, he ordered Ro Fei to help Sha Tian. Sumai Men, who was fighting against Sha Tian, did not fare well against Sha Tian. Although he had entered the Holy Emperor realm earlier than Sha Tian's sly-killing Dao had the ability to fight above his level. If not for the fact that he had just entered the Holy Emperor realm, Sumai Men would definitely not be a match for Sha Tian. With Ro Fei joining in, Sumai Men completely lost his confidence. He did not hesitate to turn around and escape. However, Ro Fei's static mirror did not give him the chance. The light shone on his body and captured him. A half-holy emperor and two low-level holy emperors were completely captured just like that. However, if they were captured, Ro Fei and Sha Tian would also be injured. Fortunately, they were not fatally injured. With these three people, our chances of killing the Imba sect will be higher. Ling Xiao said confidently. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. As one of the four major forces of the stronghold, they will definitely have stronger people overseeing it. If the other party has a mid-level holy emperor or a high-level holy emperor, it is not something that we can deal with now. Feng Qingyuan warned from his side. That's true. It seems like we still have to control the stronger holy emperor. Ling Xiao sighed. The stronger ones are not easy to deal with. We have to be careful. Don't fail miserably. Feng Qingyuan said again. Yes, now that the preparations are almost done, it's time to find the Imba sect. Ling Xiao said, Isn't this a little too hasty? There's no hurry. Only by angering them, first will an even stronger holy emperor appear. Otherwise, where will I get stronger helpers? Chapter 10:10. A half-holy emperor and two low-level holy emperors had extremely terrifying soul forces. If Ling Xiao had not tortured them half to death and then locked them up, he would not have been able to brand them with a high-level mental curse. After doing all this, Ling Xiao felt that the mental power in his sea of consciousness was unbearably exhausted. It had been a long time since something like this had happened to him. However, Being able to control these three top-notch experts as guards made everything much easier. It was just that Ling Xiao realized that the high-level mental curse could barely control the heavily injured Holy Emperor. If it were a god above the Holy Emperor, any curse would not be able to withstand a single blow. However, Ling Xiao still did not know what kind of existence a god was, so he did not think about things that were too far away for the time being. After doing all this, Ling Xiao immediately changed his position and concealed his aura, intending to attack the Ghastly Drake sect's peripheral forces. He wanted the Ghastly Drake sect not to have a moment of peace. He was in the dark and was not afraid that the Ghastly Drake sect could quickly find him. For 2 months in a row, many of the Ghastly Drake sect's subsidiary forces were attacked by unknown saints. The number was extremely large, and they all withdrew after capturing the saints of the subsidiary forces. This matter attracted a lot of attention in the Empyrean fortress. They knew that the young man on the bounty list had begun to counterattack, and his counterattack was so fierce that he actually dared to challenge the Ghastly Drake sect of the Four Great Forces. His guts are simply too big. The Ghastly Drake sect's upper echelon was very angry. They had originally thought that Ling Xiao was only a low-level saint, and thought that by sending some people to capture him and increasing the reward, it would be a piece of cake to capture Ling Xiao. However, before their people could find Ling Xiao, they heard that many saints who went looking for Ling Xiao had been killed one after another, so they had no choice but to return to the sect and ask for help. However, when they came out with a large number of experts, Ling Xiao was nowhere to be found. Here, they received news that their sect's subsidiary forces were attacked, which made them even more depressed. In the Ghastly Drake sect's Great Hall, the Ghastly Drake sect master roared, "Damn it! Who the hell is this little bastard? How dare he provoke our Ghastly Drake sect? If he's caught, we'll make him wish he was dead." Sect leader, according to the report, that little bastard has the Holy Emperor by his side, but if we don't move the Holy Emperor, I'm afraid it will be difficult to capture him alive. One of the saints in the hall said, "Don't worry. This time, the ancestor is completely furious." She sent the 3 Holy Emperor elders out at the same time. "If we still can't catch that little bastard, we'll all be in trouble," said the Yimba sect master. "That's good. When the time comes, we'll see if that little bastard really has 3 heads and 6 arms. He actually dared to provoke our sect." In front of the Ghastly Drake sect's outer circle, Ling Xiao appeared with Euro Fei, Feng Qingyuan, Sha Tian, and 2 other Holy Emperor elders. The Ghastly Drake sect should be very angry now, right? After we destroy this place, we should stop and lay low for a while. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Even though destroying these subsidiary forces wouldn't shake the Ghastly Drake sect's foundation, it would let them know that Ling Xiao wasn't someone to be trifled with. Even though these are all subsidiary forces of the Ghastly Drake sect, they're all existences comparable to top 3rd-grade sects, and they all have several saints holding down the fort. It's really hard to imagine how many saints and Holy Emperor elders the Ghastly Drake sect has. Feng Qingyuan sighed. Yes, it's not easy to destroy them, but it's enough to shock those who dare to take the bounty. Ling Xiao sighed. He had originally wanted to gather a large group of saints to attack the Ghastly Drake sect. However, after dealing with the Ghastly Drake sect's subsidiary forces these past few days, he could imagine how terrifying the Ghastly Drake sect's true strength was. It wouldn't be that easy to deal with them, so he could only change his mind. As long as those people didn't dare to accept the Ghastly Drake sect's bounty mission, he would have less trouble. When the time came, he could directly go to the Heaven Connecting Formation, and there wouldn't be too much danger. It was impossible for the Ghastly Drake sect to know that he was heading to the Heaven region. However, they were destined not to go so smoothly this time. The Holy Emperor of the Ghastly Drake sect had finally descended. A middle-stage Holy Emperor, 2 low-stage Holy Emperor elders, and 7 or 8 saints from the subsidiary forces. Such a lineup could not be said to be small. They seemed to have expected Ling Xiao to come here, and had been waiting for a long time. The middle-stage Holy Emperor was called Guei Yu. He had already reached an old age, and his appearance was extremely ferocious. The fingers and teeth on his dry, old hands were like sharp claws, and they were extremely long, emitting a strong, bloodthirsty aura. He was the oldest member of the ghastly Drake sect, and he rarely appeared. If it wasn't for the Een ghost mother inviting him out, he might not have appeared. I thought it was some amazing junior, but it turns out it's just a brat who's still wet behind his ears. Guiyu looked at Ling Xiao sinisterly and laughed. Ling Xiao, he's a middle-stage holy emperor. Should we escape? Fei looked at Ling Xiao worriedly and asked. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth and said, "What's there to be afraid of? What's so great about a middle-stage holy emperor?" His words obviously didn't match his heart. He really didn't expect that the other party would actually send out such a terrifying holy emperor to wait for him to walk into a trap. At this moment, Guiyu waved his hand, and 10 figures immediately appeared in front of him. These figures did not have the slightest vitality, and their bodies were covered with green hair, which was particularly strange and sinister. This is the Een Ba, a puppet unique to the ghastly Drake sect. Wang Bo, who was beside Ling Xiao, reminded. The Een Ba and the corpse demon were both puppets, but the Een Ba was of a higher level than the corpse demon, because it was refined with special materials when it was alive, and it still retained the attribute attack ability, which was quite powerful. The 10 Een Ba in front of them were all low-stage, holy emperor strength, which was definitely a terrifying force. It's good that you know. Let them serve you well. Guiyu seemed to be disdainful of making a move, so he ordered his Een Ba to attack Ling Xiao and the others. Ling Xiao knew that this matter was serious and immediately exclaimed, "Let's go." It was already extremely difficult for 4 holy emperors to fight against so many Een Ba with the strength of a holy emperor, and there was also a middle-stage holy emperor eyeing them like a tiger watching its prey. They had no chance of winning at all. However, before Ling Xiao and the others could escape, the 10 Een Ba had already rushed over, and a terrible power enveloped Ling Xiao and the others. Although they have the strength of a holy emperor, they should actually be a little weaker than a holy emperor of the same stage. We'll hold them back. Ling Xiao, you and Mistress run first. Fei sensed the power of the Een Ba and shouted at Ling Xiao, using the dragon form power to block part of the power. Sha Tian, Su Mai Min, and Wang Bo also attacked at the same time, blocking the power. Rumble, rumble, rumble. This part of the world was shaken into powder. Puff! Ling Xiao was shaken by this terrifying power to the point that he was in a daze. His entire body was sent flying far away, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. On the other side, Feng Qingyuan was not in a good state either. He was also severely injured. Ling Xiao propped himself up, and all the power in his body started to explode. He quickly rushed to Feng Qingyuan's side, and at the same time, summoned Yu Yuan Feng. "Blast this old ghost for me." Ling Xiao threw the heaven suppression drum into Yu Yuanfeng's hands and pointed at Guiyu and exclaimed. Yu Yuanfeng carried out Ling Xiao's orders without hesitation and slapped all of his power onto the heaven suppression drum. Yu Yuanfeng's power was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. The power that he brought out with his full strength was incomparably terrifying. Guiyu had been paying attention to Ling Xiao the entire time. He did not know what tricks he was playing when he saw him take out a broken drum, but when he heard the sound of the drum, he realized how terrifying the sound of the drum was. His body was in a mess from the shock, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. However, his reaction was extremely fast. The moment he was injured, he immediately hid his body so that Yu Yuanfeng could not detect his presence. In a void, Guiyu hurriedly swallowed a small bottle of spring liquid of life. He thought to himself, "What kind of divine weapon is that? Its power is so terrifying. I must obtain it." As long as his aura was not locked on, the sound of the heaven suppression drum would not be able to harm Guiyu. Ling Xiao was extremely anxious. He called out to Fei, Sha Tian, and the rest. Fei, retreat. You want to leave after injuring this old man? How can you be so calm? Guayu's voice reverberated in the air. Immediately after, a ghost claw quickly grabbed out and pinched Yu Fengyuan and the heaven suppression drum together. Immediately after, Yu Fengyuan was squeezed into a pool of blood by the ghost claw, and the heaven suppression drum was immediately taken by Guayu. Ling Zhao's heart turned cold. The heaven suppression drum was his strongest trump card. Now that he had lost it, what could he use to fight against others? Ro Fei, I order you to escape with Master's wife immediately, or I will kill you. Ling Xiao shouted in exasperation. At the same time, he also ordered Sha Tian, Su Maimin, and Wang Bo to quickly return and protect his master's wife. Ro Fei knew the urgency of the matter this time, but she could not leave Ling Xiao alone. She immediately rushed to Feng Qingyu inside and prepared to go to Ling Zhao's place and leave with him. Don't worry about me, run. Ling Xiao roared again. Shower, let's go together. Feng Qingyuan hurriedly called out. At this time, the Yin Ba and the other two low-level holy emperor of the Yin puppet sect made their move. Su Maimin, Wang Bo, you guys hold him back. Ling Xiao ordered in shock. At this point, he had no choice but to abandon the two of them and let them hold on for a while. The ghost lair appeared again and sneered. None of you can escape. Countless ghost claws descended from the sky, carrying a terrifying power of space and a dense, baleful aura. Ro Fei shouted, "Go to hell!" She shone the static mirror in her hand towards the ghost lair. Swish! The light carried a dazzling and pure power, purifying the ghost claws and freezing the ghost lair's figure. The ghost lair cursed himself for being careless again. Just as Ro Fei was about to kill the ghost lair, a few Yinba arrived in front of Ro Fei at the same time. Ro Fei had no choice but to give up on killing the ghost lair. She returned with Sha Tian, brought Ling Xiao, and Feng Qingyuan, and quickly fled. Ling Xiao unwillingly looked to the other side, his heart aching for losing the heaven-suppressing drum. However, he also knew that it was impossible. The Yin puppet sect's holy emperor and Yin Ba quickly dealt with Su Maimin and Wang Bo and chased after them. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.